All right, I hear that I'm live. I know those images we just saw were very powerful. And I just want to welcome everybody. Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever you're joining. And welcome to the Break the Silence Justice for Asian American Women rally. My name is Pawan Young. My pronouns are she, her. I have long black hair. I'm wearing a Twitter Asians gray t shirt with a blue and pink lotus design. And my virtual background here is the banner designed by Amanda P., a portrait of Asian women. Isn't it beautiful? A bit about me, I'm the former Twitter Asians Global Chair, lead with Asian Leaders Alliance, and my current day job is with Coinbase. I'm humbled to welcome you all, give you an overview of the run of show, our purpose for this rally, and what this rally means to me. To start, we have a full day of programming with live events across 11 cities and, of course, this live stream. Be part of this conversation to amplify Asian women voices. Follow at Asian Justice Movement and use the hashtag for this event, Break the Silence. There's also ongoing hashtags, hashtag Stand with Asians, and hashtag Stop Asian Hate if you want to follow along the conversation. Today, March 16th, marks the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings that massacred 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women. This tragedy surfaced rising anti-Asian hate crimes and warnings into the mainstream and brought many Asian Americans into the streets, raising their voices and taking action. As Asian hate continues unabated into 2022, with the recent deaths we saw in New York, the community and organizers across the country are now uniting on this 1-year anniversary to remember Asian women and their fight for the right to be safe, be heard, and empowered in this country. The goal of this event is to uplift the experiences of Asian women by acknowledging the complexities of their struggles, demanding change, and celebrating women's strength. In response to statements by Asian women who feel alone or unseen in their struggles and experiences, this event implores everyone to get to know the multifaceted lives of Asian women. A quick personal story. This time last year at Twitter, with my role at Twitter Asians, we started to host a lot of internal sharing circles with anyone with Asian lived experiences. And while it was a very sad and harrowing time, it was also a moment of reckoning for us to come together and share experiences many of us had repressed or ignored for years. There was a lot of tears. It was a heavy time, but I was deeply touched by my colleagues and friends for coming together to share our pain while also feeling compelled to take action, speak up, and fight harmful stereotypes. Through my work at Asian Leaders Alliance, a coalition of employee resource groups from companies like Airbnb, EA, Salesforce, Meta, and more, we started sharing more resources like bystander intervention training and how we were hosting these listening sessions and how to keep them safe and provide that environment for people to talk and share. We shared strategies on engaging leaders and getting our communities to pay attention and take action. I was really proud of the time at Twitter and the company for helping me to coin a blog post. Hashtag Stand for Asians, allyship right now. You can still read it on the Twitter blog. We also came together to design a hashmoji. It was actually this lotus with a heart that activated and still does on Twitter when you use the hashtags Stand for Asians, Stop Asian Hate, and Protect Our Elders. I'm seeing recent news of continued violence against Asian women and elderly Asians, and I'm heartbroken about the statistics that show the continued rise in hate crimes and this continued violence. I know a hashtag is not going to solve racism, but it gets a conversation going and it gets people's attention, which is what we need if we're going to identify the problem and continue to take action. This isn't just yesterday's news, it's still happening every day. So, in closing, this event is to remind Asian women that they are seen, heard, acknowledge their pain, and support them in their healing process. This will be an annual event called Break the Silence Justice for American Asian Women, organized by Asian Justice Movement. So let's continue to break the silence on anti-Asian hate and violence. And again, follow at Asian Justice Movement. And remember to take care of yourselves and keep this conversation going. Thank you.
With themes uplifting Asian women and our communities, to combat the rise of anti-Asian racism during the pandemic, which are our themes today. Amanda has generously provided her art specifically for the national rallies. We also have today a proclamation from the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizing the 1-year anniversary of our tragedy today. And now we will begin our rally with interfaith invocation prayers led by 4 faith leaders in our community. First will be Imam Furqan Muhammad, who leads the Masjid al-Muminun. He also services 37 prisons and often conducts religious dialogue with Jewish, Christian, and other interfaith leaders. He will be followed by Gianni Grinderpal Singh, who leads the Sikh Study Circle Gurdwara, which is the first public place of worship for Sikhs in Atlanta.
Let us pray. In, by, and with Allah's name, God's name. We worship him, we praise him, we thank him, we seek his mercy, his forgiveness, and his guidance. May Allah, God Almighty, protect us, keep us safe, keep us together, and bring us relief, and more than anything else, help us to remember him. Ameen.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ. Hello everyone. I am going to sing Sikh prayer from Holy Scripture Guru Granth Sahib. एक पिता एक सके हम बारिक, तू मेरा गुरहाई, सुन मीता जियो हमारा पल पल जासी, हर दर्शन देहो दिखाई, अवल अल्लाह नूर ओ पाया, कुदरत के सब बंदे, एक नूर ते सब जाके उपजया, कौन भले को मंदे. There is but one God, and we are the children of one God. We humbly seek his guidance in our life to live in harmony. Thank you. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Thank you, Imam Furqan and Gianni Singh. Next, we have Reverend Irene Wong and Rabbi Daniel Dorsch. Reverend Wong is the Executive Director of the Atlanta Ministry with International Students and a Presbyterian minister within the PC USA denomination. Rabbi Dorsch leads Congregation Etz Chaim and also serves as Secretary of the Atlanta Rabbinical Association.
Let us pray. Lord of lights, creator God of the universe, maker of the human race in its many beautiful variations, cultures, and skin tones. You created human diversity as a gift to all, which reflects the abundance of your communal character and loving and holy image.
We thank you, God, for the gift of fellowship, enabling us to come together to mark our common humanity. We thank you for creating us all B'Tselem Elohim in the divine image, recognizing that each of us contains a unique divine spark within us.
We invite your spirit of peace to center us in our gathering today, to reveal the truth about the wrongs which need to be corrected, to help us speak about those who have been silenced, to call for justice where there have been acts of hatred and violence committed against our Asian sisters. Because you are a God who weeps with those who weep. You comfort the brokenhearted and you heal the injured souls. We invite your spirit of truth and justice to guide us as we gather today.
We ask, God, that you grant comfort to all of those who mourn, and that you move the hearts of those who would ignore this injustice toward compassion. We pray that you enable us to live up to the words of our country's founders, who have called on us to create a land that gives bigotry no sanction. For we are all but children of the same God, shaped from the same mold, making an attack on one community not only an affront to God, but an affront to the love and care that we are all expected to give to one another.
Grant, O God, that your holy and life-giving spirit may so move every human heart, and especially those in our land, that the barriers which divide us may crumble, suspicions disappear, and hatred cease, that our divisions being healed, we may live in justice and peace through the Lord of love. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Wong and Rabbi Dorsch. And now let us observe just a few moments of silence for the lives lost in Atlanta 1 year ago today, sending healing and prayers of support for their families, some of whom are present with us today. Breaking our moment of silence was King Tantavej Kul, chairman of the board of the Thai Association of Georgia. He struck a Buddhist gong 8 times, commemorating the 8 lives lost 1 year ago today. The Wat Buddha Bucha Temple of Decatur sends their prayers, and they had conducted a ceremony earlier this year on January 30th in remembrance of Vicha Ratanapakdi, a Thai elder whose life was also brutally taken in 2021. And now our banner will be lifted up to the stage. Thank you, Maggie Mers, President of the National Association of Chinese Americans, and Michelle Kang, Secretary General of the Atlanta Korean American Community Committee Against Asian Hate, for leading our banners. Fred Korematsu, the original Asian American civil rights activist, fought to overturn his wrongful incarceration and conviction as a Japanese American during World War II. In Fred's words, if you have the feeling that something is wrong, don't be afraid to speak up. Today, we are doing just that. We are speaking up and out, and in the shadow of the Georgia Capitol behind us, we are speaking truth to power. It is my pleasure now to introduce Victoria Nguyen. Victoria, please come to the stage. My dear friend Victoria Nguyen is the Senior Vice President of the Center for Pan-Asian Community Services. This is the first and largest organization and oldest organization in the Southeast to focus on issues and concerns of Asian Americans, immigrants, and refugees. As a teen herself, she grew up attending CPAC's programs and ultimately joined the organization to lead it. She has been promoted recently with her appointment to the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, known as WIANPI. And in January, she and her beloved husband Kwang became first-time parents to baby Elizabeth Wintran. Victoria.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, and the organizers of the event. Today, we are in Atlanta, near the heart of the civil rights movement, celebrating Women History Month. And yet we join the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community across the nation in mourning of the 8 lives, including 6 Asian women lost on this day, the first anniversary of the March 16th, 2021 Atlanta mass shooting. I wish we all didn't have to be here today and meet under these circumstances. It has been a very difficult 2 years, the COVID pandemic, the increase in hateful rhetoric, and constant triggers of living through images and videos of attacks against our Asian American community. In meeting with 250 community leaders and close to 25 listening sessions this last year, CPACS has learned so much from our communities. There's so much fear, trauma, people fearful of going about their daily lives, and many of our communities in suffering. Many of us are still healing from the pain, triggered and re-triggered by attacks like the recent attack on an Asian woman in Yonkers just a couple of days ago. So today, your presence is comforting as we remember the victims killed and renew and stand firm in our commitments against hate. We keep the families of the victims in our thoughts and send them our wishes of comfort during this difficult time. And on behalf of the CPAC's family and our organizers, thank you to Mr. Webb and Mr. Peterson for joining us here today. We grieve with you and your families and the families who couldn't join us here today. And so many people across the nation are with you and are grieving with you. So much gratitude to an incredible national support team and a local Atlanta organization and individuals who have worked tirelessly since March 16th to support the victims in Atlanta. For that, thank you. CPAC stands with the communities as they choose to mourn and galvanize in their own terms, in their own ways. We commit to working in collaboration and support to fight against Asian hate. We demand action yesterday, today, tomorrow, and every day here on after. We stand together because enough is enough. We will no longer be silent. Our communities and victims will not be forgotten. We will not wait for another tragedy in our community to do something about it. Stopping hate against the AA and AAPI community is supporting, ensuring representation for our communities in all places and all nooks and crannies of decision-making tables, tangible resources for our communities, language access, eliminating any barriers of our communities, promoting and supporting local resources, culturally and competent services for health centers, social service centers, and support services for AAPI small businesses, mental health services, and ensuring children like my daughter and her peers go to school learning about AAPI history, which is also American history. Thank you for your commitment as we work together to drive out hate and as we honor the lives lost too soon a year ago today on March 16, 2021. Thank you so much for being here today and standing with our AA and NHPI communities across the nation, especially here in Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. I also wanted to thank the president of CPACS, Dr. Jung Hakim, who is in the audience as well. In keeping with our theme of centering our rally on justice for Asian American women, I'm proud now to introduce a trio of powerful Asian American women. Their leadership and mark will leave a lasting legacy for the AAPI community here in Georgia and beyond. I love and admire all three of them deeply, and they will come up in this order. Sarah Park is the president of the Korean American Coalition Atlanta. Last year, in the wake of the shootings, she and other community leaders organized a vigil that was streamed to thousands who watched from the Korean American Center. The vigil included interfaith leaders, as you saw earlier in our rally, mental health professionals, grief counselors, whose services are so critical during times of crisis. Monica Modicant is the executive director of the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence, AAPI GBV. She is a nonprofit leader and immigration attorney who has a history of immigration advocacy as the former executive director of the Georgia Asylum and Immigration Network. There, she helped develop an innovative free legal services model assisting immigrant victims of crime and persecution. And then finally, the third of our AAPI Women Power Trio is Michelle Kong, who also bore one of the banners earlier today. She is the Secretary General of the Atlanta Korean American Committee Against Asian Hate, and also president of the Atlanta chapter of the Korean American Public Action Committee. Tonight, Michelle is a superwoman because she's also leading a second event at the Korean American Center in Norcross to commemorate this event. Ladies.
I would like to express my condolence to the victims' family, and survivors. We owe each of you a tremendous debt for sharing this hardest day of your life to restore and heal our communities. I will reckon with 316 and will break the silence. When society asks us as Asian American, as especially women, how we, our families, our community were doing, painfully, naively, sometimes simply, we answer, it's all right, you're working hard. Because of the heavy weight of our daily lives, we seem invisible to society, and society didn't really want to hear. There was no time when we had to help carry our family and community members' burden on top of our own as a woman. On top of it all, we tirelessly bore the responsibilities and burden that society left us to carry, and it was a series of struggles without any safety nets. We were informing our parents, our brothers, sisters, and our children that if they were hurt, they must speak up, that they were hurt because they will not be asked or treated first. And there were more problems than just lifting the burden cannot solve. We must speak up because we have learned that succeeding politically or economically is not enough in the struggles of fairness. Human society, without exception, sacrifices some of its members for their own maintenance, survival, and further stability and prosperity. The victim must be weak, and to many members of society, they are innocent but perceived to be guilty because of how society has perceived them. If the perpetrator at large realizes that victim is innocent, they can no longer drive out the victim. So the perpetrator unconsciously do not know or care about the victim's man-made guilt or guilt at all. When unstable events occur in society, like pandemic, the crisis is overcome by framing the victim, and we have seen this continually throughout our history. There is still much to be done, and we must remain vigilant. From grassroots efforts up to the White House, we must continue to teach our communities to be aware, take safety precautions, and train bystanders in reporting incidents. We must work with the media to create the narrative that goes beyond victimization and fear. In one voice, we must make clear that we want all our families and neighbors to be treated with the dignity and love they deserve. We must set aside our differences and step forward. We will not rest until the world joins us in our mission against discrimination, violence, and hatred toward the API community, women, and the world. We will change the history of hatred into the power of solidarity beyond religion, gender, race, politics, and different generations. We will build awareness through empathy, understanding, and love for our neighbors. Asian Americans are united, and we are stronger than ever. Society asks us how we are doing on the first anniversary of this tragic event. We are living in a repetitive circle of pain of losing our parents, siblings, and children to senseless violence that we have to face every day of our life. Seeing our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters used as a scapegoat. We will cry out and break the silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Wow. Such powerful words from someone who really saw everything that happened on the ground. My name is Monica Kant, and I'm the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence. We are a national resource center on domestic violence, sexual violence, trafficking, and other forms of gender-based violence in the Asian American, and Pacific Islander, also known as AAPI communities. Thank you for allowing me to stand before you today as we honor and remember the lives of the victims of the March 16th shootings here in Atlanta. 1 year ago, on this very day, 8 innocent lives were taken and families were devastated and ripped apart. Grandmothers, mothers, sisters, aunts, and wives were taken away from families who loved, cherished, and needed them. Why? I ask myself every day, why? All because of one individual who viewed these lives as disposable and therefore scapegoated and blamed them for his own addictions and misery. As we saw the events unfold moment by moment 1 year ago, and being the head of a national organization, but being here in Atlanta, seeing this unfold in the media, my heart was broken as we were getting messages from around the country that everyone's hearts were broken and in solidarity with us here in Atlanta. There have been too many attacks and murders of our loved ones who were only walking down the street, loved ones who were simply waiting for a train, loved ones who were simply at their place of work, and most recently, a loved one who was just going to her apartment. Since the onset of the pandemic, crimes against the AAPI population have increased by 150%, and 70% of that violence has been against women. But the violence in the AAPI communities has always been a part of our history in the US and is not new. As a member of the AAPI community, while these data points may be new, the feelings of fear and being on the other side of hate is not new. Speaking with the victims of violence in the AAPI community, we know that misogyny and racism is intersectional and do not live in separate worlds, and in fact, fuel each other. That is the point that many, when we look at this shooting 1 year ago, have been missing when dissecting what happened. Asian women have long been viewed as exotic beings and have been hypersexualized, objectified, and fetishized. To the shooter, where the victims worked, are a symbol of the objectification and submissiveness of Asian women. And this stereotype has been consistently perpetuated by the media and is supported by our indisputable history and US immigration laws. What happened to the victims on March 16th is called racialized gender-based violence, and that is what we need to unequivocally understand. We cannot forget what is at the heart of this violence, and those are the victims and their families. Families who even today, and will be for long after, are suffering. Victims went to work on March 16th, never knowing that this would be their last day, and families are left behind to grieve and have lost the opportunity to say goodbye. Our AAPI communities and families were broken on that day and continue to hurt. We need to call out racism when we see it and educate the larger mainstream community why incidents like these also fall into racism. I stand here before you, and implore you to take action and be an ally to people of color and minority communities. Please give us the space to define this tragedy for what it is, because those who have experienced hate know exactly what to call it. And once we define it, we ask that you respectfully listen. My heart and commitment to this work is here for the victims, for the families, and we are here for you in solidarity and unity as we face this together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Kang. I'm the Secretary General of the Atlanta Korean American Committee Against Asian Hate. The first generation of Korean Americans formed the committee on March 17th, the next day of the Atlanta shooting. Our mission was to be an active voice in Asian American immigrant community. We questioned why the Asian hate crime rate was increased exponentially across the country during the pandemic. We realized the irrational racial hatred came from the misunderstanding and lack of knowledge that Asian Americans are foreigners. Even my children born and raised here often heard, "Your English is good. Where are you from?" because of their skin color. We learned about the long history of xenophobia, such as the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and the Japanese internment camp during the World War II. When the committee held a community conversation event of why we need to include Asian American history in K-12 curriculum in May 2021. Since then, we have built a coalition with AAPI communities with different ethnicity, Black, Brown, and Hispanic communities to push forward to implement racially, ethnically, and culturally diverse curriculum at public schools. We strongly believe each student should see themselves in social studies and history textbooks they learn from. Asian, Black, Brown, Hispanic, Pacific Islanders, and Native American should not be forgotten within American history. Several organizations and groups have been working to achieve the same goal. The demand comes from students as well. Specifically, Asian Student Alliance has been working on having Asian American Pacific Islander history included in the Gwinnett County Public Schools K-12 curriculum. I am reading the message from a high school student who is a member of the Alliance. A handful steps. This student created lessons would highlight the experience of Asian American students as step on how to spot and avoid making microaggressions in the classroom and allow for AAPI students to feel better supported in the school environment. Make Us Visible Atlanta chapter. The organization comprises parents and educators as well, has been working with 2 school districts, a charter school, and teacher social studies organizations by providing professional development and training. The members also provide the summer professional development sessions for public school teachers. Their next goal is to create a toolkit for parents and other community members to bring honest history into their schools and districts. One member said, "It is important for our communities to hear how we can prevent these atrocious hate crimes in the future.
educating, and changing the mindset of the next generation is necessary for a better future. Gwinnett County is the largest and the most diverse school district in Gwinnett County Public Schools invited me to review instructional resources with other community members in February. During the review meeting, I experienced that teachers from elementary, middle, and high schools had a deep understanding of the importance of the inclusion and equity. We examined not the only contents of the resources against reviewing criteria, but also looked through the pictures, images, and graphics to see if they represent all racial and ethnic groups. Parents, students, educators, and community members are determined to bring comprehensive and inclusive social studies and history curriculum in K-12. We want you to join and make a voice to demand a curriculum that every student can see themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I wanted folks to stand up just a minute, just so you can stand up and shake things out and hold up our signs. Just like a brief minute. When I say break the, you say silence. Break the silence. Break the silence. Break the silence. Break the silence. Thank you. Please take a seat. U.S. Congresswoman Carolyn Bourdeaux represents the 7th Congressional District since 2021. She is a strong ally to our Asian American communities. In fact, she flew back here specifically all the way from Washington, D.C. to attend our rally and the rally tonight at the Korean American Center in Norcross. Her district includes portions of Gwinnett and Forsyth County, and the 2019 demographics show 12% of the population are Asian American. Carolyn Bourdeaux is a fighter for our communities, and I welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. Carolyn Bourdeaux, Congresswoman from Georgia's 7th Congressional District. Thank you to the event organizers for putting together this very special rally. Across our country, Asian American have felt deeply under attack. Leaders use dangerous rhetoric to stir up hatred and harassed because of misinformation and xenophobia around the COVID-19 pandemic. Though of course we know that this harassment and difficulty began well before this. Like so many across our country, I watched in horror last year as the news broke of the murder of 8 innocent people, 6 of whom were women of Asian descent, and victims of this attack included mothers and grandmothers, fathers and sons, teachers and veterans. These lives cannot be restored, leaving pain that cannot be forgotten. Today, we honor their memory. Georgia's 7th district is home to some of the largest Asian American communities in Georgia. And I have been deeply involved in passing legislation that addresses the rise in hate crimes. Last year, I worked with the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus Chair, Representative Judy Chu, and other members of the Georgia delegation to introduce HRES 275, which condemned the horrific shootings that took place here in Atlanta 1 year ago today. I recently co-sponsored a resolution that commemorates the 1 year anniversary of the shooting by condemning the actions of the perpetrator, honoring the victims of this crime, and reaffirming the importance of addressing anti-Asian hate and the federal government's commitment to combating hate, bigotry, and violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. I also co-sponsored and spoke in favor of HR 1843, the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, which passed in both the House and the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support and was signed into law by President Biden. This legislation requires the Attorney General to expedite the review of COVID-19 hate crimes and provides grants to state and local law enforcement agencies to improve the reporting of hate crimes data. Finally, I am a co-sponsor of a resolution that condemns all forms of anti-Asian sentiment as related to COVID-19. As we look ahead, it is my hope that these perpetrators of hate crimes are brought to justice and that these measures reduce the number of hate crimes in our community. The heinous shootings in Georgia were a wake-up call for the public to the reality of the Asian American community and what they are facing each and every day. When one group of Americans is hurting, we are all hurting. Watching my son grow up in our diverse community reminds me that none of us is born with hatred in our hearts. Rather, it is something we are taught. Acts of violence like these demonstrate why we must always call out bigotry and hate whenever or wherever we see it. We must all speak out against it. Let us all work together to break the silence. Thank you.
Georgia State Senator Michelle Au, in 2020, became the first Chinese American woman elected to the Georgia State Senate, and she's currently the only AAPI woman serving in that legislative body. On March 15, 2021, the day before the shooting, Dr. Au, like an oracle, prophetically spoke to the Georgia Senate to address the ongoing violence against Asian Americans exacerbated by the racist response to the pandemic. She said, Asian Americans are part of our country's plurality. Recognize that we need help, we need protection, and we need people in power to stand up for us against hate. Georgia State Senator Michelle Au.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today. On March 16th, a gunman shot and killed 8 people in a barbaric rampage near Atlanta. Their names are Soon Chung Park, Hyun Jung Grant, Sun Cha Kim, Young A. Yu, Xiao Jie Tan, Gao Yo Feng, Delania Yon Gonzalez, and Paul Andre Michaels. Of the 8 lost, 6 were Asian women. Many of us hearing of the news of this mass shooting event were shocked, but some were less surprised than others. Because 1 year and 1 day ago, little more than 24 hours before the shooting took place, as Bonnie noted, I stood in the well of the Senate and talked about the rising phenomenon of violence against the Asian community in this country. On that day, I called these attacks we've been seeing, quote, just another chapter in a very old story. I did not want to be right then, and I wish I had not been right now. After the shootings, the gunman insisted the murders were, quote, not racially motivated, but instead driven by his own, quote, sexual addiction, and that his actions were carried out in an effort to, quote, eliminate the temptation he felt the victims posed to him. Law enforcement officials in Cherokee County were all too happy to parrot this narrative and accept his motivations as stated. The message from the outset, carried by seemingly authoritative voices, was clear. While the shootings may have been directed against women in particular, by the murderer's own assessment, his was an animus not influenced by their race. His motive could be driven by one, but not the other, and certainly not both. As though the victims themselves had a choice of either being seen as Asian or as women, but not as both. As though the fact of being an Asian woman isn't a package deal, a chimerical social tangle where no one aspect can be teased apart from the other. As Asian women, we carry a set of stereotypes where culture, sexuality, intent, and effect is impossible to delineate. We are called China dolls, dragon ladies, geisha girls, lotus blossoms, alternately seen as docilely servile ornaments, or as lascivious temptresses, exotic and fetishized and essentially fungible. Most Asian women have long internalized that to be Asian in this country is to be either invisible or unavoidably objectified and sexualized interaction after interaction, day after day, so much so that the mere suggestion that our Asianness and our femininity could be considered in exclusion is laughable. Based on our most current data, nearly 2/3 of the incidents against AAPI individuals were perpetrated on Asian women. What's more, this data is almost certainly an undercount as it relies on self-reporting from victims or bystanders in a world where the notion that Asian Americans even face discrimination or violence is generally minimized, if not outright dismissed. History has shown us that it is easier to hurt others whom we objectify or see as less than human. We also know the hypersexualization and objectification of women and girls leads them to increased risk of violence. Asian women often find themselves, ourselves, at the nexus of this social psychology. And in examining the events of March 16th and its inciting factors, we cannot turn away from the interplay of racism, sexism, and its deadly effect. This is why the importance of education cannot be overstated. This is why the discussions that we have in the chamber across the street where I sit and work about what we can and cannot discuss in the classrooms matters. Because even when it's uncomfortable, maybe even especially when it is uncomfortable, awareness about race matters. Awareness about sexism and gender matters. Understanding how these things interplay and understanding context matters. Education, above all, is an empathy machine. Education uses the past to shape our future for the better. And only in teaching our children early about different cultures, the varied history of these cultures in the Americas, and the legacy of how otherization and exoticization of these groups has enabled violence all too easily dismissed, not just in the past, but today. And we hope to instill the understanding and perspective necessary to prevent another March 16th. Thank you.
I don't know if y'all can see, but the lineup to my left is just amazing. Now it is my pleasure to call to the stage Julius Thomas, the CEO of the People's Uprising, who has been an ally for the Asian American community. And Julius has created an organization that registers thousands of people to vote, pushed the social justice movement forward, and kept Atlantan millennials civically engaged. And he will have the pleasure of introducing our Atlanta Mayor, Andre Dickens.
My name is Julius Thomas, and I serve as the CEO of the People's Uprising. And Bonnie, what's powerful to me is looking across this room and not just seeing the AAPI community, Isn't that amazing? You see different skin colors, sexual orientations, and backgrounds. For just a second, look for yourself, look around, seriously, look around. We're gonna simulate a Black church. Turn to the neighbor to your left, give them a nice smile. Turn to the neighbor to your right. There we go. This is what community looks like. This is what community feels like. I stand here not only as a Black person who, like the AAPI community, is no stranger to hate crimes, systemic racism, and inequities, but I also stand here as a community member who embodies our mayor's sentiments of drawing circles and not lines. I stand here also as a community member who one great state leader calls One Georgia. I stand here, though, as a community member who is sick and tired of being sick and tired. Aren't you? Y'all can talk back to me. It's a rally, right, Cam? Yeah. Aren't you sick and tired of seeing innocent people being the victims of hate crime? Aren't you sick and tired of senseless gun violence? Aren't you sick and tired of generational poverty going unaddressed? Aren't you sick and tired of voter suppression? And aren't you sick and tired of racism? Well, I'm in the right place. But still, I know the writer Paul was correct when he said suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. Despite being sick and tired, I still have hope. Hope in our ability to evoke institutional change that actually brings liberty and justice for all. I still have hope. That makes me want to do something about it. Do something like exercise my right to vote in May and in November. Actually, in May and October, the early vote. So much hope that it makes me want to get into some good trouble, right, Cam? So let me hear you say the word together. Oh no, let me hear you say it like you mean it. Together. Together. Together, we are the change that we will see. Say it again, together. Together as a community. Say it again, together. Together as Atlanta. Say it again, together. Together as Georgia. Say it one last time, together. Together as the United States of America. Thank you so much for allowing me to stand in solidarity with you all today. God bless you. And at this time, together, I need y'all to get real excited because my favorite mayor is coming up. The 61st mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, Mayor Andre Dickens.
Man, thank you so much, Pastor Julius. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, everybody. I am here today on this somber anniversary, standing in solidarity with the members of Metro Atlanta's Asian community and our allies. 1 year ago today, as we all know and has been said time and time again, Atlanta captured the nation's attention when a lone gunman executed 8 people at 3 different locations across the metro area, essentially affecting not only those families' lives, and I was able to meet a few earlier, but the entire community was affected by those acts of violence. And with that act, at that moment, we no longer were the city that was too busy to hate in that very moment. We were no longer the city too busy to hate. But I'm here today as a reminder that the city of Atlanta rejects hate and racism and sexism in all of its forms. We know that there is still much work that still must be done. Violent attacks on Asian Americans have spiked across this country during the pandemic. In fact, a recent study said that hate crimes aimed at Asians were up 300% in 2021 versus the numbers that were reported in 2020, and the numbers in 2020 were higher than in 2019. So Asian hate has been on the rise, and these hate crimes must end. Data like that is very troubling for all of us.
No one should have to fear for their safety as they go about their daily lives. In Atlanta or anywhere, 5 times. I hope that's charged as a hate crime and that the penalty for him is severe. We may never truly understand or know the root causes of hate and acts of violence like this, but we can all continue. We must all continue to be vigilant against for the fight against racism. And when we can all reject any attempts to dehumanize any group of people. When I became mayor, I did so with a promise to help restore the soul of Atlanta and our sense of community. And that work must continue every single day. And that's why right now I'm gathered here. Joining us is my team members from Welcoming Atlanta, our Office of Immigrant Affairs, our Office of International Affairs, and even our newest office, the Office of Violence Reduction, is here with me today and will remain here to be able to continue to discuss and share ideas as we go forward and as we plan on having future follow-up meetings with the AAPI community and all communities. As we pause to reflect on the lives lost just 1 year ago today, our actions going forward should not only just be in their memory, but in their honor, to be utilized as a catalyst so that we stop this hate and racism and sexism as we go forward throughout all our days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Andre Dickens. Thank you for supporting our Asian American communities. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce really the powerhouses of our Asian American representatives in the Gold Dome. Does Representative Bee Nguyen even need an introduction? She made history when she was elected as the first Asian American Democratic woman to the Georgia General Assembly, and in House District 89, the seat formerly held by Stacey Abrams. She is also the first Vietnamese American elected to the Georgia legislature. She is a leading advocate for voting rights, public education, and criminal justice reform. She successfully advocated for overturning the exact match voter registration law, a law that tremendously disparately impacted Asian Americans and other minorities. She restored the right to vote for the 53,000 Georgians impacted by the policy. Come on up.
I think it's pretty appropriate that today, a year after the brutal and horrific tragedy occurred, that it's raining outside and we've been forced to go indoors and to a space that looks pretty dark. And since then, even though it's been a year, every time I talk about this brutal tragedy, I think about it, the same emotions are elicited. The other day, I read probably one of the most compelling, most nuanced articles on what happened a year ago in Vanity Fair. And the author, Mai Zhang, did a really good job of detailing the history of Asian people living in Georgia, the history of racism in our state, the migration and journeys of the women who were impacted by this tragedy. And I want to read an excerpt from this article. It's entitled Leaving. Before the immigrant becomes an immigrant, before the single act comes to define her, she is preoccupied with what lies ahead. She knows that this leaving will take her away from her home.
But she does not often know that folded in this decision to go away is the decision to potentially never see her family or homeland again. On one side of the scale, she has put the sum of her life thus far. On the other is America, in some vague yet hopeful feeling that life will be better there. And because she has to, or because she wants to, she chooses that one vague and hopeful feeling over everything else. An act that speaks to the vast and violent inequalities that exist in the world. The tragedy that occurred a year ago when 8 people were brutally gunned down by one lone gunman left 6 Asian women dead, and it shook us to our core. And for so many of us, it hit home because the women who were killed could have easily been our grandmothers, our aunties, or our mothers. And these women were exactly that, somebody's grandmother, auntie, mother, sister. They were the human beings, much like my own mother, who made that decision to come to America, who left her family, and who never saw her homeland again. And like our families, they put hope here in America, the place where they could escape poverty, seek economic opportunity, and build families on foreign soil. The American dream. But here's what we also know to be true. The American dream only works for some people and not for others. The tragic shooting and what we have come to know about the lives of the victim, it unveils to our community a counter narrative that we as a society fail to recognize. Asian people are not the model minority. We are isolated, we are lonely, we are invisible, we are vulnerable. Some of us are poor. Some of us speak English with a heavy accent. Some of us make ourselves small. We are the conditions of the inequalities that propelled us to seek refuge in America in the first place. And tragically, for these women, America did not safely harbor them. To die so brutally in the land of the free, to die so tragically at the hands of racism, xenophobia, gender-based violence. That is not the American dream. When I was growing up, my parents said to me, keep your head down, stay out of trouble, make good grades, don't make any waves. They believed that that would keep me safe. What we have learned is that making ourselves smaller does not make ourselves any less Asian, and it does not make us any more safe. We, as a community, we have got to affirm our humanity by never shrinking back, by never turning our backs on the injustices within our community and outside of our community. To my Asian brothers and sisters, this means standing up not just for ourselves. It means standing up for Black lives. It means standing up for undocumented lives. It means standing up for LGBTQ brothers and sisters, for Muslim lives, for Jewish lives, for the lives of the people who suffer at the hands of the same system of oppression. I have promised to use my voice as an Asian woman to tell my Asian community that yes, I am going to be here unequivocally to have the facts of our Asian community. But when this tragedy occurred last year, some of the first people who reached out to me
for our Black Legislative Caucus and the Georgia NAACP. And they said to me, "We have your back. We know too well your pain. We are not in this alone, nor should we allow other communities to be in this alone." So my hope is that we show up for Black lives unequivocally in the same way that my colleagues and my friends did for us. As an Asian woman, I have also defied the stereotypes cast upon me. I reject the premise that I should be passive or submissive. I reject the premise that I should remain silent. I reject the premise that my existence in this world is any less worthy than the existence of others. And yes, I am angry, and I shall remain angry, and I shall embrace that anger until we see the arc of moral justice, not just bend towards justice, but it endures and it sustains. I will continue to honor the lives, the 8 people who were tragically taken away, the 6 Asian women who were grandmothers, mothers, sisters, and human beings. And I will do so unapologetically. And I would be remiss if I did not say to my Asian brothers and sisters that yes, we must rally, we must stand in solidarity, we must protect each other, but we also must wield that sacred, most fundamental right to vote at the ballot box. We are a community who has not used that right in the numbers in which we should have. And we saw that change in 2020 and 2021. We recognize our electoral power. That means we gotta show up and keep showing up, not just when tragedy occurs. And so we're gonna show up for Stacey Abrams and elect her as our next governor, because she will stand with us just as she has been standing with us, and she is here with us today in this moment as we continue to breathe. So I want to close with this. We know that this is not new, the violence against Asian people living in our country. We know that it has not gone away. We know that hate crimes over the last year, 339%, targeting people who look like our grandmothers or who look like me. 40-year-old Asian women. I'm sure the daughter of immigrants, just like me, just trying to exist in a world that doesn't want us to exist. It should not take a tragedy such as this one for us to wake up. This has been ongoing in the history of our country. So we have got, as Asian Americans, we've got to learn our history. Got to learn our history here. We've got to learn the history of our parents and their homeland. Because without learning that, we cannot even begin to understand how we got in this moment where we are standing here today. And when we learn that history, just as I taught myself that history, both the history here in our country and both my parents' history, violence, conflict, trauma, colonialism, we are better equipped to fight for ourselves, and we are better equipped to be allies to other communities who have suffered from the same injustices. Thank you.
Bea brought that serious firepower, didn't she? But we still have a fantastic lineup that's still coming up next. It is my pleasure to introduce my good friend, Georgia State Representative Sam Park, who represents House District 101 in Gwinnett County. I remember when I first walked together with Sam, knocking on doors when he ran for office. And Bea Wynn and Sam Park, being Asian American and representing us at the Georgia Capitol, are the reason that we are here today, to have representation, to have a voice. And look at Sam now. He is currently the chair of the Gwinnett State House delegation and serves as deputy whip for the Georgia House Democratic Caucus. And Sam will have the pleasure of introducing Stacey Abrams. Sam.
Thank you, thank you. So good afternoon. As we gather here to mark the 1-year anniversary of the horrific shooting rampage that took the lives of 8 Georgians, 6 of whom were women of Asian descent, let us recommit ourselves to the hard work that remains to be done to stop AAPI hate, acknowledge the challenges we face today, and recognize the power we have to weather the storm and emerge stronger together. To honor the victims and their family members of this senseless act of violence. 1 year ago, we stood our ground in the face of terror and fear. We stood united against hate and discrimination. Together, we demanded justice for our communities, and together, we moved our nation to take action. Under the leadership of President Biden and Senators Warnock and Ossoff, whom Asian Americans in Georgia helped elect, the bipartisan COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act was signed into law to begin the effort to stem the rising tide of xenophobia and violence toward Asian Americans. Yet much remains to be done as violence driven by fear and hatred continue against our community. We live in difficult and uncertain times. From a pandemic that's claimed the lives of more than 6 million people around the world, which we have been scapegoated for, to economic hardships and socio-political instability that drives the rise of autocracy at home and abroad. We must be clear-eyed about the ongoing dangers we face today and respond not in kind with fear or hate, but with hope and love. As our forebears overcame systemic racism, oppression, and violence because of the color of their skin or their national origin, so too can we. We are resilient and strong. We've inherited the wisdom of those who've weathered previous storms. As those who came before us persevered and thrived despite the challenges they faced, I have hope that we too can do the same. To honor the victims and their family members of this tragedy, may we never lose hope in our capacity to overcome difficult days and continue the hard work of ensuring all of our communities can live free from fear and violence. As Dr. King once said, hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. We must recommit ourselves to standing in solidarity with all who face hatred, discrimination, and violence, to stand united with all who seek to continue the march toward justice and service to one another, to continue the march with the shared desire to bring about the beloved community, where there is justice for all people, where we treat one another as we want to be treated. United in our hope for better days and with love for our fellow neighbor, may we recognize the power we have to bring about the change we need to move our communities and our nation forward. Action is needed. In the words of John Lewis, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. Have the moral courage to get in good and necessary trouble. Change is needed. Again, in the words of the late John Lewis, the most powerful nonviolent change agent we have in a democratic society is the power of the vote, and we must use it. We must use our power at the ballot box to elect good leadership. Leadership that will unite us, not divide us. Leadership that will see us, listen to us, and work with us to protect our families and communities and build a more perfect union to ensure justice for all. So in honor of the victims and their families, stay strong and continue to rise up. Now, it is with my deep honor and privilege to introduce a woman who needs no introduction, a woman who has dedicated her life towards serving others, who has fought tirelessly to protect the right to vote for all, who opened wide the doors of opportunity for myself and countless others. Please welcome the next governor of the state of Georgia, Stacey Abrams.
Thank you so much, Representative Park. When you were my intern, I just called you Sam. Thank you so much for allowing me to join you. And I want to begin by offering my deepest sympathies to the family. I know words are inadequate. We are marking a day of rage and concern. We are here to, let's move this slightly, but I don't think I can touch it. We are here to mark a day of pain, but we know that you lost family members, that you lost loved ones, and words are inadequate to offer comfort, but we certainly ask for God's peace as you continue to heal. I'm here today because there is nowhere else I should be. And I'm not here alone. Last night, I was talking to my parents about my schedule for today. My parents are living with me temporarily. And when I told my father where I would be today, he said, "Can I come with you?" My dad is sitting right there, and I, for a moment, wondered why. I wondered for just an instant why he would want to come, because when my mother heard he was coming, she wanted to join too, but she has an activity with my niece. But it was not a very long moment, because you see, my father grew up the target of racial violence. He grew up in the Jim Crow South, where being Black was enough to justify harm and hatred, to diminish who he was and to deny his humanity. And what happened a year ago today was an echo and a repeat of what has been too long the history of this nation. My father wanted to be here because he knows that the solidarity of which the mayor spoke and Representative Wynn spoke and Representative Park spoke and Senator Owl spoke, that solidarity cannot be given in lip service. It has to be given in action. And if that action is simply showing up, that action counts. This is a nation that has made mistakes, and we atone for our mistakes, but we cannot atone if we don't know what we've done wrong. And as we think about what happened a year ago today, we need to remember that there has only been one time in the United States history that we passed a law saying that a specific nationality and ethnic group was not allowed on our shores, and that was the Chinese Exclusion Act. But what precipitated that was a law that passed a few years before, the Page Act, which specifically said that Chinese women should not be allowed to come to the United States because they may anchor community and build family. Breaking the silence of hatred against Asian women should have started in the 1800s, but by God, it will happen today. I am here because I have been nurtured by a community that we were told we were separate. It started when I was in second grade with my best friend then, Julie Doe, and I know it's dangerous when you start to say my best friend is, but my best friend was a Vietnamese immigrant. I helped her understand English and she helped me understand friendship. She is one of a long line of Asian women who have helped build opportunities for so many of us. And I'm going to get myself in trouble by calling out Lonnie Wong and Stephanie Cho, Aisha Kuma Mahmood. I'm going to call out Helen Kim Ho and those who have done the work day after day after day here in the state of Georgia, making certain that Asian voices are lifted loud and proud. I'm not forgetting you, Sam, but this is about women for this moment. Because you see, I know that in this state, we have the opportunity to show who we are, but it cannot be done through lip service and it cannot happen in hypocrisy. You cannot bemoan the tragic, devastating, grotesque murders of those women and those Georgians and then pass a law that says that anyone who wants a gun can carry it without a permit. You cannot pass criminal carry and then say, but we don't want violence. We cannot say that we believe that these women, that these families deserve protection, and yet we deny them the very health care that can make their lives stronger, protect their children and their families. I'm not going to say expand Medicaid, but you know what I'm thinking. We cannot say that we believe in the unity of our state and the power, the economic power and the social power of Asian Americans in the state. We cannot celebrate with one hand while we take away their voices with the other by drawing Michelle out of power, by taking over the Gwinnett County School Board, by taking over Gwinnett County's ability to create power for a community that has earned the right to be heard. We cannot let hypocrisy be the language of Georgia. I am running because I want there to be one Georgia, but I am here today because I believe we already have one Georgia. We just need to see it. We need to understand that the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander community that has made this state so vibrant and so strong deserves not only our protection, it deserves our partnership. I am here because as a Black woman, I know that I am only as safe as the woman standing next to me. I am here because I know that leadership cannot happen in the shadows and that we have to turn the light on and know who we've been, know who we are, and know what we are capable of being. We are all here today because there are 8 lives that will never know their full promise. We are here today because there was a man who thought that it was okay to snuff out the humanity of another. We are here because we must remember and we must discuss. And as that sign says, we must tell Asian stories because that is the story of Georgia. That is the story of America, and that is the story of our future. So I am here to say thank you for those who have wrapped these families in your love. Thank you for those who have wrapped these communities in your grace. And thank you for those who will lift these communities up, because together we rise and together we will be one Georgia, and together starts today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stacy, for those powerful words, and thank you to our Georgia AAPI caucus. As we lead into a brief intermission, we wanted to invite our audience members to take a look at some of the tables on our left. We have a special art digital project called Show of Hands, specifically designed to be launched during the national Break the Silence rallies. Basically, you would write messages of encouragement on your hands, and we will take a photograph of that to be uploaded to a website called showofhandsproject.org, which is operated by Asians Are Strong. As we take a brief intermission, I also wanted to acknowledge our sponsors, and then we'll take a break for about 10 minutes. The Center for Pan-Asian Community Services, the Asian American Foundation, APA's V Hate, the Atlanta Korean American Committee Against Asian Hate, the Korean American Coalition, Metro Atlanta, the Georgia Asian Pacific American Bar Association, the National Association of Asian American Professionals Atlanta, the People's Uprising, the National Association of Chinese Americans, the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence, Stand with Asian Americans, the Center for Asian Pacific American Women, and the Peaceful Unification Advisory Council. We will reconvene in about 10 minutes, and we will be hearing from the family members of the March 16 victims. So you do not want to miss hearing those family members speak. Thank you.
Hey, thank you everyone for tuning in to the Break the Silence rallies today. This is our live stream. It's happening all day until midnight tonight Eastern, 9 p.m. Pacific. My name is Chris Lynn, and I am one of the producers here for the Break the Silence rally. And joined with me is Brian Pang. How's it going, Brian?
It's going great, Chris. Thank you. So we're just observing an intermission, and the Atlanta rally will be resuming. And
Yeah, I know you.
I have to pop off just to help set up the next segment. Timing can be better.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So if you got to pop off, go ahead, pop off. Yeah, so right now we have heard so far from gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams, Georgia House of Representatives B. Nguyen, House of Representatives Sam Park, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and a number of other community members in Atlanta. This stream will be available for you to rewatch as the day ends. So no worries if you missed it. A lot of powerful speakers, not only within our own API community, but those who are our allies as well. Again, right now we're currently in an intermission in Atlanta, but coming up at 2 o'clock Eastern, we are going to have a live panel with a number of speakers. So stay tuned. We're going to be here all day. and we'll be here.
Hey there, I'm taking a break from writing my academic book, which is making me insane. It always makes me insane when I have a deadline, but we're not going to go there. I wanted to just talk about the two different reports that recently came out about anti-Asian hate. And the data is staggering. One of the reports done by Stop AAPI Hate found, among other things, that there have been almost 11,000 reported hate incidents against Asian Americans. 11,000 in just the past year. So it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Okay. We all knew that, at least within the Asian community, but others, please pay attention, it's getting worse. And a lot of these incidents, most of them against women. And we see that all the time in the news, right? So many Asian women are being attacked out of the blue. And then another report that was done by the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, the Asian American Foundation, and the Korean, I want to get this right, the Korean American Community Foundation. They put together this report that just came out as well. And this report was stunning as well. It was specifically about Asian American women and what they've been going through, what we've been going through, actually. It's 70% of AAPI women's mental health was impacted due to the fear of gender and or race-based discrimination, harassment, and or violence. There's a lot more data that comes with this report, but listen, the reason why I'm talking about this is that how much more information and data and proof do you need to finally admit that there is a huge problem with anti-Asian hate, and it's only growing? And women, AAPI women, are definitely being targeted in violent ways. We have seen that in New York, certainly, with the killings of several women. And then just recently, the attacks on 7 AAPI women in a span of 2 hours in New York. So this just continues to happen. And so the data is there. You can't argue with the data, right? And so this is what the community is trying to do. We're trying to show the public, show the media, and show government officials that there is a huge problem. So some of the recommendations, according to these women's survey, they want politicians and officials to understand what AAPIs are experiencing and the discrimination that goes along with it. And we want more investment in resources to combat anti-Asian hate. So without representation, though, we're not going to get very far. So let's work on it. I cannot believe the story I just read about involving Grace Lee, an activist in New York who was attending a vigil for Christina Yuna Lee, the 35-year-old Korean American woman who was brutally murdered in her apartment over the weekend. Apparently, ABC News with David Muir, a correspondent, went out to do this story and interviewed Grace about what was going on. And when the story aired on World News Tonight, the lower third, that's what you call it, when you see the person's name being interviewed, instead of saying Grace Lee, it said Michelle Go. Michelle Go is the woman who was shoved in front of an oncoming train last month in New York City and killed. That name is what appeared below Grace Lee when she was talking in this story. Now, I've been in this business a long time, so I know exactly how this works. The lower third, also called a CG, is submitted by the reporter who does the story because that person was out there, that person got the information, or it's the producer who is out there, perhaps with the correspondent. Just depends on the situation. So either the reporter or the producer is the one to input this information into the script, which then goes into the system. But there are also other producers and script supervisors and editors who look at the script, look at the information, make sure everything checks out before it goes on the air. So there are several layers of checking that go on before a story actually hits the air, especially at the network level, especially with a program like World News Tonight, their premier newscast. The fact that nobody caught this mistake, the fact that nobody was paying attention, but honestly, this is what really happens, right? We know this. It's an Asian name. It's an Asian woman. Oh, Grace Lee, Michelle Go, Christina Lee, whatever. Let's just put the name up and I'm sure it's fine. Well, guess what? It wasn't fine. Not fine at all. In fact, it's horrifying that this mistake was made, especially at a time when we're all hurting so badly, especially when Asian American women are being attacked and we're so fearful. And now, once again, we're reminded that we are invisibilized, that we're painted with this broad brushstroke of all being the same. So let's not, doesn't really matter if we make a mistake. Yeah, it does. That's a big, big mistake. And I have no more words. I'm stopping. Stop.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. How's it going? Welcome back to the Break the Silence live stream. My name is Chris Lynn. I am one of the producers on the back end. We are currently waiting for the Atlanta rally to resume. But in the meantime, I will bring up one of our upcoming hosts, Cheryl Young. Cheryl, welcome to the live stream. How's it going?
Hi, Chris. Good to be back on StreamYard with you.
I know it's been a while. It's incredible what I'm seeing and hearing from this movement so far. Getting a lot of texts and pings right now from people in the community saying how powerful this is. What have your thoughts been so far? How's this been for you?
Well, we've certainly not been silent today. First of all, and it's I mean, it's incredible what we saw over the year stepping up and speaking out, taking action. Today's just a great example of us coming together and breaking that silence. And I also want to say many of us haven't been silent. I think we're also unheard. and the more of us speaking up, you know, breaking this sort of fog of blurriness of not seeing us and not hearing us, I think the louder we are, the more powerful we'll be, and hopefully just break the silence completely, and people will finally hear, and people who can make change will make change, and end the violence, not just for us, but for everyone. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with you. This is something that we've been, harping on for quite a while now, over 2 years, and I'm glad that we are getting more visibility. Unfortunately, it does seem that we have to get to a certain tipping point and certain amount of pain and violence before we are recognized, which is incredibly unfortunate for those who are dealing with it. Um, but right, what that's the whole reason we're here and we're doing this, right? We're here to uplift the experience of Asian women and acknowledging the complexities of their struggles, demanding change, and celebrating women's strength, right? This is the 1 year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings that massacred 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women. And we're hearing so many people in the community and our allies come together and stand by us, which is incredibly uplifting in and of itself for me personally, because we see that we are not alone, right? And so, as we continue to still see, unfortunately, a lot of this hate and violence continue in 2022, we still have thousands of hate incidents happening, including the deaths of Michelle Go, Christina Lee, Gui and Ma, and we really need to come together to show that this is not unfortunately going away, and we have to keep fighting for this cause.
Yeah.
So for those of you who are tuning in, we do have a whole day planned of rallies, of activities, of events. Right now, if you're just tuning in right now, Atlanta is currently in a brief intermission. Coming up, though, we do have a live panel with quite a few speakers, as well as rallies happening across other rallies happening across the country, including San Francisco, Twin Cities, Houston, New York, Houston. And so we are really excited to have you just stick with us. We're going to be going through this all day today until 9 p.m. Pacific, 12 a.m. Eastern. And it looks like Atlanta is coming up right now. So I'm going to transition it back over to Atlanta.
And before we start, I'm just going to acknowledge again the remaining sponsors for businesses and individuals who have sponsored and supported and made our program possible. Canton House, Evershed Sutherland, Jason Park Law, John Nee, Peachy Corners Cafe, Ramos and Law, the Buckhead Goats Farm and Cam Ashling, the Long Tran Radio Show and Long Tran, the Armin Agency and myself, Bonnie Yoon, YMG Entertainment and Heather Kim. Also, I wanted to just acknowledge we appreciate the love and passion of all of our speakers. This is a nonpartisan event. We wanted to emphasize that again, a nonpartisan event. And the organizers do not endorse the electoral statements of our speakers. Thank you so much. Now comes a very special moment in the program. We are honored to have two of the family members of the March 16 victims bravely join us today. In the past few weeks, really in the past several months, as we approach this anniversary, you can only imagine how triggering it may have been for the families to remember and relive the trauma of last year. However, during this time frame, several family members have resolved with courage to speak publicly about their loved ones, to share their stories and legacies and their hopes for what the future may bring, so that the lives of their mothers, wives, sisters, aunties, and grandmothers were not lost in vain, and that their truth will live on. We will hear in succession from Michael Webb, the former husband of Xiaojie Tan. We will also hear from Robert Peterson, son of Young A.U., who's representing both the Yu and Peterson families. We ask that our audience members and the press approach Robert and Michael with respect during this event. And if they do not wish to grant interviews, please honor their wishes for privacy during this time. Michael.
Distinguished guests, friends, my name is Mike Webb. 1 year ago today, 8 innocent people were hunted down and executed, as many of them pleaded for their lives on what we now know as 316. Xiaojie Tan, my former wife, and the mother of my daughter Jamie, was one of them. Before I agreed to be here today, I asked Jamie. She said, "I want you to speak for us. I just can't do it." So here I am. I'm also here today to break my silence. I was raised in the South in a home in a community where racial bias and hate was prevalent every day. Don't get me wrong, my family were pillars of the community. We were also racists. Chinese people were only referred to as red Chinese. Japanese people were only spoken about in relationship to Pearl Harbor. Vietnamese and Korean people only as a vicious enemy. This was all we knew. This is the way we were programmed to think as children. And we were exposed to nothing else. This excuse is no longer acceptable. I worked in corporate America for decades, where I was exposed to many cultures. When I began traveling to Asia, I encountered something very different than I expected. Always I found kind, gentle, and curious people who welcomed me as their own. More than once, I would meet someone in a restaurant or a store and would be invited to their home for dinner that very evening as the guest of honor. Even though I looked different, I was culturally different, and I could not even speak the same language. Upon returning from China once, I had a conversation with my father. We discussed my travels, and I'll never forget, he said this to me: "Whenever you get on that plane to come home, you leave all of them right where you found them." On another trip to China, I met Xiaojie. We fell in love while adventuring around the continent. We laughed, celebrated, and respected the cultural and language differences between us. We married in China, and I adopted her 10-year-old daughter. If our goal is to end racial bias, hate, and violence, I believe from personal experience, the exposure to other cultures is the key, so I have an idea. Since Asian Americans have been an essential part of our community and our country for over 200 years, wouldn't it be wise to teach Asian American history in our schools? 1 year ago today, I heard about the shootings. I immediately called my daughter, who was already at the hospital. We stayed on the phone together for 5 hours. Each hour, we heard of more and more casualties until we learned that there were 8 dead, and there had only been 1 shooting victim that had survived. We held on to that small thread of hope until finally my daughter was told that her mother was among the dead. Then, of course, we learned that 3 Asian-owned businesses were targeted and 6 innocent people of Asian descent were executed. Remember, I know what it's like to be racially biased. Many of my fellow white Americans have been shaped by similar biases and prejudices, and are either blind to them or unwilling to examine them. This is the insidious danger of racism, of seeing groups of people as others. That bias can so easily turn into hate and bloodshed. Because of this, so many innocent people must live in fear. That is barbaric. Look at what happened in New York 2 days ago. We must do something about this now. My family and I have another idea that may help other families from having to go through what we have gone through. It's a simple idea, really. All we must do is think reasonably as responsible parents, grandparents, and civilized people, and not politically. How about we make it impossible for a 21-year-old kid to ever walk into the nearest gun store and in less than an hour walk out with a semi-automatic weapon? Let's at least require a reasonable waiting period. Now, I'm a gun owner, and I personally do not wish to abolish guns. But there is no reasonable recreational reason for a gun to be so easily purchased. Ultimately, I hope and pray we can cultivate an equitable respect for diversity in our country and end prejudice and fear that terrorizes so many Americans. My family, and many others, have been torn apart by the events of 3/16. How can we even begin to heal when the problem remains ubiquitous in our society? Within my personal pain and grief last year, my eyes have been opened, and I feel an urgent conviction to pledge myself as an ally to the AAPI community in their efforts for equity, justice, and ending Asian hate crimes. Thank you.
And now we welcome Rob Peterson to the stage.
Thank you all for inviting me here today. As stated, I am the proud son of Young Yu. While I'm here to give an opportunity to speak to you today to provide reflection and comfort, I initially felt that it was I who needed a hug and to be comforted. Then the realization became apparent that my family and I are not grieving alone. We are grieving with a larger community, a conglomerate of organizations, a larger nation, and a generation of people are grieving with us. So as I came here, I thought, what would mom want you to know about her? What would mom want me to say? And what would mom want me to take from this moment? First, you would want me to acknowledge that I am proud and unapologetically the son of a Black father and a Korean mother, that I am proud to be Black and Korean. But it is not lost on me of what that means here in America. You see, my mother would want you to know that she was not only my mother, but one of my best friends, my biggest supporter, and even with my imperfections as a son, she found a way to love me through her grace and her mercy. She's always saw the best in me. My mother is the American story. She was a Korean immigrant who married a Black US Army soldier during a time when interracial marriages were less common. They moved to America and tried their best to raise a family of 2 biracial boys. It was here that she became an American citizen, taught herself English, worked different low-wage jobs to make ends meet. Mom would want you to see that she could have been your mother, your neighbor, your sister or friend, and for many of you in the audience today, she could have been you. What would my mother want me to say? She would want to be known for more than just a victim on March 16th. My mom would say that this is a crime of hate against Asian Americans, that it is important to identify her and the other victims as Asian women, as we continue to see an increase in Asian hate across the nation. It is important to call it what it is, a crime racially motivated. She would also want you to understand that her race and her gender are inextricably linked, that the intersectional nature of her existence is what shaped her interactions with others and how others perceived her to be. My mother was an Asian woman who was targeted for who she was, for occupying a particular space by someone she didn't know. What would my mother want us to take from this moment? My mother would want you to care. She would want you to be concerned. She would want the community to be supported and included. And so as we stand together in this shared responsibility against hate, it sends a message that this is unacceptable. It cannot be tolerated. And this type of violence tears at the fabric of who we are. She would want us to not only fight for her and the other victims, but fight for our collective values, for the safety of our communities and our family. You see, sometimes racism doesn't come with the perpetrator spewing epithets. It doesn't always come documented in manifestos or videos, but racism can be messy. And for many of us here today, we know that race is real and its consequences. And that is what I realized, that in this shared responsibility also comes communal and collective pain, grief, frustration, and anger, that this is an experience we are facing together. She would ask that we do speak up and break the silence to be heard, to be visible, respected, and represented in all aspects of our lives, to support leaders that not only say they stand with us, but those whose actions demonstrate that they see us, invest in us, support us, and recognize us. We are grieving together as a community. So let's continue to stand together as a community so that they hear us when we cry, show us mercy when we are in need, and appreciate us for the totality of who we are and the contributions that we add to this great American story. If my mother was here today, she would just want me to say, Kamsamnida. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and Robert, for speaking up and speaking out today. And now I call back to the stage Victoria Nguyen, Vice President of the Center for Pan-Asian Community Services, and also a commissioner on the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Pacific, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, who will introduce our next speakers who came all the way from Washington, D.C.
First, I just want to thank you, Mr. Webb, Mr. Peterson, for taking the time today and share our condolences on this really hard day for the families. A few days after March 16th, the President and the Vice President of the United States came down to Atlanta to meet with the community and legislators to share in our grief, our mourning, and also to listen to the challenges and the needs of our AAPI community. And we're so grateful to have two representatives, one from the White House Initiative, the White House, and the White House Initiative on Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community to join us here in Atlanta from Washington, D.C. First, we have Erica Moritsugu presenting a statement from the President of the United States, President Biden, and a message from the Vice President Harris. And shortly after, we'll have Ms. Crystal Tai, Executive Director of the White House Initiative, and President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. We thank you for joining us, and we're also appreciative of the attention on the federal and national level. Thank you again for joining us here, and we'll invite Ms. Erica and Ms. Crystal to join us on the stage.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Today marks the painful anniversary of the day when members of our Asian American community were murdered. Lives tragically taken by hate and racism and misogyny. To the families of victims, including those who join us today, Michael Webb, Robert Patterson, I'm grateful for the opportunity to honor the memories of your loved ones and the beautiful lives they led. 8 lives were cut short 1 year ago today. The devastating reverberations for your families in this community and across our nation continue to this day and cannot be wiped away by time alone. And coming together today is proof of the strength and power of family the strength and power of community. And I'm humbled to stand in somber solidarity with community members and leaders and allies. This is a part of our fight against the scourge of hate and racism and misogyny, and I'm honored to share this space with you. With great humility that I will now deliver a statement on behalf of the President of the United States. One year ago today, 8 people, 6 of them women of Asian descent, were tragically killed by gunmen who attacked 3 Asian-run businesses. These horrific murders shook communities across America and underscored how far we have to go in this country to fight racism, misogyny, and all forms of hate, and the epidemic of gun violence that enables these extremists. In the aftermath of these senseless deaths, the Vice President and I traveled to Atlanta to meet with leaders of the Asian American community. We heard about the terror and anguish that too many Asian Americans have felt since the beginning of COVID-19, when anti-Asian xenophobia, harassment, and violence skyrocketed to alarming levels. Grandparents afraid to leave their homes, small business owners targeted and gunned down, family living in fear for their lives just walking down the street in America. It was a stark reminder that anti-Asian violence and discrimination have deep roots in our nation, with Asian American women experiencing the compounded harms of being targeted on account of their race as well as their gender. Today, we honor the victims, their families, and the Atlanta community that has shown extraordinary resilience in the face of tragedy. Well, nothing we can do can bring the victims back. Their loss has compelled us to reckon with our nation's long legacy of anti-Asian sentiment and gender-based violence, and to recommit ourselves to delivering the full measure of justice, safety, and dignity the Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander community and all communities deserve. I was proud to sign the bipartisan COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act into law last May, which dedicated new tools and resources across government and law enforcement to help prevent, track, and respond to acts of hate, along with new Department of Justice grants and other measures to enhance community engagement, empowerment, and education. This tragedy is also yet another reminder of the gun violence epidemic. My administration has taken more consecutive action to reduce gun violence than any other administration in its first year. But there is more to do, and Congress must act. On this somber anniversary, my administration remains fully committed to advancing safety, inclusion, and belonging for all Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, especially the women and girls who disproportionately bear the burdens of hate, and to reducing the gun violence that terrorizes our community. Together, we must build a future where no one fears violence. This is signed, Joe Biden. Now my honor to present a message from the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. 1 year ago, our nation endured a heinous act of violence, an act born of racism, sexism, and hate. Today, as a nation, we bear witness to the intolerance that still exists and has sadly long existed in our society. In particular, we bear witness to the increase in violence and discrimination in the past few years against Asian American women. We recommit to doing all we can to ensure all Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander individuals and communities are safe from violence, discrimination, and fear. 1 year ago, 8 members of this community were taken too soon. They were friends, siblings, parents. They were each deeply loved, and they are each profoundly missed. Our nation mourns their loss. Their family and loved ones are in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the Executive Director of the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, as well as the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, I am honored to join you today alongside my esteemed colleague, Erica Moritsugu, to remember the lives of the lives that were senselessly taken from us 1 year ago today. On behalf of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra and U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, who serve as the co-chairs of the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, I want to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims, including Mr. Peterson and Mr. Webb, who courageously shared their stories with us today. Amid the alarming surge in anti-Asian hate and violence targeting Asian Americans throughout the pandemic, these horrific murders 1 year ago today shook our community to its very core. And overnight, Atlanta's tragedy became a nation's tragedy. It propelled the Asian American community into the spotlight and brought visibility to the pain and fear that so many Asian Americans were facing, feelings that were heightened throughout the pandemic due to misinformation, stigma, and racist rhetoric, equating our communities with the virus. In fact, throughout the pandemic, many Asian Americans reported being scared to leave their homes, not because they were afraid of contracting, but because they were afraid they would become another hate crime statistic. No one should be forced to feel that way. It's unacceptable. And it's why President Biden and Vice President Harris have forcefully condemned acts of anti-Asian bias and violence and taken the concrete steps that Erica outlined in her address today. This includes establishing the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, and the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, which are both charged with coordinating a whole of government response to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for our communities, including efforts to address and combat incidents of anti-Asian hate. So as we mark the 1 year anniversary of the Atlanta shootings, let us honor the victims and recommit ourselves to working together to root out bigotry, protect our communities, and to fight back against racism, misogyny, and hate. The tremendous strength and resilience and power of the families and the community represented here today serves as an inspiration to our nation that even in the midst of unspeakable tragedy, our community will rise and emerge stronger than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you to President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris for their statements and the White House Initiative for joining us today in solidarity. And now we have from the Gold Dome a representative from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. Sebastian Barron is the Metro Atlanta representative of the governor's office. In March 2020, Governor Kemp made history by appointing Justice Carla Wong McMillan to the Georgia Supreme Court, our state's first Asian American state Supreme Court justice. Last year, in the aftermath of the shooting, Governor Kemp was vocal and visible in his support of the victims' families, stating, "Our entire family is praying for the victims of these horrific acts of violence, and we deeply appreciate the quick apprehension of a suspect in coordination with local and federal law enforcement." Mr. Barron.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to just thank Mr. Webb and Mr. Peterson for their strength and their courage to share the story of their loved ones with us during this hard time, and we just appreciate that from them. First thing I'd like to say is, from this day, I'd like us all to take something from us that we can carry in our day-to-day lives. That thing being, what can we do to change hate in our communities and in our state? Think about where hatred starts and the root of it. Most of it is rooted in stereotypes and ignorance. Those things are spread starting primarily from childhood. So you think about in your day-to-day life, what can I do to decrease the chances of hatred going into the next generation? You can start by not stereotyping. other people other than ourselves. Not being afraid of things we don't know. When you hear someone using a racial slur towards anybody, correcting them and letting them know that it's not okay. When you have someone trying to put a racial group into a box based on common career fields or things they think about that group, correct them and let them know that's not okay. Because tragedies that, like what happened a year ago, don't just start based off that day. They start off of a culture that has been accepted that needs to stop going into the next generation. Now I would like to read remarks from Governor Kemp. Thank you for this opportunity to address you on this solemn occasion as we gather to mark this anniversary of a tragic event that scarred our community. Our commitment to ensure a just outcome for the victims and their family remains. These terrible crimes have no place in Georgia. Equally as important, I want to reiterate that every Georgian deserves to be safe, secure in our state. As friends, coworkers, family, and valued members of the community, these individuals should not live in fear. Our family remains heartbroken by the horrendous actions from 1 year ago today, and our prayers continue to go out to those affected by these tragedies. Signed, Governor Brian P. Kemp. I just thank you for your time, and as a representative of the governor, I want to stay connected with these issues going on as an extension of the governor's office, and anybody who just want to share things with events that's going on, things you want to bring attention to the governor's office, things that you may feel like might be overlooked. You can lose me as that liaison to connect on those issues. And I just thank you for giving me these times, and thank you to the family again for being a part of this today.
Coming up to the stage now is Sheetal Desai. Sheetal is a good friend of mine. We both serve on the board of the Georgia Asian Pacific American Bar Association leadership, and she is the Southeast Regional President of the U.S. Pan Asian American Chamber of Commerce, US PAC, and she's an accomplished attorney in her own right. Sheetal Desai.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. First and foremost, I'd like to give my condolences to the families of the victims and offer them a prayer for peace in their lives. I wear several hats, such as the president of the U.S. Pan Asian Chamber of Commerce. I also represent the largest Hindu association in the country, the AAPS. I'm also a small business owner. I'm an attorney, but I'm here today to talk to you more as a mother, a wife, a daughter, and a friend. While I grieve for the families and the victims of this tragic event, I'm optimistic, not blindly optimistic. As you've heard today, all the local individuals, local organizations, state organizations, the federal government, there is so much activity that has started because of these lives. The work that is done is just starting. And as you can see, it's going to take all of us, step by step, talking to our neighbors, speaking to our children, talking to their friends, talking at our churches, our temples, our synagogues, but to spread the message that we are one and we are working on this together, to speak up, to educate, and join together. So now is the time to celebrate the meaningful lives of the 8 people that lost their lives 1 year ago today, to make sure that their legacy lives on, and to make sure their lives were not lost in vain. We are a resilient community, all of us. We don't have time for hate in this space. In the words of my spiritual guru, from Swami Maharaj, who is actually we are celebrating his 100th anniversary this year, his quote is, "In the joy of others lies our own." It's a very simple saying, but it is so profound. If we can just appreciate one another for who we are, what we do, our uniqueness, our contributions to our community, hate would automatically be diminished. This momentum that has been started needs to be continued. And it is people like all of you sitting here today, the organizations that have spoken before me, the government officials that have spoken before me, that will help continue this torch. Instead of hate, we must propagate love. Instead of dividing, we need to come together. And instead of judging, we need to understand one another. We sit here in the city of Martin Luther King. And what better parting thoughts to give to you all today than a quote that I really love. That we have before us the glorious opportunity to inject a new dimension of love into the veins of our conversation. So with that, I thank you again for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate all of you and every effort that has been made to further our community, to teach others about ourselves, and to become more active so that these lives are not lost in vain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheetal. We are honored today to have representatives from our Georgia U.S. Senators, John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock. Although they were not able to attend our rally in person today, as they are participating in critical voting matters in Washington, D.C. Both of them have recorded individual video messages specifically to play for our rally today on March 16th. These videos may be viewed on the national live stream on the AsianJusticeMovement.org website. Representing John Ossoff is his state director, Chandra Harris, and representing Senator Raphael Warnock's office is his outreach director, Martha Ravello Wynn. Ladies.
Good afternoon. While Senator Ossoff could not be here today, we wanted myself and my colleague David Jones to bring remarks on his behalf. 1 year ago today, 8 Georgians were murdered in an act of brutality and violence that devastated families and communities, shook our state, and shocked our nation. 3 Asian-owned businesses were targeted, and 6 of the 8 victims were Asian women. This was an attack on innocent human beings and an attack on an entire community. Today, above all, we honor and remember those who lost their lives. We mourn them alongside their families, whom we lift up with love, care, and compassion. And all of us, no matter our race, faith, or origin, stand steadfastly with the Asian American community across Georgia in mutual defense and united against bigotry and hatred. We are all of us human beings, and united we grieve alongside the loved ones, colleagues, friends, and neighbors of those who were killed. We must build a state, a nation, and a world where no one lives in fear because of who we are or where we or our families come from. A state, a nation, and a world built on love, for trust, and our fellow human beings. Let us continue to build that world in honor of those we grieve and remember today. Thank you.
On behalf of Senator Warnock, my colleague Andrew and myself will read an excerpt from the letter. Exactly 1 year ago today, our community suffered immense pain from the loss of members of our beloved community. It is tragic that we experience this kind of violence yet again.
Matthew 5:4 says, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted." During times of tragedy, humanity calls for us to move with a sense of urgency to heal what is broken, shed light into darkness, and save the very soul of our community. Moments like this, we have to bind together to create a safer world for all of us. Dr. King, the greatest son of our state, said that we're tied in a single garment of destiny, meaning what affects one directly affects us all. Senator Warnock regrets that he could not join today in person, but in addition to the personally crafted video along with Senator Ossoff that was created, you can also check the senator's Twitter account. The senator did speak to this tragedy directly from the well of the Senate today, and that video is online currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call up to the stage a man who really knows how to fire up a crowd, Georgia State Senator Sheikh Rahman. Sheikh made history as the first immigrant and the first Asian American to serve in the Georgia State Senate, even before Senator Michelle Au. He is also the first Muslim and first Bangladeshi American Georgia legislator. Elected in 2018, he represents the 5th Senate District in the heart of Gwinnett, Georgia's most diverse county. He is chairman of the Gwinnett Senate delegation. And let me tell you, he is the man. Come on up, Sheikh.
Thank you for the great introduction. The good thing is all the hardcore AAPI is here. A lot of people left, so that's okay. You know, we're in a session right now, but I know you have heard everything that you needed to hear today. My deepest condolences to the family and the victims. But you know what? I just want you to know the fight is not over. Today, one day we can come together and sympathize and fellowship, but we gotta keep fighting every single day. I just want you to know one thing. You are fighting outside on the street, in every corner of the community, but we are fighting inside the state capitol. Hate has no place in Georgia. Hate has no place in this country. And I'm in this fight for a long, long time. Long time. This fight is not over. We're gonna continue. API comes in all different looks. People sometimes look at me, oh, you are an Indian or Bangladeshi or Pakistan, whatever it is. Asian looks, we speak all different languages. We come from wide variety of, different countries, but we gotta work together. We have to stick together, and there's no other option. If we stand together, we can beat, we can win. We're not gonna go out. We're not gonna stop what we're doing. We're gonna keep fighting until we have our full rights. Even though we get elected some API, we probably have more elected API in the state of Georgia in terms of percentage, but still we can pass a lot of bill. We can do a lot of stuff. But thing is, we're gonna keep fighting. We're gonna keep fighting. Hopefully someday, we'll end this violence and hate in this country. And we're not gonna go nowhere. This is our country. We may have come from different places. We may speak different languages. We may look a little different, but we are proud American. This is our country, and we're gonna exercise our right. We're not gonna stop. Nobody's gonna silence us. Thank you very much. Keep up the good fight. Appreciate it.
And now I call up a trio of powerhouse AAPI community activists who were instrumental in helping organize our rally. Long Tran introduced President Joe Biden at a Gwinnett rally in 2021. And he's the owner of Peachy Corners Cafe and has a reputation of answering neighbors' calls to replace tires on highways. That's the kind of guy Long is. He also helps bring flights of boba teas to all of our gatherings, always for free. And he recently became host of his own radio show, The Long Tran Show on Vietnamese radio. Also, I would be remiss not to call up Cam Ashling, a good troublemaker who's become an AAPI political powerhouse, both on state and federal levels. And she served to canvass get out the vote, and make sure AAPIs have a true voice in elected office. She's also an entrepreneur and animal lover. So if you know her, she owns the Buckhead Goats Farmhouse, very popular. Finally, the man, Chris Chan, my fellow board member and also past president of the Georgia Asian Pacific American Bar Association. And Chris and I and this team really have been working tirelessly to make this rally happen. Come on up, guys.
All right, make this brief. My name is Long Tran, a business owner. A year ago when this happened, I got a call and interview on TV right away. And they asked me if I was going to close my doors. I said, no. Yes, I sent my wife home and our staff home, but I wasn't closing our doors. And I called out to the business community to also not close their doors, not give in to the fear. And today I'm asking the business community to not just simply rise up. I know that you're afraid that you're gonna rock the boat, but you won't be rocking the boat. The business community must steady the boat so that our women can have their voice, break the silence, and lead us to end the hate and violence towards us. So I'm asking all of the business organizations out there to join me in stepping forward and supporting people like CAM and events like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Long. You know, so I want to speak to the people who are not here in this room, because I know you all here are very aware. You're going to get out there and uplift our community. But I want to speak to the people who are at home who may not be at a rally today. You guys, what will it take to get you motivated to take action? Okay. How many more lives do we have to lose? How many headlines of grandmas being stumped 125 times needs to happen before you care? I want you all to pick up the phone, call your legislators, go volunteer, organize a community rally, join a lawsuit to be a witness to somebody, being hurt, report a crime, learn something different, get out of your comfort zone, talk to your Jewish neighbor, talk to your Latino neighbors, get out of your community too, because sometimes Asian Americans stay in our own little vacuum. And this can't be a vacuum. And we cannot just speak to ourselves and tell each other, oh, we're suffering, we're victims. No, we have to actually go out there to mainstream, where people are saying, oh, it's just a crazy guy with a mental issue. He was just having a bad day, okay? This is all unacceptable to me, and I want us all to recognize that the power for change rests with you. Each one of you can do tremendous, impactful, powerful things to affect this change we need in our community. So I empower you all to think about where you are in your life, what can you do? I don't care if it's small or big, because we all didn't become a giant explosion overnight, right? I was just volunteering in a nonprofit world, and step by step, day by day, year by year, I found my voice, and you can too. So thank you all for listening to me and being part of the solution. Silence is not acceptable. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian. My pronouns are he, him. I work as a product director for a prominent games company, and I'm also a volunteer for Stand with Asian Americans and a co-producer for today's online program and virtual live stream. So we're just wrapping up an incredible rally in Atlanta, led by the Atlanta Justice Rally Coalition, to start our day of rallies and online program. We heard from Michael Webb, Robert Peterson, the family members of last year's horrific shooting victims, Rep. Stacey Abrams, Senator O, Mayor Dickens, Rep. Nguyen, Rep. Park, Erica Maritzagu, Crystal Ka'ai, Governor Kemp, Senators Raman, Lopez, and Lim, and others. And acknowledging the strength of the families Michael Webb, Robert Peterson, and all the speakers. I'm now very excited to introduce the next segment. a panel featuring incredible and legendary women leaders in society and activism. This panel is organized by the equally incredible Stand With Asians organization and will be moderated by Michelle Tran, the co-founder and co-president of Soar Over Hate. I now yield the stage to Michelle.
He's introducing us now.
Okay, also I forgot to say, maybe when we're not speaking, if we could mute ourselves just in case, that would be great. Hi, everyone. I'm very thrilled to welcome you all to the Asian Justice Movement Coalition's Asian American Pacific Islander Women's Panel. My name is Michelle Tran, and I'll be the moderator of the panel today. I'm co-president and co-founder of the New York City grassroots organization Soar Over Hate, which I launched last year, actually in light of the tragic incident of which today's the anniversary of Atlanta spa shootings, to better support the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Soar Over Hate provides personal safety devices to Asian Americans. We've given out 25,000 across the country, and therapy and scholarships to Asians as well. So if you're interested in learning about our work, you could find us on our website, soaroverhate.org. Without further ado, I'm really excited to share the space today with an incredible, powerful group of Asian American Pacific Islander women. We have 7 panelists today, and so in order to make sure that everyone's voices are going to be heard, I'm going to go through each individually and have them share their thoughts about being an Asian American woman at this time, a year out from the Atlanta spa tragedy, and share their perspectives on how we could better support our Asian American Pacific Islander women and femmes. So first off, I'd like to introduce Angel Yang. She's a Hmong American woman and co-founder of Asian Creatives and Entrepreneurs, abbreviation of ACE. She sits on the leadership team for Asian Leaders Alliance and is the co-founder of Golden Specs, an eyewear brand. So Angel, would love to hear your thoughts about what I posed earlier.
Yeah, this was a question that I had to really think about how it's affected me or just where I am at. I can definitely tell you that after the shooting, I was deeply hurt, saddened, and just overall like grieving with the rest of us. What did not help was that the weekend after that, in my own community, there was a domestic violence case, in multiple cases actually in the Midwest and in the West Coast, where my own Hmong sisters were basically murdered. And so that was just like piling up on top of me. And I realized, what is it that I can do to really educate the people that are closest to me? And what I had done was hosted a small workshop, because in the Hmong community, we're very close and tight knit. So I hosted a little workshop for the clan that I belong to, and we have 18 different clans, and you're identified by your last name. And even within those clans, there are sub-clans. So within that sub-clan, hosted a workshop for the family to just really talk about domestic violence, to really make them aware that Asian women are being targeted. Hey, look, your sister, your daughter, your wife are also targeted. What are you doing about it? Right? And in that conversation, I was able to identify that it's not that men didn't want to help, they didn't know how to help, right? And not just men, also women. There are situations in which we tend to be our worst enemies and critics, right? And so instead of trying to tackle the media or external communities, I took it upon myself to really educate and inform and try to take a neutral stance on just simply educating on some of the issues that we had at hand in my own personal community, and hoping that within that, we can then transcend to other communities and educate them that we are not alone in this. We also have other Asian sisters who are hurting, who are being targeted. When we are traveling alone, we're always looking out for one another. I can definitely tell you again that just within my own close group friends and family members, I'm constantly checking in on them like, hey, do you have your pepper spray? Do you have, things to protect you? Please don't walk out at night. I feel like my mother now, every time she'd call me when I was living in New York or in a big city, like, how could you leave the nest? We're always worried about you. And I'm like, now I know how that feels. I really do know how that feels. And I never thought that, I never really thought about it. And the same goes to my parents and any senior citizen who is Asian or Pacific Islander living anywhere, quite honestly. That's also a big scare. So I'll leave it at that and allow someone else to answer.
Thank you so much for sharing your lived realities. I think a lot of us on this panel can relate. Next up, just going in alphabetical order, wanted to introduce Dia Basu-Sen. She's the executive director of SEPNA NYC, a community-based organization that focuses on the health and empowerment of South Asian immigrant women and families in New York City. Really happy to have Dia here with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I think kind of how I'm feeling as an Asian woman is complicated and changes very much based on kind of the moment I'm in. I think being in this space with all of you, I think I feel hopeful, right? I think there's so much great work going on. There's so many people fighting for our communities, from our communities. And it's amazing to see all the women here who've been doing amazing work in all these different spaces and sectors. But I think at the same time, right, there's moments of anger that not enough is being done, or that the brunt of what needs to be done is falling on our community's shoulders instead of others picking up kind of the burden as well and sharing that burden. I think there's fear as well. I think we talked a little bit about safety, some of us earlier, and just not feeling the same safety that we used to. And I think that's a reality for a lot of the community we serve as well. And I think about when we talk about supporting our community, it's supporting individuals and creating kind of specific solutions that will work for all, right? Like some of the things we talked about is, like I can take an Uber or I can drive or I can do that. But the reality is for a lot of the community members we serve, they can't afford to take an Uber if they're afraid, or they have to work a late night shift and close the store and go home. And so how do we make those people feel safe? And how do we not just make them feel safe, but how do we actually make them be safe, right? It shouldn't just be what you feel. It should be that you actually are safe walking in your community and working in your community, and not just creating more police or hate crimes task force and things like that, but actually creating solutions that are grounded in the realities of our communities, and creating also, mental health services, creating support groups, and creating spaces for our women to kind of get the support they need, whether they have been victims of anti-Asian hate or whether just the anxiety of kind of existing in the space is too much. And I think there isn't enough funding, there isn't enough support for those kind of programs.
Thank you. That was really well put. There are so many things that need to be done, and making people feel safe and making women safer. There's so much more, and I really appreciate the efforts that you all are doing, and I think that we can all learn from each other today in this panel. So next, I want to introduce Jane Yu. Jane Yu is the co-founder of UNS, an event planning business, and also the director of Tide Film Festival 2021. It's a film festival that supports filmmakers of color, especially those from underrepresented communities.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm really grateful and humbled to be here, to be a part of this amazing group of women. And I was thinking a lot about how to answer this question, and I just feel like Angel and Dia, shared their experiences, and complicated is definitely a really good word to describe it. And to be honest, I moved back to LA from New York during the pandemic, just for financial reasons. And I was starting my business. Of course, that was really hard hit. And in the beginning, I just felt super isolated. I am right now living with my parents and my husband, and it's been really great to be with family. But a lot of, as I'm sure a lot of people experience, just a lot of hard conversations around politics, around all the happenings with Black Lives Matter, and then all of the violence happening against our community. Me personally, I was internalizing a lot of it, and I really didn't know what to do with it. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm still educating myself, being in spaces like this and just learning from everyone who's doing the work. And I was sort of spiraling for a little bit, trying to figure out which organization I should support or how I can do my work. And the answer was right in front of me. I was already a member of the staff for Tide Film Festival. And for me, the systemic issues that we face, it's really challenging to think about and for me to digest on a macro level. And I think Tide Film Festival is doing work in a really grassroots way. We're obviously, of course, always raising money so we can provide resources and connect filmmakers of color. And I think we were talking a little bit about this in this group is, filmmakers of color or anyone trying to tell their story shouldn't have their experiences minimized. And everyone should be able to tell their own story without it being filtered through, the different filters of Hollywood or the industry or anyone else. And I'm really grateful to be a part of that project. And I was a director last year, and I'm still part of the team this year. And I really hope that we can all work together and perhaps collaborate in this group of women. And and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for sharing. Really looking forward to Tide Festival 2022. And thanks for sharing that with the world with this platform. Next, want to introduce Shayna Bhattacharya. She is the Director of Development at Saki, New York City, which is a gender justice advocacy organization for South Asian women. She's a native New Yorker, a social justice advocate, and feminist.
Hi, Michelle. Thanks. I'm super excited to be on this panel. In regards to how I'm feeling about this whole thing, it's a lot. Where do I start? I feel proud. Like I think Asian American women are doing a lot of things, and I don't know one that's not, working to make a difference or working to make themselves better. But I guess I also feel like angry and tired, because if like safety is something that if you have it, like you take it for granted. And so if you don't, you don't really think about it. So explaining and having to prove your experience, it's exhausting, and raising awareness is essentially that.
100% agree with everything that you said. Just a mix of anger and processing the grief and emotions. I remember feeling this exact confluence of feelings last year at this time when I heard the news. And unfortunately, with the recent events, the past few months and deaths of Asian American women in New York City, it's all come flooding back for me. So thank you for sharing, Shayna. Next, we'd love to hear from Shivana Jorawar. She is a queer first-generation Guyanese American and intersectional feminist, and she's a founding member of Jahaji Sisters with 10 years of experience as a policy advocate, organizer, and storyteller.
Thanks so much, Michelle. And I just feel really honored to be sharing this space with all of you. I feel like this is a sacred space that we are holding right now. And today is a sacred day. And I'm really feeling all of the emotion and hurt and pain that's running through each of you and through thousands, if not more, women in this country and around the world. In recognition of this day. And one of the things that's feeling very heavy for me is the amount of healing that we need to do and the amount of healing that needs to be invested in right now. So at Jahaji Sisters, one of the main ways that we do our work is through really paying attention to the trauma that we are holding and caring for it, attending to it. And I think too often that becomes the last thing that we attend to, right? Especially as activists, movement organizations that are always moving, that are always on the go, that are always trying to get something done. And I also feel that that is a very Asian American way of being, right? And I'll just at least speak for myself and my family, always trying to accomplish and get something done, but we need to pause and take care of ourselves because we are the vessels through which this work happens. And if we are not well, nothing else is going to be well. We cannot pour from an empty cup, right? And I really feel like, you know, we as a people, as diverse peoples, have experienced so much trauma ancestrally. So not only in our own lives, but in our parents' lives, in our grandparents, and then before them, and it passes down. And one of the things that we often refer back to at Jahaji Sisters is the trauma of our women ancestors who were taken as indentured laborers from the South Asian subcontinent to sugar plantations in the Caribbean. So Indian labor replaced African slave labor on the sugar plantations when slavery was outlawed. And during the migrations, in the beginning, there were only one woman for every 10 men. So what that meant was not only were they experiencing the trauma of being indentured labor, right, of going into this another form of slavery, seeing their family and you know, allies on the ships die in the long voyage, but also now they're outnumbered and they're being sexually assaulted and maimed and slaughtered, truly, in really horrific ways. And the way that violence against women shows up in our community continues to be impacted by that history. And the numbers, I think, Angel, you were sharing about the violence against Hmong sisters earlier. And I feel like it's really similar in the Indo-Caribbean community where the way that it looks is just so gruesome. And so whenever, you know, we hear stories of and sit with the stories of women of color who have been killed, it feels very heavy for us. So I'm feeling all of that. And one of the things that I've been thinking about too a lot is how are we really capitalizing on this moment to build bridges with other communities of color, and not just communities of color, but other types of people who have been dealing with this. And sometimes they're ourselves, right? So I'm thinking about queer people, sex workers, immigrants, the Muslim and Arab communities, right? Black folks who have been thinking about how do we keep ourselves safe in community-driven ways for a really, really long time. And how do we drive resources towards tables that are talking about that and really building solutions that are going to work for all of us. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but I think we need to use this time right now to iterate and to be in conversation. And you know, my organization is one that has taken a stance on abolition. We're a survivor-run and led organization. You know, all of us in the organization have been touched by violence, by crime in some way. And we believe that, while the carceral system is what we have to work with right now, we want to build something new, because we don't have to want to worry about children being taken from their families because of ACS. We don't want to have to worry about deportation. We don't want to have to worry about surveillance of our communities, right? And we also know that the NYPD, the second highest form of police misconduct is sexual assault of people taken into their custody. And police have very high rates of domestic violence in their own families. So we want to create new mechanisms that are really, by us and for us. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. That was very beautifully put, and thanks for sharing what Jahaji Sisters does, the Indo-Caribbean experience, and your thoughts about, leaving space for us to deal with the racial trauma that we're individually experiencing as a community, and the importance of intersectionality in our work. Thank you for that. Next, I'd love to introduce Summer or Yani Lee. She's a co-founder of Philly Tribe, females founder group that focuses on bridging together female leaders. She's also the founder of Nuwa Marketing, which is a content marketing agency between the US and China.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michelle. So I feel very humbled to join all of the amazing ladies for this great panel. And I echo with all of the ladies who shared their feelings. I do feel angry, I do feel upset, I feel very heavy. And at the same time, I also feel very hopeful, and I have faith. And in terms of feelings, I really want to provide some actionable items for people who are watching, because how we feel is the first step, right? This is the most important thing. If we feel good, we feel safe, we feel confident, then we can protect ourselves and break the silence. So throughout my company, Philly Tribe, I work with amazing female leaders, and a lot of us actually represent diversity and inclusion. So through the past 3 years, what I have learned from my exec team, my co-founder, my COO, and also our members, is we want to help companies create a safe culture. Because when I work with leaders, we spend time really on two things. One, professional life. Second, personal life, right? So if we can help our company create a healthy and safe culture, and then all of us, at least half of your time, are protected. So we would recommend all of the company executive teams to check in with your talents and your team members. How do they feel? For example, this is 1 year anniversary for Atlanta spa shootings, the tragedy. So feel free to check in with your team. Like, do they feel upset? Do they feel okay? If they don't feel okay, please create a space for them to take the day off and let them process. And second is really to address the stereotypes and microaggressions that are happening at work, right? So if your team can help address and prevent those things happen, and then we already made progress. And the third for workplace is really, it's systemic. So we need to make sure we create opportunities for Asian to step up as to give them board seats. So once our voices are heard, our opinions are represented, and then we can create a better and safe place for work. And that's for work life. And second, I want to specifically share my opinions about the high-risk industries like nail salons and spas, because Asian, we do own a very good proportional percentage of the service industry. And when it comes to spa and nail salons, a lot of workers own talents, Asian females. So I want to provide a few insights that I have learned from my friends who actually own spas and nail salons. So a few tangible tips. Please provide the customized name tags for your nail artist. So when you walk to a high-end salon, hair salon, you call them, hairstylist or makeup artist. But when it comes to nail salon, we don't address them properly. They don't even get a name. So that's an easy way to objectify the women who work at spa or nail salons. Instead, you provide the names. They are each individual. You should respect each individual with respect and dignity. So instead of giving them the chance to be objectified. So that's my advice for the high-risk industries. And the third one is more on big society level, is about education. So first of all, I agree with Shanna, I agree with Helen. We need to educate ourselves. And second is we need to educate the others. So personally, I actually experienced several sexual harassment incidents on the street in New York City, at the park, at Grand Central Station, at the subway. So when I experienced those incidents, of course, I need time to process, I need time to heal, but also I took actions to call 911, to report the cases to police stations. So no wonder people say it's something new that Asian hate crimes are rising. I was like, no, it's nothing new. It's just in the past, it's less reported. So our job is to report it if something happened to you. And every time if you encounter microaggressions, harassment, call people out, call 911. And what happened to me, we actually worked with the media, like such as ABC, to publish the stories. So our incident can be reported and amplified and increase awareness for Stop Asian Hate movement. So that's the education. I know people said it's not our job to educate other people, especially who are non-Asians. Yes, that's right, in an ideal world, right? But if we don't take the heavy responsibility, the lead to educate people, how can we make changes for the decades? It's not going to be changed overnight. So it's our option to choose to educate ourselves and other people. I will leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Summer. You gave us a lot of tangible ways to take action and for companies to take action as well, I think, to really see and hear and do things for Asian American Pacific Islander employees beyond just performative actions to make people feel safer and be safer. That's very important. And I really appreciate your advice about treatment of service workers, nail salon workers, and spa workers. I think that's really important for everyone listening to hear and practice. And thank you for being brave to share your story and speak up. I've encountered many women who have been unfortunate victims of hate crimes that have come to us. There are a lot of factors at play, whether people can feel comfortable to the level of speaking out. So that it takes a lot of bravery to speak out and share what happened to you, to the news and today. So thank you. Finally, I'd like to introduce Helen Zia. She doesn't need much of an introduction, but she is an award-winning journalist, activist, and Fulbright scholar. She's authored several books, including Asian American Dreams, about the emergence of Asian American Pacific Islanders in America, My Country versus Me, about physicist Wen-Ho Lee, or her ordeal of being falsely accused of espionage and imprisoned by the US, and then her final book, Last Boat Out of Shanghai. So highly recommend that you check out all of these books. And she also played a very prominent role as an activist in the landmark civil rights case of anti-Asian violence against Vincent Chin, featured in the movie Who Killed Vincent Chin. So thank you so much, Helen, for making the time to be with us today.
Well, thank you, Michelle, and thank you for all who organized this to create this incredible space for all these amazing women to talk about what they're doing, what they're feeling, about the changes they're working on in society. And I just feel so full right now after hearing what every one of you is doing, thinking on this day. And so I share the pain, the grief, the hurt of this past, not only a year ago today of what happened in Atlanta, but what's been going on for more than 2 years now, to our communities, to so many people, you know, the more than 10,000 who have reported, self-reported, the unknown, untold number of people who have been attacked, women in particular, 2 to 1, Asian American women. And you know, my heart especially goes out to the families and friends of the women and the 2 bystanders who were killed in Atlanta. But, you know, I have been kind of keeping a list of how many other women and Asian Americans who have been killed in this time. And the only way we know are the names that have popped up in the news. And we all know that the news doesn't capture it all. And as you know, the other women on this Zoom have been saying, it's not just the pain and the violence against Asian women that have been highlighted in this year or the last couple of years. It's all of the cumulative violence against Asian women that is really part of the unrecognized experience that we have historically had and that we all carry with us, and the trauma there. And so I guess I want to say I am working hard personally myself, as well as an activist, to try to see how we can take that pain and grief and anger and turn it into strength and action, because that's where change is going to be made. And so one of the things, I mean, I say to myself, and you know, I was in my 20s when that wave of anti-Asian hate happened in the 1980s. And you know, when Vincent Chin was killed, I was 29. And I just want to say, as somebody who is working on the streets of Detroit as a factory worker and then as an unemployed person, and learning how to be you know, a baby journalist back then, the advice I got from somebody in a factory who said, walk like you own the place, carry yourself like you own the place. And I think some of the, you know, for us as Asian American women who have to be in this world, on the streets, shopping, taking the garbage out, whatever, with children, you know, we have to take that aura that people and stereotypes in society put on us that says we are submissive and passive and we have no voice and will never fight back, and to stand and project the fact that we are effing mad, that we are not that person. And if you come near me or touch anybody who I know or love or care about in my community, I will I'm sorry, excuse me, rip your heart out and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. And that is what we have to project. And so I know it takes a lot of energy. People have occasionally said to me, Helen, you seem angry. And, you know, and the thing is, yes, we are angry. And so, you know, that doesn't take the place of also being safe and alert and aware of our surroundings. And so to our sisters and family who say, we are surprised by all of this, we have to say, don't be surprised. I mean, everybody has said, educate yourself, be aware, know our history, know where this comes from. But so that's part of the awareness. And so don't project fear, project that strength. And on an activist level, it's not just individual, it's us coming together as communities, the kind of organizing that all of these incredible women and sisters are talking about. To do that, you know, there's strength in numbers, whether that's personally walking or being out in the world, but also as organizers, to let the world know that we as community members, we are part, you know, be like you own this country because your community, because we are part of it. We are not the perpetual foreigner. We are not the, you know, the alien invader from somewhere in Asia or the Pacific Islands who are here to rip off this country. We are part of this country. We help make this country what it is. We are part of the infrastructure that built this country. And the story about us that's perpetuated there is what we have to change. So we have to let, officials, leaders, police, the carceral system that shows up when there's a victim and says, oh, they're Asian, it has nothing to do with race, to let them know that that is not true and it's not acceptable. And what we will do to somebody who harms us personally, ripping their effing heart out and shoving it, that's what we have to do to, the people who are supposedly the leaders and the ones who enforce the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We have to hold them accountable too, at the same time making the long game of changing the systemic racism, homophobia, sexism, and all of those things in the society. So I guess that's kind of where I am at on this day, that we have to take all of the emotions that we're feeling and turn it into strength together. And that's why this space is so incredibly special. I'm so inspired by this and feel like we have to take all of these actions that are going around in the country today, and make it more than a day, more than a moment. It's the things that we have said about the Me Too movement or, the Black Lives movement. It's to say, make it a movement, make it about change, make it about changing attitudes, but also changing systems, changing how our families, our communities are viewed and treated, because we can't take this anymore. And on that point, I'm sorry to say, I think we all need to know that this is not going away anytime soon. We know this is part of a pandemic. We know this is part of a lot of Asia bashing that has swept up all of our communities, Asian American, yellow, brown, every color in between, that we have all been targeted. And unfortunately, history also shows us that it's not going away anytime soon. And we are the ones to make it stop. We are the ones who are going to have to make a change. So all of this, whether it's personal, emotions, we have to turn that into community strength. And it starts here. And I'm just so proud and inspired to be with you all and to see the work that you're doing. And let's keep it going and stay in touch with each other and everyone to make this a big change. Anyway, that's where I'm at today. And just thank you for inviting me to be part of this.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your message to the world. Yes, don't effing mess with us. And that was really inspirational. Thank you. I'm so glad to have connected with this panel of women today. I know that we will keep in touch and continue doing work together. And yes, we're in it for the long game. Thought that a year ago that by a year later that this violence would have gone away, but as we can see, has not. This is a long-term movement that we can all play our part to try to eradicate it, individual and systemic level. So next thing, now, since we're all here in this panel today, I was really curious about hearing your thoughts about what you all do when you feel that racism or sexism you face as an Asian American woman is ever minimized. How do you handle this?
Can I just say thank you, Helen, for saying that? Yes, we are fucking mad. We want to fucking rip people's hearts out. I was literally just drafting, like, what am I going to say on this panel? And that was like the first thing that came up. And I'm like, wait, I cannot be like the other person who's hurting us, right? But why is that? Why do I have to compound all my emotions to find strength? So I just want to say thank you. You said it beautifully. Yeah, sorry, Michelle. I just had to throw that in there.
I think to answer your question, Michelle, I think a lot of times we also minimize our own experiences. I know that I am not directly, I personally don't know anyone directly who's been affected, but of course, seeing the types of incidents that we see, and as Helen stated, there's many more that we don't even know about and that we haven't captured. And I think it really starts with us. And I think many other women in this group also said that, you have to take care of yourself. And it's okay to be in that place for yourself before moving on to help others. And I think for me, like, I work in a sort of isolated environment because, I have my own business and we're still growing it. And I think it's really important to connect with others, and which is why I'm really, really grateful for this today. And even for myself, I think I've been kind of putting it out of mind since the spa shootings, because it was just really hard to mentally and emotionally handle. And I have a mother, my mom's in her 60s, and my parents go on these camping trips all the time, like that's their thing. And, it's a lot of times it's like camping communities are great. Like everyone's really, friendly and all of that. And when all of this was happening, we were telling them, we really didn't want them to go, first of all. But, they want to live their life, and that's great. And in a way, I don't want to say they're sort of turning a blind eye to it. But I think, even though it's hard to confront the realities, it starts with ourselves as well. And I think it's just a good reminder that we have to remember that these things are still happening. And as Helen said, it's not going anywhere. And I think the past 2 years is just a really big and I don't know what the word is to describe it, but a sort of a solemn reminder of just how life is and why we do the work that we do. I hope I answered your question.
Something I'll add also, Michelle, I think, right, it didn't really catch people's attention until it was like big violence when people's lives were being lost. But right, as Helen talked about, anti-Asian hate, it's not new for us. It's come in so many different forms and policies, in ignorance, in violence from outside our communities, violence from systems. And I think also in what Summer mentioned earlier, right, the microaggressions, it doesn't have to be someone dying for it to be violence against our community and against our women. It's also in the everyday little things that you have to deal with every single day. And it's exhausting, it's tiring, and it's oftentimes just as violent in different ways when you deal with that perpetually. Right? It's even in this simple question, like, where are you really from, right? How many of us in this panel have heard that all the time, anytime you talk about yourself? And so it's the violence is pervasive, and it's sometimes small and it's sometimes big, but all of it is harmful and I think shapes kind of how we are and how we react, and really needs to be addressed at all those levels.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing. Like, why does violence have to be the tipping point? Why does murder have to be the tipping point? Can't we imagine a world where, like the seeds of violence coming out would start to change culture and change a movement? And like, in terms of like when people minimize the idea of racism of it, I guess ask yourselves, like, why would we make this up? Why would we be saying this? Why are we holding this? It's not an enjoyable thing to ruminate on,
Yeah, great thoughts. I really like what the ladies shared. And Shanna, you to the points really furthers my points, which I'm going to share the next. So when all of the Asian hate crimes are being minimized, I always want to take actions, because if I sit at home and process my trauma, I probably would never get killed. It's just me personally. So I developed some like coping tools. The first is I always go to my community, Philly Tribe. We have a global community of female leaders, and we often put on panels like this. So panels like this is very powerful and very impactful, because we help our community's voices to be heard and our stories to be heard. The narrative is controlled by us, as Helen mentioned. And after the panels, we often partner with Asian community nonprofits, and we try to raise funds for our communities. And once we have funding and we can make changes and progress on every dimensions of our society. And the third thing is like to do simple things like join the march, right? Join the march with your ally, with our community. And when you are as a part of the group and you feel empowered just to finish the work, you feel like, oh, we are so strong. As Helen said, like, I hate the stereotypes about Asian women, like being submissive, being quiet. No, well, I don't think any of us here are being submissive or quiet. It's not our personality. Since when you think of our personality, you just like give us the characters that we will never are. So just like put yourself out of there with your opinions, control your narratives, and move your body. And I think like that's how I cope with when all the things are being minimized.
Could I just chime in here? As I'm reflecting on the question that you asked, Michelle, the short and simple answer is yes. Racism and sexism I face is minimized. And it has forced me to be like a stronger person, right? It's forced me to present myself differently, which I think everyone here has already been, reflecting on. But most importantly, it has forced me to like really suppress my emotions, which is conflicting because I'm a female, I'm supposed to have emotions, but we're all human. We all have emotions. We're angry, we're sad. My heart is beating so fast right now. I want to cry, but then if I do that, it doesn't show me, I don't show up as a strong individual who can defend myself. I think that's where we as women are minimized. And then aside from how the media is portraying us, right? Let's talk about our own culture. And how in our own cultures, I mean, I'll talk about my own culture in some aspects, but a lot of it. The women in my own culture are not as valued as men. So let's dig deeper into that. What is that trauma? Specifically, that generational trauma we all carry with us as women who always have to carry the load. It's almost like we're not allowed to be strong. We're not allowed to be emotional. We're not allowed to be human. That's all I got to say for that.
I would just like to add to, I couldn't agree more with what everybody has said. And just to note that being minimized is part of the oppression and the systemic way that women, Asian Americans, other people of color, but marginalized people, but in particular, the invisibility that has been enforced on our communities. And that gets internalized, as others have said, because we don't see ourselves in the world. We're told we have to be the quiet, perfect model minority, never speak up, don't acknowledge that there are any problems, don't even see that there are issues to address ourselves in our families or our communities. And all of that is part of the minimizing and invisibilizing of our communities. And that is part of this systemic change that we have to make. So when we have friends, when we see ourselves doing this, we have to remember this is part of what has been put upon us to keep us down. And, and whether it's the media changing that, I mean, people don't recognize there are strong Asian women there or Asian women's voices because they don't get, amplified, recognized, even acknowledged in the media. So then that has that terrible feedback loop where then the younger girls who see that, it's like, oh, I never see anybody speaking up. And does that mean you never speak up? Asian women? No, it's because the ones who are speaking up never get heard. And so that's the part that we have to change. And I just want to make a note. I hate the word microaggression because it implies that a microaggression is small. And as Dia was saying, you know, it is part, and others have said it's part of that other forms of assault that we experience. And actually, one thing I say to people who are like, but it's micro, is that the actual word and concept of microaggression comes from the framing of microeconomics and macroeconomics. Macro being the systemic, you know, systemic racism, 1619, and the indenturitude of Asian people being brought here. That's the systemic racism. The microaggressions are the one-on-one interpersonal things. It's not that microeconomics or macroeconomics is more important than the other. They coexist to support each other. And that's the same thing. You know, I mean, really, it should be called micro-racism, not, or micro-sexism. It's not that it's less than, but it's part of a system. And so that's also a way to make us feel small and invisible. Oh, it's just that somebody spit on me when I was in the, or spit on my child, but that's micro, that's not small, that's an assault. And we have to sort of, understand that, claim our humanity. As Angel was saying, we are fighting for our full humanity. And that's what any people should have. So so about minimizing, let's not minimize ourselves or our communities. We have to fight that.
Mm-hmm. I'll just add, what all of you are saying is making me think of an experience that I had. And I think it's really important for us to link the violence that is happening to the stereotypes about Asian women, right? Because when you dehumanize and objectify people, it makes it very easy to think that violence is okay. And we've seen that with Black folks throughout history. We've seen that with gay folks, right? That is just how it is. It is a mechanism for making violence okay, and it's not. So the story that came to mind is I used to work in DC at NAPAWF. It's the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum. And I remember being at this long table of women from 20 plus organizations, and the topic at hand was a piece of reproductive rights legislation that was specifically targeting Asian Americans. First of all, I should have been in the center of that table presenting about the work we were doing, because that was the focus of my portfolio and the focus of much of our legislative work at the time. But they had planned the entire meeting without me, and I was seated all the way at the end of the table. So when it came time for me to speak about our work, which I had to, push myself in order to get a word in, right? It was as if I and the organization didn't exist, right? We were so invisible. When it came time for me to speak, a lot of the folks at the table were older, and it was a big table. And they were saying that they could not hear me. Now, I don't think that I speak particularly low, and I'm actually quite loud, especially if I'm in that kind of space. And I felt like I was bellowing, and yet the person facilitating the meeting asked me to stand up and speak louder and louder. And it was just like, talk about micro racism. Do you not have the self-awareness to know what is happening here and how this must feel and how it looks, And I think I say this to say that it's not just people who are in opposition to us or who are, purposely hateful towards us that we need to educate. It's also our closest allies. There's so much work to be done in concentric circles around us. And I feel really strongly about recruiting the people who are closest to us to help us do this, and for them to acknowledge what they themselves are doing, right, unconsciously.
Thank you all for sharing. Oh my gosh, your story is so gross. I'm sorry that you experienced that, and that, but you could share it with us today. Yes, there's a lot of unlearning that we have to do for ourselves, internalized racism that we have, and that of our closest friends and people that we don't know around us, for us to make change. This this whole conversation made me reflect back to a year ago, which is the reason why we're all here today. And Chanel Miller, who is author of Know My Name, as a survivor of sexual assault, she had this really great Instagram panel, if you go back and find it, of her thoughts of that day, and really did a really great job illustrating how media and society was minimizing the role of racism and sexism in the incident of the Atlanta spa shootings, and show this great picture of the media trying to go throughout the killer's mind and dissecting all of, like, trying to talk to his Asian friend so that the Asian friend could explain why he wasn't a racist, and talking about how he had a bad day, for example. And it was thinking back to the couple of weeks following the Atlanta spa shootings, I was just so angry that the media was minimizing it, and people around me at work, people who weren't Asian, just weren't understanding what I was going through. So I'm really happy that that these spaces exist, that spaces have emerged since then, that this panel exists today. So a year after this happened, all these powerful Asian women can be in this space to tell the world, to not mess with us, that we're powerful, that we're trying to change the narrative that society places upon us. So I think, yes, it's a really great positive spin to us being here right now, even with the very tragic incident that happened last year. We've come a long way, and there's a lot more to go. I think we're coming to an end with this panel today. Before we do, I just really want to give my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made the time to show up to this panel. This was a very life-changing experience for myself to hear such great advice from all of you. I'm gonna take it and apply it to my activism work moving forward. I hope that everyone who tuned in learned something today, or felt seen or heard, even though you weren't with us in the Zoom today. And then I also want to thank Stand With Asians and the Asian Justice Movement for creating this space. Thank you to our non-female allies, Brian Pang, Mark Young, for helping organize this panel, Wendy Hu as well for helping create this space. Thank you all so much for all the work that you do on and off events, public events like these. And again, really happy to share this space with you all today. Thank you so much, and take care, everyone.
Can you hear me? Hey, Dr. AJ, we can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anjali Remy, pronouns she, her, they, them, and welcome to Break the Silence Justice for Asian Women Rally. My name is Anjali Remy, and we are here to uplift the experiences of Asian women by acknowledging the complexities of their struggle, demanding change, and celebrating women's strength. Well, it's no wonder that I'm here as a transgender woman and speaking from my own experience of not being able to be seen. And I am really grateful to be on this opportunity, this panel, and have this discussion. And there is a lot for us to go through today. Today marks the unfortunate events that transpired, you know, a year ago, and we're still kind of reeling in that struggle. And I would like to really say that this tragedy catapulted rising anti-Asian hate warnings into the mainstream and brought many Asian Americans for the first time into streets, raising their voices and taking action. Because the Atlanta spa shootings that massacred 8 people, 6 of them who were Asian women, happened today. As anti-Asian hate continues unabated into 2022, the thousands of hate incidents, including the tragic deaths of Michelle Go, Christina Lee, Guiyan Ma, just in New York City this year, community organizers across the country are uniting on the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta massacre to remember the Asian women and fight for the right to be safe, heard, and empowered in this country. In response to statements by Asian women who feel alone or unseen in their struggles and experiences, this event implores everyone to get to know the multifaceted lives and life ways of Asian women. We'd like to take a second, and I want to share my struggle of being a South Asian trans woman, and being able to be seen as a South Asian trans woman. My journey into America began about 21 years ago. And when I first came into this country, 9/11 had just happened. And while I was struggling to be seen past the transphobia that was ripe and still continues to invade us across this country, I was the victim of a hate crime for being Asian, for being someone that they could not see as a human because of xenophobia. And this intersectional burden is what I've carried every single day. While I've never feared, it has been a struggle that I continue to do so. Coming up, you're about to see Twin Cities. Join us at hashtag Break the Silence and remind Asian women that they are seen, heard, acknowledged in their pain, and supported in their healing processes. We will also celebrate, uplift the strength of our community and all the incredible women in our communities. There's many ways you can support. Post your story or image with hashtag Break the Silence. Show of hands at Show of Hands Project. Share your experience of your hand and posting on social media. And share the resources that powerful speakers have shared on this platform today. And follow Asian Justice Movement on socials at Asian Justice Movement on Instagram and other places. And visit asianjusticemovement.org/home. Sign up to volunteer and take the nationwide rally and support the organizing nonprofits behind today's rally. Thank you very much.
I hope you can all hear me now. Let's try this again. Perfect. Yes. My name is Aparajita Jitagunta, and I, along with Anjali, we're here to uplift the experiences of Asian women by acknowledging the complexities of our struggles, demanding change, and celebrating women's strength. As Anjali just spoke about, today, March 16th, marks the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings that massacred 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women. This tragedy catapulted rising anti-Asian hate warnings to the mainstream and brought many Asian Americans for the first time into the streets, raising our voices and taking action. As anti-Asian hate continues unabated into 2022, with thousands of hate incidents, including the tragic deaths of Michelle Go, Christina Lee, Guiyan Ma, just in New York City this year, Community organizers across the country are uniting on the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta massacre to remember the Asian women and fight for our right to be safe, heard, and empowered in this country. In response to statements by Asian women who feel alone or unseen in their struggles and experiences, this event implores everyone to get to know the multifaceted lives and lifestyles of us as Asian women. For me personally, I'm so proud to be a part of this movement, this very necessary, critical, and overdue movement, because it has been my experience as an Indian American immigrant to this country that I need to stand for the rights of the women in my community, the rights of the women who face hatred, for expressing our culture as a part of our lifestyles, as a part of our professional life careers, and as a part of who we are as people. It is only by acknowledging our cultural identities and by celebrating, honoring, and cherishing our cultural identities in ways that we are safe, where we can be safe, can we start to understand and represent the diversity within the Asian American communities to its fullest. So coming up, you're about to see a previously live streamed rally from the Twin Cities. In the meanwhile, join us to hashtag break the silence and remind Asian women that they are seen, heard, acknowledged in their pain, and supported in our healing processes. We will also celebrate and uplift the strength of our communities and all of the incredible women in our communities, including my dear friend Anjali Rimi, who I'd love to just have a quick chat with.
Hello.
Hello. There seems to be another technical glitch. Anjali, if you can hear me, what I'd love to ask you is to just take a couple of moments to talk about where this movement of breaking the silence and justice for Asian women intersects with and is so important for trans women's causes, and why including trans women's voices in these larger movements is critical for our communities.
Nomenclatures of the Asian diverse diaspora that is often minimized, for us being women and for us being from a diaspora that's less known. So Dr. AJ, are you back?
Yes, I am back. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back too.
Awesome. Great. Yeah, so as I was saying just a few minutes ago, while we're waiting for the Twin Cities stream to go up, I'd love to just have you talk a little bit about why it is so important that we understand the intersectionalities of trans women's experiences as a part of this larger Break the Silence movement and the justice for Asian women, and how we can intentionally and mindfully include trans women as a part of this women's movement.
Well, you use the word intersectionality, and I think that just codifies us and makes us become pieces of data. And I really want to amplify that we are humans, and trans people are hardly seen within most diasporas as human beings. And this title Break the Silence, hashtag Break the Silence, Justice for Asian Women, what must and does very much include Asian trans women who are erased because of their intersectional burden, whether it's in the trans community, that we are not seen as Asians and are seen as trans, and in Asian communities, we are not seen as trans, but seen as Asians, if there is that benevolence provided to us. If not, we are not seen at all. As a South Asian trans woman from India living in North America, I could tell you that there's many places where I have to really push my way, as it was being shared earlier, that, we have to be loud and then be perceived to be angry people. People from my community who are Hijras, Kinners, have been deprived of basic livelihoods, and it kind of denies them existence. And, we help each other out, and that's what women do, right? The whole DNA of being a woman is not the physical anatomy. It is what's in the mindset. It's not what's between the legs. And in our communities, we have come to believe and live on our own island of supporting each other. And the pandemic showed that to us again. The pandemic of hate and the pandemic of the virus. We cannot acknowledge that. So I would just say, make sure that we recognize and uplift trans women as women, and Asian trans women as Asian women, and trans Asians as Asians.
So eloquently said, Anjali, and I thank you for sharing that. And personally, I want to thank you for the reminder that intersectionalities is about data and that we're all human beings. I think that is a very important reminder for all of us to walk away with. And we are ready to switch over to the Twin Cities live stream now. So what you are about to watch is a previously a live stream that was previously live and is now recorded. So please go ahead and start playing that.
The waters came, the sun came, and as they came back up, they became these immovable trees. So beloved sisters, beloved family, I know that we are becoming those immovable trees. And I feel so proud and so grateful to be very Asian. And so at this time, we're gonna finish our time with a few more songs, and I'm so excited to have Benny coming up here sharing his talents as well. I think the thing that has been so beautiful about this is when other people said, I can't get up and talk, we've had allies and support that says, I will get up and talk for you. I will get up and talk with you. I will stand beside you. And so thank you so much.
When I say K once, I want you to say KK. K. K. I'm going to say twice K. You say 3 times K. KK. KK. My name is Benny Carver. I'm a native from Namibia, Southern Africa, born and brought out to apartheid to be a gardener. But look at God. Look at the great amount when God was his brothers. For the mothers that is brothers, that I am the prayer and the answer to the prayers of my ancestors. I stand with the Asian woman. I do stand with them in the time of division, in the time of hate, that they can even have the courage or the audacity to come and to speak. I stand in their silence. I stood up for my sisters. Mama yo modene, Baba yo koti, yo mama ke ya nakatiti ke, Mama way, Mama come katato, yeni ki papa no diye, Mama go, Mama go diite, hankano, Baba go. Natukone dendikeke, urike, 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 Turuike mama yoko no pite no piyana kututu mama mama kowe bidiko mama katanga titi yono papa no tingolo vingilingi ya ngangate yo bobo ngangate ke I too stand with the Asian woman. I too am the face of the Asian woman. I too one of the ones that oppressors oppress them for being silent in the midst of their suffering. Therefore, I do stand on behalf of them, like in a triage, to stand for them. Their suffering is my suffering as well, for we are one human. I too do stand for my sisters. Thank you. Songs right now.
Unfortunately, this isn't something new. Hate and violence have been directed against the Asian Pacific Islander community in America since the 1800s.
We're being accosted, screamed at, spit upon, physically assaulted, and murdered.
Tonight, a first-of-its-kind survey has found that Asian Americans are still largely invisible in society, despite their contributions and history in this country.
So it's not just about stopping hate, which is extremely important. It's about making sure our community is seen. We will be seen. We are an equal part of this country and this state.
Rallies across the nation and right here in the Bay Area to denounce anti-Asian hate and promote unity.
Against hate, an international rally held both online and in person.
1, 2, 3, go!
Today, actor Daniel Wu energized the crowd at the Unite Against Hate March and Rally in Oakland. They blew whistles in solidarity with other such events across the country. They encouraged the crowd to support Asian-owned businesses and register to vote.
It's great to see the community united together like this, and this is a great moment, but we need to keep pushing.
And it's not enough. We can't do it alone. Our community is not everywhere. We can't protect every single senior, every single child, every single person. And that's why it's so important that we stand with every other community. Because as one community, we can be divided. But if we all stand together, if we all say no to the hate, if we all say that it's not just about AAPI hate, it's about hate against the African American community, it's about hate against the Latino community, it's about hate against the LGBT community, it's about hate to every single community. If we say no to all of that, they have nowhere to go. All these folks have nowhere to go. That's right.
One year ago, people in Georgia
and across our nation were shocked by the hateful violence that occurred in metropolitan Atlanta on March 16th, 2021. 8 precious lives were taken from us that day. 8 people with their own lives, their own loved ones. 8 people who were loved by their families, their friends, their children, and their spouses. 8 people with their own successes and struggles, hopes, and dreams. My heart aches for these Georgians who were the victims of unconscionable, senseless hate. This unspeakable violence was visited largely upon the Asian American community and especially on women of Asian descent. And it should remind all of us of our sacred duty to stay committed to a peace, an active peace, that prevents these kinds of tragedies from happening in the first place. As a Black man who represents Georgia in the Senate, I am all too familiar with the hate that can stir in our country and how that misplaced anger can hurt whole communities. I wanted to say to my AAPI sisters and brothers that I see you. And more importantly, I will continue to stand with you. That's why I've fought to pass the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act and get it signed into law, directing more resources to ensure our communities feel safe from hate and crime wherever it rears its ugly head. This tragedy ought to remind us all that we all have a stake in each other's well-being. Dr. King said, whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. And so let us work in memory of him to create what he called the beloved community, where everybody, no matter their skin color, ethnicity, or religious background, can live a satisfying life without fear of facing prejudice and hate. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Hello, this is Senator John Ossoff. 1 year ago, 8 Georgians were murdered in an act of brutality and violence that devastated families and communities, shook our state, and shocked the nation. 3 Asian-owned businesses were targeted, and 6 of the 8 victims were Asian women. This was an attack on innocent human beings and an attack on an entire community. Today, above all, we honor and remember those who lost their lives. We mourn them alongside their families, whom we lift up with love, care, and compassion. And all of us, no matter our race, faith, or origin, stand steadfastly with the Asian American community in Georgia in mutual defense and united against bigotry and hatred. We are all of us human beings, and united, we grieve alongside the loved ones, colleagues, friends, and neighbors of those who were killed. We must build a state, a nation, and a world where no one lives in fear because of who we are, or where we or our families come from. A state, a nation, and a world built on love for and trust in our fellow human beings. Let us continue to build that world in honor of those we grieve and remember today. Thank you.
So there's been a lot of unfortunate news lately about women finding themselves in really dangerous situations, and a lot of people are feeling really helpless right now and not quite sure what to do if they find themselves in a bad situation. So today we wanted to share 8 tips with you on how you can make yourself feel a little bit more safe if you think that you're being followed, or if you actually do find yourself actively in a situation where someone is following you. So just a quick reminder, these 8 tips are not meant to be sequential. You will have to constantly reevaluate your situation just to make sure that you're continuously feeling safe. And if you do find that you need to readjust some of these steps to match the situation, you're absolutely welcome to do so. So the number 1 tip that we have for you is to pay attention. I know that it seems super obvious, but when you find yourself in a public place, you always want to make sure that you're aware of your surroundings. You know, we all have busy lives. We're going to be looking at our phones, answering emails and texts. Maybe you're listening to a podcast or on a call. But when you're in a public situation, just try to make sure that you're aware of who is around you and what is around you. So make sure you try to put your phone away or don't look at it as often. And also, if you're listening to something, try and take one earbud out or try to lower the volume so that at least you can hear what's happening around you. So tip number 2 is to trust your gut. All of us have built-in intuition, and if you start to feel that something might be a little bit off, you should definitely listen to that, and it might be time to act. So in these situations, let's just say that you're on a place like a public bus. You can always get off on a stop that's actually not yours, just in case you're worried that someone might be close behind you or might be interested in where you live. Or you could try and find a seat that's closer to the front of the bus so that you'll be closer to the driver if you ever need to ask for help. So tip number 3 is to look behind you. The only way that you're going to know if you're actually being followed is to check. And the number 1 objection that we usually get for this tip is, what if by looking at someone, that's enough to aggravate them to attack me? But unfortunately, if just looking at someone is enough to have them attack you, they probably had an intent that they were going to harm you at some point. And in that situation, it's better to actually face the situation head on than pretend that it's not happening or not acknowledging it. And when you look behind you, it doesn't have to be something super obvious. You don't have to turn around and say, "Hey, why are you following me?" It could be something subtle. You could cough into your shoulder to check, or if you're holding something, you could put it away in your purse and look over that way. And you can also use your peripherals in the environment around you. You can look into car windows, or if you're passing by a building, looking into the reflection as well to make sure that someone's not following you. Tip number 4 is to stop and check. If you believe that somebody is following you, you should take a pause and try to observe their behavior in reaction to yours. So let's say that you see a trash can on the side of the road. You can look through your pockets or pretend to look through your purse for something to throw away. You can also take a moment to take your phone out and pretend to text. And as you're doing that, pay attention to what this person is doing. If they're changing their behavior to match whatever it is that you're doing, it's a huge red flag that this person is probably targeting you specifically. Tip number 5 is to start moving towards help. And what we mean by that is if you find yourself on a street that's a little bit more isolated, try to find an area with really good light, somewhere that's a little bit more lively. A great place to go is a bar where there might be more people. You could try to find an open business or a coffee shop, even a liquor store. Those are always open late at night as well. Tip number 6 is to call for help. If you're in a business, a coffee shop, a bar, you can always talk to a shop owner, someone who works there, or you can try and find someone else who's in the same place as you are and ask them for help. But if all of that doesn't work, you can always call or text a loved one or a friend, ask them to come and meet you, or you can also call the police as well and let them know that you think you're being followed. Tip number 7 is a final check. If you're feeling a little bit more secure and you're ready to return to your original location, before identifying where you actually live, just want to make sure that you survey your surroundings. Look around you and make sure that there's no one that is making you feel threatened or unsafe before entering your home. And finally, tip number 8 is to secure your location. Once you've gotten home and you're feeling a little bit more safe, make sure that as soon as you come in, you lock your door and you double check that it's absolutely secure and there's no one else that's followed you in. tonight we're going to talk to you about one of the scariest situations that you might find yourself in, which is walking home alone late at night, trying to get back to your car in an empty parking lot or an empty parking garage. So we want to share some safety tips with you just to make sure that you know what to do in these types of situations. So the first thing that you want to do is to make sure that you have situational awareness. Put away any distractions that you might have. Make sure that you're not texting on your phone. You're taking out any earbuds or headphones that you might be wearing so that you can fully pay attention to the situations around you and identify any immediate threats. The second thing that you want to do is to make sure that you're separating all of your valuables. Make sure that your bag, your phone, and your keys are separated. So that way, if someone is trying to grab one of those things, at least you have two other things with you that you can help get you to safety. Third thing is to make sure that if you have any weapons like pepper spray or your keys that you're trying to use, that you have those out and you're actively ready to use them and not fumbling around in your bag in the situation trying to look for them. And you also want to make sure that if you have something like pepper spray, that you've actually tried to test it out and use it before so you know what to do in that situation. So the second tip is to avoid alerting a potential attacker where your car might be by unlocking it too early. Try to wait until you're as close as your car as possible before unlocking it and having that unlock sound actually go off. The next tip is before you get into your car, make sure that you're turning around to see if anyone is following you or if there's anyone behind you. If you do that final check and you notice that someone is coming towards you, the first thing that you can do is open your car door and use this as a barrier to shield yourself against that potential attacker. If they ask you for your keys, your phone, your bag, whatever it is, throw it at them, give it to them. It's absolutely not worth your life and your safety. Items can always be replaced. Then if you need to jump over the hood of another car, run around the car with the space that you have available, do whatever you need to do to get yourself out of that situation. Another scenario, which is unfortunately the worst case scenario, if you don't notice that someone is coming towards you and you're already in the motion of getting into your car, the first thing that you're going to want to do if you sense that someone is behind you is to actually turn and face the situation. And I know this can feel a little bit scary and it might be a little intimidating to have to face your attacker, but you want to make sure that you're actually facing the situation head on. That will give you more of an opportunity to actually protect yourself. And so the first thing you want to do is to actually make sure that you're protecting your head from any blows that are coming your way. So try and push their arm, whatever you need to do to stop that blow from coming at you. Push them away, try to create as much space as you can. And you can also use your car as leverage to kick this person away from you. So try and back up into your car. Again, it might feel a little bit counterintuitive, but you can brace yourself, lean back and kick like you're trying to kick down a door. So that's called a push kick. So we can try it again. So you're gonna wanna wind up and push as hard as you can as if you were trying to break down a door. So as you're kicking that person away, pushing them and trying to create space, make sure that you're making as much noise as possible. If no one can hear that someone is attacking you, it's a lot less likely that someone is going to come to your aid for help. But once you've created space and gotten that person at a safe distance from you, if you still have your keys, try your best to get in your car as quickly as possible, close the door, lock it, and drive away to a safer situation. But unfortunately, if you don't have your keys anymore, there are a few other options and you'll need to use your best judgment. So one thing that you can do is if you still have your phone on you, again, try and get yourself out of this parking garage or parking lot and call the police. Let them know that someone is attacking you. If you don't have your phone, still get out of that area into a safer space. Go into a local business, a grocery store, a bar, and let others know that you need help.
Hey there, I'm taking a break from writing my academic book, which is making me insane. It always makes me insane when I have a deadline, but we're not going to go there. I wanted to just talk about the two different reports that recently came out about anti-Asian hate. And the data is staggering. One of the reports done by Stop AAPI Hate found, among other things, that there have been almost 11,000 reported hate incidents against Asian Americans. 11,000 in just the past year. So it's not getting better, it's getting worse. Okay. We all knew that, at least within the Asian community, but others, please pay attention, it's getting worse. And a lot of these incidents, most of them against women. And we see that all the time in the news, right? So many Asian women are being attacked out of the blue. And then another report that was done by the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, the Asian American Federation, or Foundation, sorry, and the Korean, I want to get this right, the Korean American Community Foundation. They put together this report that just came out as well. And this report was stunning as well. It was specifically about Asian American women and what they've been going through, what we've been going through, actually. It's 70% of AAPI women's mental health was impacted due to the fear of gender and or race-based discrimination, harassment, and or violence. There's a lot more data that comes with this report, but listen, the reason why I'm talking about this is that how much more information and data and proof do you need to finally admit that there is a huge problem with anti-Asian hate, and it's only growing? And women, AAPI women, are definitely being targeted in violent ways. We have seen that in New York, certainly, with the killings of several women. And then just recently, the attacks on 7 AAPI women in a span of 2 hours in New York. So this just continues to happen. And so the data is there. You can't argue with the data, right? And so this is what the community is trying to do. We're trying to show the public, show the media, and show government officials that there is a huge problem. So some of the recommendations, according to these women's survey, they want politicians and officials to understand what AAPIs are experiencing and the discrimination that goes along with it. And we want more investment in resources to combat anti-Asian hate. So without representation, though, we're not going to get very far. So let's work on it.
Hey there, this is May Lee. I'm actually coming to you from beautiful Zion National Park, where I'm on a short little vacation. I mean, look, let's be honest, we've all been feeling pretty burnt out because of what's been happening for the last 2.5 years. And that's why we're having this event today on the 1-year anniversary of the shooting in Atlanta. I remember so specifically when that happened, because I think I had the fear leading up to that day that something terrible like that was going to happen, that all of this anti-Asian hate was going to peak and, you know, result in something so violent where 8 people were killed and 6 of them Asian women. And I think that's the biggest issue for me now, is that it seems that so many of these hate attacks are targeting Asian women. And we know from the data that 67% of all the anti-Asian hate attacks are against Asian women. And we see this over and over again. We thought it couldn't get any worse, and it's getting worse. It's getting even worse. We had Michelle Go. We had Christina Lee. We had those 7 Asian women who were attacked in New York in a span of 2 hours. We just had a 67-year-old woman in Yonkers struck over 125 times by a guy. So it's crazy, it's infuriating, it's frustrating, it's making us fearful. But here's the catch. We all know what's going on. So therefore, we cannot stand by. We cannot be silent. We have to fight back. We have to speak up. We have to organize. We have to get officials to take much more notice. We have to get the mainstream media to not drop the story anymore and think it's no longer a story, because it is clearly. And we all have to work together to build that solidarity, that continued solidarity. I know we all care about this issue deeply. but we have to do more, and we have to work together. We have to bring all of these like-minded people and organizations together because there's power in numbers. As an Asian woman, I just want to say to all my sisters, be strong, be courageous. I know it's a scary time. It's a scary time for all of us. But let's show who we are, that we are not docile, we're not submissive, we're not meek, that we are powerful. So let's do it together, be powerful together, my sisters, okay? All right, well, I am very thankful for this event, and I know that it's just going to be one of many where we all come together to come up with ideas to move forward. All right, thanks everyone.
Ooh, that was so powerful, especially that last video that Maylee recorded for us. And what a powerful set of recordings and videos for us to watch. And I just want to remind everyone that while, yes, things are getting worse, and the data shows that things are getting worse for Asian Americans and especially AAPI women, we do have incredible organizations like Asians Are Strong who created those self-defense videos and those tips for us so that we can equip ourselves with the best kinds of tools, tips, and tricks possible for our own safety as well as for the safety of our sisters. And this is how, as Maylee so eloquently put it, we can come together in solidarity for all of us, with all of us, with each other, including our allies. So thank you for sharing all of that. It was amazing to watch and reflect on everything that we just watched. Coming up next, we do have a wonderful fireside chat with Joy Chen that is being moderated by Julie Ye and Alaric Kin. So that is what is coming up next. And we are going to transition to this fireside chat. So I hope you enjoy this.
All right. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for joining our live stream today. We are very thankful to be able to gather here on this day of remembrance and action. So my name is Alaric Chin, and I'm one of your hosts for the day, as well as Julie E., who's going to be my co-host today for our latest installment of the ALA Fireside Chat, in which we invite different folks who are prominent leaders in the Asian community to come and join us and share their perspectives. And today in particular, we're very fortunate to be joined by Joy Chen, who's a longtime leader in public service for our community. And she wears many hats. Not only is she the former deputy mayor of LA, but she's now also an entrepreneur and the CEO of Joyce, which uses AI and advanced analytics to help companies operationalize inclusion. So Joy, thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, it's great to be with you all.
So we are here today to remember the tragedy that's occurred, but let's not compound that tragedy today by failing to take action. So Joy, what are we here to talk about today?
Today, we are here to talk about creating equity and inclusion for Asian Americans in our workplaces. We've been talking about the glass ceiling that faces our community for 30 years now. I've been talking about it for 30 years now. And I think this year is the year that we all can take action. Today, we're going to talk about why the Asian American glass ceiling exists and what each of us can do about it and how we need our companies to act.
Thanks, Joy. Can you start by maybe, let's double click into the Asian American glass ceiling. So what is the problem that's happening here?
Okay. I think that's a very important question to ask because, you know, as we talk to our allies or our companies about the Asian American glass ceiling, the first thing that we're going to hear is Asian Americans are the most successful people in America. What are you talking about? So I like to talk about the Asian American glass ceiling as an age 30 problem. I say, yes, Asian Americans are the most successful people in America until age 30. Then we plummet to being the least successful people when it comes to getting to the next step. So here's how it works. We get into the best schools, as everybody knows. We get the highest levels of college graduation. Our graduation rate is like 71%. That's far higher than any other group in America. We get into the best companies, but then we face the least amount of equity. Our rate of promotion into management and leadership is lower than that of any other group, less than that of whites, African Americans, Latinos, etc. So we are 6 to 7% of the US population, 12% of the workforce. We're overhired at the bottom, but only 1.5% of Fortune 500 corporate officers. So if you look at this, this is like a standard corporate pyramid, right? We start out as independent contributors, managers, directors, vice presidents, SVP, EVP, CEO. For Asian Americans, it looks free and clear down here. You know, we're massively overhired into companies, but at every step up, it's like the Asian American glass ceiling is not like a slab of glass. It's more like a haze of air pollution. So it's hard to see at first, but over time, it stifles the careers of nearly every Asian American.
Is this something that you've encountered previously?
Yeah, you know, this is something that I've been thinking about for a really long time. And it actually goes back to almost exactly 40 years ago now. I was about 12 or 13. It happened one night. I was sitting at home with my dad, and he said, tonight's the night of my department's Christmas party. He worked for the federal government as an engineer. And I said, oh, well, why don't you go to the party? And he said, because every time I go to those things, I never know what to say to the people around me. And that moment, Julia and Alaric, it was like a bolt of lightning had crashed down on my head. And I realized two things. Number one, my old man and I had the same problem. We didn't know how to talk to white people. And number two, I realized that this problem would forever limit his career and his life in the United States. It didn't matter that he was born in China, had come all the way to the United States, got a master's in engineering at MIT. In his entire 30-year career, he managed one person, the blind guy, because we live in an ableist society and no one wanted to manage the blind guy. And my mom had the same thing, same story. She came from China, she went to Cornell, PhD biochemistry, her entire career, managed nobody. And that night I said, you know, I don't want that. I don't want to just go to an Ivy League school and become a worker bee. Like, I wanted to do something and be someone. So it really started then. And, you know, I mean, if we could talk all day, I'm sure you and I and everyone about our experiences of exclusion. And I would say that through my teens, through my 20s, I really struggled, but I really worked on this question of how does mainstream American society actually work? And how can we get in there? I had so many awkward and humiliating social encounters trying to get myself belonged. And then when I was 31, I got belonged in a very dramatic way. I was appointed deputy mayor of Los Angeles, looking over economic development and workforce development. So that was my big opportunity to start really working at a mass scale on expanding access to opportunities for all people, Asian Americans, African Americans, Latinos, et cetera. And from then on, fast forward, I don't want to spend too much time dwelling on my own story, but fast forward until now. When I left office, I was recruited to join an executive search firm called Heidrick & Struggles, a global executive search firm which works at the tops of companies. That year that I joined, there were something like 11 Fortune 500 searches done. We did 9 of them. So this is an executive search and HR consulting firm that really works at the tops of large companies and works on their most strategic issues. Fast forward until now, with all the racial reckoning of the last couple of years, you know, it was a huge wake-up call for me, as I think it was for all of us. And I decided not just to focus on helping big companies get bigger, but to really go back to my roots and focus on expanding access to opportunities. For the past couple of years, I've spent a lot of time. I went back to grad school for the first time, 20 years after my MBA. I got my, I went back to study organizational psychology at Cornell. I got a diversity and inclusion certification. And I really spent a lot of time also focusing in on the Asian American glass ceiling. You know, for 3 generations now, I've watched people that I love be limited, be stuck in their careers. There's so much lost potential, lost earnings, lost wealth, just lost everything. And enough is enough. It's too late to help my father now. He died in the pandemic. But for all the rest of us, for me, it's been a big call to action and say, how are we going to act, finally take down the barriers that exist to equity and inclusion for Asian Americans and all people? So I formed a new HR consulting firm, which sits at the intersection of HR and technology. And we use advanced analytics to actually measure inclusion at all different levels of the company and help companies to operationalize it, to build it in as a competitive advantage into their operations. So that's really, I guess that's really how I got into it and how I got into what I'm doing now as far as taking down the Asian American glass ceiling.
Thanks so much for sharing that whole journey. Really inspiring, and I love how everything you've done over the past few years has been so action-oriented. And so maybe we can dive into some of that actually around exclusion and why Asians are excluded. Let's talk about why Asian Americans in general suffer from this problem. I would love to hear your perspective.
Sure. Larry, that's a really, really important question because we can't solve a problem that we don't fully understand. So I've really been examining that issue very closely from all different standpoints. It really goes back to psychology, human psychology. Psychologists tell us and sociologists tell us that when we meet someone, 90% of whether we like and trust that person comes down to just 2 factors. And those factors are in sociological terms called warmth and competence. What does this mean? It means that it's actually quite primal. The second you meet someone, you want to know, first of all, friend or foe? Does this person want to help me or hurt me? And secondly, you want to know, is this person capable of doing that? Okay, and so that is what really drives our initial impression of people. And then the way that stereotypes and things work in our minds, those impressions tend to get more and more solidified over time. So sociologists actually will map warmth and competence on this 2x2 chart where we have warmth on the y-axis, high warmth on top and low warmth on the bottom, and competence on the x-axis, low and high competence. And because these are the 2 factors that determine whether we like individuals, they're also the factors that determine whether we like different groups. So if we have like cold competence in this group, so there's a huge body of work about stereotypes. All stereotypes fall on this 2x2 chart. So in the cold competent, we have stereotypes of homeless people, African Americans, poor people. The emotional reaction to that group of cold competence is pity and scorn. People's behaviors, this also predicts people's behaviors toward that group, is that we ignore them and we distance ourselves from them, okay? In the warm incompetent category, quadrant, we have stereotypes of the elderly, the disabled, housewives. And our emotional reaction to them is that we pity them. And our behaviors toward them is that we patronize them and we protect them. Now, in the upper right, of course, we have the stereotypes of white, males, Christians, middle class, upper middle class people. And our emotional reaction to them is that we admire them and we try to be like them. So now we get to this very problematic grouping of cold competence. Who do we think are stereotyped as cold competence in American society? Asian Americans, right? Study after study, every study of stereotypes of Asian Americans show that Asian Americans are perceived as excessively competent and extremely unfriendly, hyper competitive. And sociologists show us that throughout American society, at every time of social instability, groups that are perceived as cold competent are attacked. So actually what's called the stereotype content model, the warmth and competence 2x2 chart, predicts not just the current wave of violence against Asian Americans, but every wave of Asian American violence, anti-Asian violence throughout American history. Because the way that Asian Americans came to the United States largely is through immigration policies. Every wave that Asians have been brought in to the US has been for our contributions to the economy. We've been brought in for our competence, whether it's railroad workers before, or more recently, our visa, investor visas, highly skilled visas, and then the huge periods of exclusion, literal exclusion. Our presence in the United States has been for our competence. And in many ways, we've never actually been integrated or been allowed to be fully integrated into American society. So this cold, competent stereotype of us has always remained. And it predicts the violence on the streets as well as our exclusion in the workplace.
So then how do we go about sort of solving this issue and challenging these stereotypes in this like 2x2 model?
Yeah, that's really, I think, the big question in front of us. First of all, to understand how we're perceived and to understand like how these stereotypes actually show up in our everyday life. On this model, of course, who is perceived as leaders? Leaders are perceived up here. These people are not perceived as leaders, right? These people are perceived as experts that we hold at bay. And so the way that these stereotypes work in our lives is that you might say, oh, well, but I'm super friendly and, so that's not me. So that's cool. But actually, the problem with stereotypes is that that's how they work. Like people take one look at you, they categorize you unconsciously into a group, and then they immediately assign to you all the traits that they associate with that group. And that colors their perceptions of your every behavior until they really get to know you. And that's the key. Okay. So Julie, or Alaric, you might just be kind of quiet. You're new to a group, you're kind of getting to know things. They'll be like, yep, typical Asian. But then you speak up and you violate these stereotypes and they say, yeah, thinks he's smart. Or, you speak up and they might say, yep, thinks they're smarter than us, and so the way these stereotypes work, they can really constantly increase the distance between us and other people. Then there's other types of biases that come into play. There's affinity bias, where people tend to associate with people similar to themselves. And then there's accent bias, and on, right? So Julie, to your question, the way that we can overcome bias is always the same, is we build relationships with people. That's really the only sustained contact that over time, when they first meet you, they're looking at you through the lens of stereotype. Ideally, as you get to know them through sustained content, then over time, their judgment of you changes to your behaviors and who you are as a person. So their first view of you is very depersonalized. And over time, it becomes personalized to who you are and how you behave and what you have in common with them. So building deeper relationships is really the best unconscious bias training. It's much more powerful than the once a year trainings that your company might hold, the mandatory trainings. And that's, I think, the challenge in front of us, to build those relationships individually with the people around us. And I think that, we tend to focus a lot. There's three different parts of how we need to focus on our work. Okay, there's personal capital, which is the combination of our education, our skills, our experiences. There's our network capital, which is the relationships and it's like an economy. The network capital are the relationships that we need at the office to leverage our personal capital into success and performance. because beyond the individual contributor level, we cannot do anything by ourselves. Network capital is what allows us to unleash our personal capital to succeed. And these are the three elements of human capital. And the challenge that Asian Americans in particular face is that companies overhire us into companies for our personal capital, and then do little, if anything, to help us develop the network capital that we need to actually be successful. And as a result, Asian Americans often end up isolated for their entire career, never actually allowed to integrate into the companies, never actually allowed to unleash our potential inside companies. That's my diagnosis after really looking at these issues personally, professionally, as a deputy mayor, as an HR expert, and more recently as a DEI expert, and in our community for working on these for 50 plus years, I would say, in my own life, and in observing, millions of others.
Thanks so much for sharing all of those thoughts. And that framework, I think, is a beautifully clear and simple way to encapsulate some of the challenges that we as a community face, right? And so
What
a lot
do
of
you guys see? I mean, in your own lives, Julie and Alaric, I mean, do you see, and then your friends' lives, kind of these issues play out, or how do you see them play out?
Well, I would say that, a lot of my peers, having grown up in Los Angeles with me, are Asian American and have sort of this experience around, this is where I come from. I grew up in a majority Asian kind of environment, and now I'm in a workforce that doesn't really look like where I came from. And, there is this thread a lot of the time when I talk to my friends around, how do I talk in the right way? How do I code switch in the right way to find the validation that I'm looking for at work? And even on a deeper level too, sometimes it comes down to, I just can't figure out what it is. It feels like I have to do something extra to be evaluated in the same way as folks who are not Asian. And so that's always sort of been this theme, this question that has arisen a lot of the time.
I think that is the question. How do we code switch? I was just talking with a friend of mine who's a high-level African-American coach in the C-suite. And he told me that he saw a study that shows that African-American leaders who've made it to the C-suite have one interesting thing in common. They were all forced as middle schoolers to be in heavily white environments. And I was like, wow, that was kind of like me too. Like my parents, we didn't have a lot of money, but my parents fought every penny they saved to buy a house in a good school district for my brother and me, right? Like we were never allowed to go out to eat at restaurants, but we could only 3 times a year go out to the Roy Rogers, which is the McDonald's hamburger restaurant. And then we would go there and then we'd be like, no, don't order any drinks. Drinks are expensive, and everything was going to buying a house in a good school district, my brother and me. The result was we're the only Asians, only white kids in this totally white, only Asian kids in a totally white environment. But then that made me think, well, maybe that is why, all those alienating experiences when I was a kid gave me the code switching, as you say, skills to code switch fluidly in, the C-suite in corporate America. I don't know, Julie, what do you think? I mean, what experiences have you had, and what do you see among your friends? It seems like that code switching ability, the developing that network capital, we never had the intellectual framework, but that's what we've been struggling to do, right? To develop that network capital.
I honestly, I struggle with that, right? I think, so there's the one side of me that, and I think too, is built from what I grew up and the things I've learned of staying in your lane, keeping your head down, not asking for promotions, things will come. And unfortunately, I think in an ideal world, you're rewarded based on, the work that you do. But in the actual world that we live in, there's a lot of having to, perhaps doing that code switching, having to really talk about your success, which can be really difficult for a lot of people, including myself.
Yeah.
So it's sort of, for me, I struggle because I feel like we shouldn't have to do that code switching. Like, we should be
Yes.
authentically ourselves.
Yes.
But at the same time, how do we stay authentically ourselves, but, you know, rally for our own advancement? So I feel like that's something that I've been thinking about a lot and sort of grappling with, like the two sides of like trying to be authentic, but also knowing that I kind of have to push myself out of my comfort zone. And it's not being inauthentic, but in order to advance, there is a level of, you know, talking about yourself that you have to do and building that network capital. But I guess I do have a question for you in terms of like that network capital. What is that in the form of? Like, you talked about building these deep relationships.
Yes.
Is that just like the day-to-day relationships? Is that mentorship? You know, what is your take on that?
Okay. Good question. But first of all, to react to what you say, you know, I think that we've all worked so hard. Many of us as Asian Americans, you know, have grown up in families that focus on developing that personal capital, right? Like, I call it the Asian American success doctrine. The belief that success will come from two things beginning with HAR, Harvard and hard work, right? And that's not actually how it works. Well, for ourselves, is that this idea of network capital is totally invisible. Like Julia said, how do we develop it? And we all kind of have to figure out ourselves. It's like the unwritten rules of the corporate game. So actually, this is, we can use the latest advances, and this is actually the kind of the work specifically that I've been doing, is helping companies to start to finally see where inclusion is happening and where inclusion is not happening, so that it can be acted upon, just like every other business imperative. I mean, it's kind of amazing, you know, companies hire individuals in for their individual personal capital and then just throw them in and assume, you know, they give you the policies and procedures manual and assume that you're going to kind of develop that network capital. And that puts Asian Americans and another marginalized group at an incredible disadvantage because they're dealing with biases and nobody tells them how it works. Most of our parents weren't titans of corporate America, so we never got that training at home either. And so we're left to figure it out ourselves. And actually, so what we can do now is using data. And so where companies are now is every company, you know, 96% of companies have made grand pronouncements about DEI. Many companies are hiring in on talent acquisition, but they're still having the problem with inclusion, leading to lack of equity for Asian Americans and all people, all marginalized people. And so the question is, how do we bring inclusion down and get middle managers to behave in an inclusive way? Okay. It has to go beyond unconscious bias training. We need to start measuring who are the inclusion champions among the middle managers, and we need to start rewarding them. Because if we don't, there's studies that show that the people who are creating inclusion in companies, who are mentoring and sponsoring people of color, who are creating inclusion for the people around them every day, are the women. Senior women practice inclusive behaviors at a rate 2 times senior men. But if they're not recognized and rewarded for doing that, then doing those things actually hurts them, because the time they take from that is time that takes away from the activities that they are rewarded on. So the real challenge in front of companies is, how do we measure inclusion and start to reward it? And through organizational network analysis, we actually can start to identify who is creating inclusion, who goes to, through surveys of saying, well, who do you go to for information? Who do you go to? Who mentors you, if anyone mentors you? And we can actually map using special software now, bring all this big data together and map who's doing what. So here are some roles in here. Like in this chart, oftentimes now companies will only have org charts, right? And they say, and then they have these secret high potential lists. These are the people we see as the future leaders. But all of that high potential lists are rife with bias, because they're just upper leaders. They say, okay, who do I think is a leader? So there's never been a way to systematically say who's actually influential at the lower levels, who's creating inclusion. So you know, Nathan might be super high up, might be the head of a department, but he might not be actually that tied in the company. And in fact, it's only through organizational network analysis that we find somebody like an Amy. Oftentimes, an Amy is not at the top of an org chart, but she is the person who is creating inclusion for people across all different silos in the company. She's also what we call, she's an inclusion champion. But what's so powerful about her and so important for Asian Americans to think about is she's also what we call a boundary spanner. She's like the single person that's tying together the R&D, sales, and marketing departments. We have to become boundary spanners. Many Asian Americans are what we call peripherals. They may be only tied to one or two other people. They're on the edges of a network. If you're a peripheral in a network, you will never get promoted. You will never even get an opportunity to contribute to your fullest because you don't have enough ties to do that. And what's so powerful about being an Amy, a boundary spanner, is first of all, you have access to many more ideas. That gives you an opportunity to create more creative and comprehensive solutions. That also gives you an opportunity to implement more creative and comprehensive solutions. Okay, so boundary spanning is actually the network capital that we need to start developing for ourselves. That's what I would leave everyone one note of what Asian Americans can do. Now, how do we become boundary spanners? I have 3 steps to offer. Number 1, don't just put your head down and work hard. What we need to do is start creating relationships. The first thing the overall thing what I would say is generate pull. You want people to want to be with you, okay? And oftentimes we get ourselves set up as being the experts in companies, but we need to not just have the information tie, we need to build these emotional ties. And what I would suggest is 3 steps. Number 1, identify the key influencers in the company, the Amy's of the world, and try to get to know them. Get to know boundary spanners. And the way we get to know them is if there's an Amy around, a boundary spanner who has some peripheral tie to what you're working on, just ask for a meeting. Say, hey, I'd really love to get to know you, maybe have coffee or just have a 30-minute Zoom. And they might not all agree to meet you, but meet 1 or 2 of them. And then normally when we get to know someone, start off saying, well, tell me about yourself. Don't do that. If she says, oh, tell me about yourself, just say, I'd be glad to tell you about myself. But first, tell me about you. What are you working on these days? What are you thinking about? What are your goals for this year? Understand their needs. And then my challenge is only dribble out biographical facts about yourself to the extent it's helpful to her. Okay, just say, oh, have you thought about that? And, I'm working on this and maybe that would. So what you're doing is don't say anything that just makes yourself look good. Because again, remember, Asian Americans are already stereotyped as being hyper competent, but not helpful. So you're using this opportunity to take down stereotypes and understand how to be helpful to her. Okay, so that's step 1, get to know people's needs and only talk about yourself with respect to them. Step 2 is engage your network at all stages of problem solving. I think that one thing that we often do is we say, okay, here's my problem. I'm going to make it perfect. I'm going to come up with a perfect solution, tie it with a bow, then make the beautiful PowerPoint to everyone. The better way to do it is now that you get to know the people who are peripheral and influential people who are maybe on the edges of the problems that you're working on in other departments, ideally, then engage them at every step in your solving your problem. That is actually going to make your problem more comprehensive and more aligned with people throughout your organization, and therefore more aligned with the marketplace. So to the extent possible, try to engage all these people throughout every stage of the problem. And then the very third is keep shaping your network and keep solving problems in a comprehensive way. These 3 steps are how we create the network capital we need to generate pull in an organization. Okay, I do want to make sure that we focus on what companies can do, because we cannot do all this ourselves. And I have 3 steps for companies, and I'll just, in the interest of time, I'll just go through them very quickly. Number 1, we have to identify and recognize our inclusion champions, all those hidden stars throughout our organizations that that are creating inclusion. Those should be our high potential, not just people who we pick because somehow we like them. I don't think there's any other way other than through organizational network analysis to identify the hidden stars. In fact, there is no other way, because there's no other way to make visible who those hidden stars are. The second step is we have to identify who are our peripherals, all those hidden talents on the edges of our organization, people who have high personal capital and lack the network capital they need to actually be successful. And then the third step is for everyone in our network. Now that we know where people are in their inclusion journeys, are they creating inclusion? Are they not creating inclusion? How are they creating inclusion, and how could they be? Then we can create customized learning journeys for everyone to be better inclusive, and we can incentivize them to do that. And these are the steps that we all need to take to operationalize inclusion throughout middle management, which is where the focus needs to be.
Thank you so much, Joy. On behalf of Asian Leaders Alliance, we really appreciate your time and your insight. I think there's a lot of really great, amazing information and really great actions as well that you've presented to us today. How can folks get in touch with you if they have any questions or want to know more about the work that you're doing?
Sure. Well, I've not been posting that much on LinkedIn recently, but I'm going to start ramping up my posting. They're welcome to follow me on LinkedIn. That's probably the best way. If you are a leader of an Asian ERG, I've been, my limited time in my own work, I'm happy to be a resource where time permitting to bounce off ideas on how you can operationalize equity and inclusion at your company. You can reach out to me, connect with me on LinkedIn or through my company website, getjoyous.net. If you are the head of an Asian professional organization, again, you want me to give you some thoughts, bounce thoughts with me about how to help your membership create more equity and inclusion for themselves and for their communities. Reach out to me. I'm glad to do that. I do a fair amount of speaking to Asian ERGs. So I'm out there as a resource to the extent that I can, and I welcome people to reach out that way.
Thank you so much, Joy. And I guess one final question for you. What's the one key takeaway that you'd want folks to take away from our conversation today? A lot of interesting content.
I guess I would say that, again, we've been working on the Asian American glass ceiling for actually the entire history of Asians in America, for the past 3 generations, for the past 200 years. And I think that, with all that's happened in the last couple of years with anti-Asian violence, there's been a lot of loss. And that the one thing that we can do to make this, I think that if we take away one thing from all of this, that we say, enough is enough. It's all been driven by exclusion, literally, figuratively, at every level, on the streets and in corporate America. And now is the time. 2022 is a year to turn the tide of exclusion and to start creating exclusion for ourselves, for our Asian American community in our workplaces, and for all people in our workplaces. Time is now.
Thank you so much. And as you heard, everyone, the time is now. And this again was Joy Chen joining us for this installment of ALA's Fireside Chat. We were so glad to have you on today, Joy. Thank you so much for all of your insight. And we'll look forward, hopefully, to seeing you again.
Thank you all. And if you are watching on YouTube, I will hang around and be commenting back. If you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to hang around And I'll see you here on YouTube in the comments below.
Thank you so much. Take care, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
It's my freshman year of high school, and somehow, as a mixed Asian American student, I have already experienced discrimination. A few months ago, at the beginning of my fourth period class, my teacher left the class for a few minutes and said she would be back. The class just worked quietly on their work. A minute later, 2 faculty members came into the room. Teacher 1 walked up to the board and pointed out that we were writing something down about population density, which we were. Then he said that our class should know what that is because we were AP. I just continued to write. Then teacher 1 pointed to me and said, "Hey, Asian girl, what's population density?" And of course I know what it is, but I hate being put on the spot, and I was in complete shock that I had just been referred to as Asian girl. Right after calling me out, teacher 1 remarked, "Well, you don't fit the stereotype." Then he moved on to a kid sitting to the left of me and proceeded to say, "Hey, Indian boy, what's population density?" I sat quietly with my jaw hanging open and my face flushed red from embarrassment, but too scared to call the teacher out for his inappropriate behavior. Teacher 1 then stated that this student did not fit the stereotype either. Do you see me?
In 7th grade, I attended an Asian workshop which discussed the history and impacts of Asian Americans on the United States. Before this workshop, I had no knowledge of the great effects of Asian Americans on the America we live in today. I found it frustrating that I didn't learn about the history of my people in 7 years of schooling. Today, there are 18.64 million Asians in the United States and still no mention of Asian Americans in classrooms. Do you see me?
My first year of college, I took a class on urban culture and society where I centered my research on Houston's Little Saigon with a special focus on the Saigon-Houston Plaza. I scoured newspaper articles and archives to learn more. However, I learned the most through phone calls with my dad, where he would tell me the stories behind the Vietnamese migration from downtown to A-Leaf, the origin of Hong Kong City Mall, and the stories behind the businesses that we all know and love. These stories live within oral history, but they deserve to be in classrooms too. We're real people who matter. Our value currently lives within the services that we provide. However, we are not valuable because we serve. We are valuable because we are people with culture, history, and lives. We should be included in U.S. history curriculum, especially as this country continues to profit off of our pain and hard work. Do you see me?
I never thought much about diversity until recently. When I was younger, I always thought because we live in an American society, we would always have to follow the fundamental core American societal values, and that the perspectives of different cultures doesn't matter because we live in a particular country. But as I grow up, I've come to see that the perspectives and the amazing work and the history of all people, including Asian Americans, that our voices do matter, that our experiences do matter, that our hardships, that our successes, that our lives do matter. And I encourage you to learn about the history of it because I am slowly gaining back my confidence about my Asian American identity through learning. Do you see me?
I was 15 when I heard my classmates make fun of a book about a Chinese person's narrative. The book was called Falling Leaves. There were around 5 Asians in my class. I was silent as I listened to my classmates complain about how boring and stereotypical and irrelevant the book was. I didn't tell them that I loved it, that I related to it, that I felt aspects of the author's Chinese story echo in my Vietnamese one too, that I was moved because the book was the only one from an Asian narrator I had read in class for the past 4 years. Even for the rest of high school, I did not read much Asian literature in school. The book might not be relevant to them, but it was to me. Do you see me?
As a recent college graduate, I've had my fair share of history classes, yet throughout semester after semester, a 5 to 7 sentence paragraph covering quote unquote Asian American history, mostly regarding the internment of Japanese Americans. I began wondering in high school, why are our ancestors' footprints not being learned about in depth, about within American history, and yet I am called quote unquote Asian American, specifically Filipino American. Our present will turn to the future's history, and I really do want to ask, until when will our history as Asian Americans be negated out of the classroom, be negated out of the discussion? Do you see me?
In world geography class, we had a unit over immigration. We discussed what it was, reasons for it, and we talked about the Europeans who came to Ellis Island, which is a good example and an important topic, but I would expect a world geography class to go much further and use even more examples and diverser examples. We cannot forget about all the Asians who have migrated here and are still migrating here. They are the fastest growing population in the US, and they are playing such important roles in jobs for our nation. Asian migration is very important and should be talked about. I was frustrated to see the lack of discussion over Asians in our world geography class. Do you see me?
I was still small enough to fit in the shopping cart. My mom turned away to get groceries, and the little girl next to me tilted her head at me, confused. "Why don't you look like this?" she asked, using her index finger to draw the corners of her eyes upwards. Her mother, right next to the cart, pretended like she didn't hear it. Years later, someone brought up the accomplishments of one of our Asian American classmates. Another classmate dismissed his accomplishments. "Well, yeah, of course he did well. He's Asian," he said, effectively diminishing his accomplishment to nothing. In middle school, a friend and I were complaining about the high costs related to being in band. She cut the conversation short by stating, "But Asians are all rich, so you aren't worried about this." We are not a monolith, and we are not a stereotype. We are deserving of credit, respect, and individual recognition. Do you see me?
When I was in high school, I took my first American history class covering content from 1492 to the present day. I never saw any mention of South Asian Americans like myself, and for that matter, Asian Americans within the first half of the course. But I figured that I would at least have 4 or 5 mentions of Asian Americans, one of which would include South Asian Americans in the second half of the course. I was wrong on both counts, and as I reached the end of the school year, I grew concerned that I would never have the opportunity to learn about these groups in class. One day, I expressed this sentiment to my U.S. history teacher, to which he responded, "Your people and history don't matter in this country." I can't remember much else about our interaction, other than feeling distraught from it. But since that incident, I feared that I could never learn about the history of my racial and ethnic groups in America in a classroom, and that I could be erased from U.S. history in the future. Do you see me? Do you see me?
That was a very moving spoken word by some incredible leaders using such beautiful words to express some of these lived experiences that rarely get heard in mainstream media. So I'm very proud to have and honored to have just listened to that. If you are tuning in, welcome to the oops. Uh, um, Welcome and thank you for breaking the silence with us. We are slowly transitioning back to the DC rally. My name is Cheryl Leong, co-hosting this with some other incredible people. And if we're ready, are we ready to transition to the DC rally? DC rally coming up.
All right, it's like, okay, it's not, it's the next slide. I think your mic is off. It's off. Oh, I see. Hello. Oh, very good. Okay. So it's like 5:05, and because we do want to get to the creative part of the program, we're going to try to start on time. But what I will do is that I will certainly welcome you into this space. We are, I guess, at the community healing and arts event in remembrance of March 16th, which is really the anniversary of the star shootings that happened in Atlanta. And so as part of that remembrance, we have together this community event, hoping that this will give an opportunity for API women and others who identify as trans or I guess non-binary persons and their families and allies to come together to both remember the women from Atlanta, but also to have an opportunity to be in community and be able to express themselves if you would like, or find ways to just take pride in the fact that we are Asian American women who live in the US, in DC, especially in this location. And we are, of course, concerned about the quality of life that we have, the safety that we may be able to enjoy. So welcome, everyone, and so glad to see the family and friends of our young singer. There's also, I guess, a young woman who comes from the Professional Association. We have a volunteer who is helping to live stream, so we'll be actually live streaming. This is part of a national effort to have API communities in different cities celebrate March 16th and remember March 16th on the same day. The live streaming is happening both nationally and then locally. I guess I would like also to thank the DC Mayor's Office on APIs parents been helping to consolidate. The DC Domestic Violence Resource Center, we had one of the staff members who helped conceptualize this event. However, she's sick today and she's not able to be here, but we want to acknowledge her and thank them. And then we definitely would like to thank the national network of the Asian Justice Movement that has put so much effort in the past several weeks to organize all the different cities and try to bring voices and visibility to API women during that time. So, we will officially start the program now. To open this event, I would like to share with you a poem which is really a centering and welcoming poem. It's also participatory, so when the time comes to ask for you to raise voices with me, if you would please participate as well. Blessings for when the star is coming. Thank you for being here. Here you are, never alone, because you are here. You, the beautiful you, perfect in all of your light and all your darkness. Here, let's celebrate, first of all, you who came. Your belly with its button that connects you to your mother and all the mothers that came before. Your ribs that lift you up and help you stand tall. Your chest that holds your heart and radiates with love. Your head that holds your mind and helps you understand the world and remember what matters. Please stand up or be seated. Close your eyes or keep them open. You can bring your hands into prayer or keep them relaxed by your side. Choose whatever position makes you feel comfortable. Let your breath flow in and out and bless each part of you. Let the breath fill your belly, lift your ribs, fill your heart, hold at the top of your head. Let the breath flow back down your head, down your chest, down your ribs, to your belly. Repeat the wave of this breath 7 times, but today will be 3 times for time's sake. Your hands may follow your breath, rising in praise of your light and raining back down as a blessing. So we're going to do some collective breathing. You can breathe from your belly, your ribs, your chest, your head. Breathe out from the head, the chest, the ribs, the belly. Breathe in from the belly, the ribs, the chest, top of the head. Breathe out from head, chest, ribs, belly. One last time. Breathe in from your belly, your ribs, your chest, top of the head. Breathe out, head, chest, ribs, belly. Now take a moment to thank your breath and the blessing that is you. We will now remember why we are gathered here today. Another star disappeared in the sky, and in the night that feels a little colder, our steps may be a little shakier. In our grief, some may pray, some may shout, some may hide, some may sleep, some may rampage, some may build things of beauty. Some may organize, some may dream, some may write poems or sing songs of hope. We each cry in our own ways, but in this shared grief, we become sisters, we become family, we become community. Today we gather in this circle. Each woman brings her special gift or special light, adds a flower from her foremother's garden, a tulip, a water lily, a blue poppy, a plum blossom, an orchid, a rose, a cherry blossom, a black iris, some jasmine, a frangipani, a lotus. Together we gather this Pan-Asian bouquet, a united offering to remember the one who is gone, to break the silence, to honor our dearly departed. We say no to violence in all the languages of our foremothers. Please join this chorus of the voices. And what I'm going to do is, since we have a live audience, is I'm going to ask you guys to share what the no in your mother's language, if you know it. Would somebody like to share no in their own language? Ben? Hindi. Hindi. Okay. Katie? Okay. So I'm mom. It's Chiku. Somebody else in the audience, how would you say no in your mother's language or your grandmother's language? Did somebody share that? Okay. Otherwise, we have some, I guess, some language here. So no, we say mahategu, aole, tidak, iyak, anio, kong, bo, te, ne. We also say yes to justice in all the languages of our foremothers. Please join this chorus of our voices. And here we can read just I guess, all the yeses in all the different languages. So, yes, ya, dot long, bad, bat, ne, hi, ja, otetong. We raise our hand, and you can do this with me if you would like. We turn our pinky finger inside to reach towards our thumb. What happens then is that our hand becomes a bowl. It also becomes a lotus. So in Indian dance, for example, this is also
And we are now still featuring DC, and we'll move. They are moving now to the audience participation part of the program: art stations, origami, and poetry writing.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this stream and for attending this event. I am Daniel Anderson. I am currently a writer at Next Shark. I moderate Asian Creative Network. I help moderate Subtle Asian Traits. I co-founded Subtle Asian Dating. A lot of my work is within these AAPI community spaces. I am joined by a wonderful group of talented individuals. We have Tiffany Tai and Eric Han, both from Clubhouse, and we have Callista Wu, legal counsel at Hate is a Virus, and also a singer and artist known as Callie Star. And so for this particular segment, we just wanted to kind of discuss have a bit of a roundtable about not only this event, but also what really does it mean when we think of AAPI representation in media, but then also especially centered around the idea of community building and what does that look like for us. And so this is just kind of going to be a free flow conversation. We'll be asking each other questions for about 30 minutes or so, but we hope we can say something insightful and you can get something out of this. But we're all super happy to be here. Yeah, I guess I would love to hear just from each of you kind of maybe a little bit of your story, maybe how you got to where you are, especially centering around the theme of breaking the silence, being able to find your voice, and what has that kind of journey looked like for each of you?
Sure, I'm happy to go first. Hi everyone, I'm Tiffany. I'm on the comms team at Clubhouse, and I'm a senior leader here. I was brought on to help build out the comms function, and really, like, it's kind of interesting because, you know, we're talking about finding your voice. I help people at the company and others find their voice and present themselves. So I just feel like this has been part of my career for a really long time. But I think personally, you know, when I think I found my voice, especially my voice in advocating for AAPI communities, was specifically through my work at my previous job at Hulu. I founded the Asian ERG there. And so I played a pretty big role in supporting the community and advocating for the community with Hulu executives and Disney executives when we got acquired. And so I feel like that experience really helped me learn to advocate for myself and for the people that looked to me as a leader. And it's something that I definitely brought here to Clubhouse as well. So yeah, that's how I personally found my voice. What about you, Calista?
Well, that's so fascinating learning about you and your background, Tiffany. And Daniel, thank you so much for putting this panel together. You are always such an amazing community builder, and I love seeing your face on here. I normally am blessed to hear your voice on Clubhouse doing amazing things and reading your articles that you write for so many orgs. I think you also forgot Asian Hustle Network, but there's so many that you are a part of. My story, to give you the short version for people who don't know me, when I was little, I wanted to be both a singer and a lawyer, and I am the daughter of Taiwanese immigrants. And I didn't realize that seemed impossible until I got older. I kind of gave up both, and then I realized, no, like, this is my calling. This is what I'm supposed to do with my life, and I'm going to figure out a way to do both of them and figure out a way to make it less impossible for people. So I became, so I started doing music back in the day when the Asian American community in LA was kind of just beginning to form. And so I was part of that. And we're this group of friends who supported each other and really believed in each other. And I didn't think we understood like how big that this was kind of going to get in terms of like just our little group of friends, and then like seeing where everyone is now. I've maintained that cheerleading role ever since those days, became a lawyer, started working on diversity initiatives in my law firm and in the legal space. So I'm a part of a few orgs like CMCP, just to increase diversity kind of like wherever I go. But as I got more senior, I started using my resources to kind of bring awareness and funnel resources and make connections to help people in entertainment, to help my friends in media through Gold House, CAPE, all those initiatives. And I stayed in touch with my friends in entertainment, and I realized it's hard. While I'm happy that there have been more resources and more awareness, they still needed more resources. And so I left the law firm life and I started my own entertainment company. And that's along the theme of breaking the silence, right? Like me learning how to use my voice and then encouraging and giving other people, hopefully, a platform to use their voice. And just kind of always supporting my friends as my friends started to get into activism, started to build Hate as a Virus. I started helping, different nonprofits, first as a lawyer in a law firm, and then, full time now. I have just been really, really a cheerleader for people. And I feel like when people are like, I want to do this, how can I do this? How can I learn how to use my voice? How can I learn who I am and how to express that? I've always just kind of enjoyed like cheering people on. So I am plugged in some of the activism communities, but I really look at it as just like really just supporting friends and supporting our community. And so that's why I'm so happy to be here today, to learn more about like each of your journeys and to talk more. What about you, Eric?
Okay, I'll go next after the two ballers go. That is an incredible background. Oh my God. Okay, I don't have a good spiel here, but I'll try my best. So I grew up in Montana, so it's predominantly just white people. The TLDR that I used to say is that my nickname in high school was just Asian, which just is indicative of how few Asian people there were there. And so I grew up with a huge Asian identity crisis. I feel like as many do in some way or another. And so when I went to college, I felt really at home, felt really diverse, and I love college. And I thought like, oh my God, this is the rest of my life. Like now that I don't come back to Montana, this is great. And then when I went into consulting after, it was sort of a whiplash back where minorities were there wasn't that like there wasn't that many Asians at Bain. And if there were Asians, they were very junior. And so I remember reading this article, it's called like Hidden in Plain Sight, that discusses how like Asian diversity is very junior, but then if you look at the upper ranks, there's almost no one. And what really sucked is that everyone in consulting, private equity, investment banking would often say this expression that this is an apprenticeship model and that you just need to find a good mentor or a master and then they'll teach you how to do this. But for me, I really struggled. And so because of that, similar to Tiffany, I founded Bain's ERG group, Asians at Bain, to help increase retention and just empowerment and honestly just be like somebody who will listen. And it became really rewarding and addicting to listen to more junior Asians come in and be able to be that mentor that I didn't really have myself as I climbed the ranks of Bain. And I'll just say, like, I think there was a lot of issues as I think about my time at Bain where I felt like there was this constant itch that I couldn't scratch. I wasn't really taught growing up how to network. I wasn't really taught how to be my own salesperson. I was taught to be super humble and let my work speak for itself. And those are often things that conflict with, I think, American corporate culture. And so being an advocate of both like learning those things myself and making sure I pass those learnings along has been really rewarding. And I'm just honored to be along this panel or chat with everyone here. Anyways, I'll stop there. What about you, Daniel?
Yeah, I think, in terms of finding my voice, so growing up, I always kind of, around middle school, I really started to get into a lot more writing. I would be the kid just kind of in the back corner and I would be writing all sorts of different things and half paying attention to class. And then, I got validation through that because people were like, oh, like, you're good at this. This is something that you should pursue. And so that world, the world of being a storyteller, being a writer, was always something that I just it just clicked for me. And then I was fortunate enough to stumble into the kind of subtle Asian groups and explosion when that was happening. And I joined Subtle Asian Dating very, very early on. Like back when they only had 600 members, and I would just comment and be very active in the group. And then they were like, do you want to be a mod? And so that was really my first experience getting to moderate a group of that size, one, because then it exploded and we now have 600,000 plus members. I've since then transitioned over to Asian Creative Network and now helping moderate Subtle Asian Traits here and doing stuff with Asian Hustle Network. But I think a lot of it, for me, when we talk about breaking the silence, it's a very interesting concept because I think I've been a kind of silent supporter for a long time. It's something that I've been very comfortable with. I would prefer to be, but behind the camera, being a moderator who's going to approve your posts. And maybe that's the thing that helps your career take off or whatever it may be, or helps you go viral. And that's something that I can do very comfortably, with the push of a button from my home on a computer screen, right? And so it did not require me to be like out there and active and in front of everyone. And now I feel like I almost have to transition out of that and be more active and be out there. I am a writer at NextShark, and I don't know about the rest of my team, but at least for me, I try to be very active when it comes to posting the articles of the day and just being very open with people and saying, I would love to hear your story, or please DM me if you see something or hear something that you think needs coverage. And I feel like that is a responsibility that I've chosen to take upon myself, to be that resource to people, to be kind of that beacon, to know, like, you can come to us, you can come to me, because I think it's necessary right now. And what I'm seeing is that it's not really maybe enough anymore to be kind of behind the scenes and doing things as silently as I have. I am still learning and progressing and growing as a person in all of this. Shout out to Brian, who helped organize all of this. But when he asked me to be here, I was very hesitant, because this is not something that I'm used to doing. And so even stepping out to do this right now is kind of me breaking my silence in a way and finding my voice. Clubhouse, definitely played a big part in that. I think the moderation experience that I've gained from that app and being able to host rooms and really find comfort and that confidence was particularly key. But yeah, I think that's a little bit of kind of my journey there, and how we've gotten here.
And I think everyone, and oftentimes like our community, finding your voice is just a consistent thing we have to work on. Because at least for me, when I grew up, and I think maybe for many of us, you're sort of taught exactly what Eric said. You sort of keep your head down and you do the work you need to do, and you respect people older than you or in leadership positions. And so you try not to question them. But I think finding your voice to advocate for yourself and for your communities inherently means sometimes pushing back. And so for me, it took a lot of time for me to just continuously practice that for me to feel comfortable. And I still get butterflies, and like sometimes after meetings, my hands shake and I don't feel comfortable doing it. But I think taking on these types of opportunities like today with a live stream and consistently working to advocate for your community with leadership and with other organizations is how we go about doing that, right?
Yeah. Do you think that's really important? I mean, I just texted Tiffany that I was really uncomfortable coming onto this. And I think, Daniel, I think you're really inspirational, because I think you described all my feelings really well, where I am comfortable being behind the camera. I'm comfortable having these asynchronous conversations, less comfortable putting my voice out there. And I think a lot of that was because there's this element of, at least my mom, it always told me that, like, don't really speak up, don't really do things unless you're 100% sure that you're right and you'll do well. And that manifested sort of in this concept of, if you're going to fail, don't try. And I'm sort of trying to adopt a try and fail fast. And I do think that is really important as we think about breaking the silence and making progress, as no single person has the keys to the kingdom of exactly what to do and how to do it. But collectively, if we do all try and put ourselves out there and fail fast and learn quickly, I do think we can make strides. And that's obviously been shown in media really quickly. And like the forefathers of YouTube, of like, what was it, like Kev Jamba, Wong Fu, all of that, I think is a really cool testament of people breaking the system and trying and failing. And we are where we are today.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like most people think that somehow I'm used to doing all of this, but really it's been more of a recent thing. I think for over a decade, I was supporting in the background, and me coming to a little bit more of the forefront, it's kind of like, well, if I'm not going to do it, who will? And maybe there's something that I have to offer that someone else might not be able to fill, right? And like learning how to be vulnerable and hoping that my vulnerability and authenticity will somehow help someone else to overcome their fears and to find their voice and what that looks like for them. And it's so interesting because I think like so many of us, we think So everyone who's at the forefront probably has it all put together. I'm not ready yet, but sometimes it just takes, that first step, that little thing that you do, and all of it matters, right? Because I think, like, especially in light of the Atlanta shootings and the rise in like anti-Asian violence, like all of us are kind of learning about who we are in terms of identity, and what Asian America even means, where that comes from, like what our different communities are, like just learning about each other and learning how to find our individual and collective voices. So I think it's so powerful, like all of your individual stories and our greater narrative of like, it's important for us to speak up. And sometimes it's the most meaningful when we don't feel like doing it, and the power of like what that can activate and what that can bring.
Oh, for sure. Really, really excellent. And thank you all for sharing that story and those insights. I want to ask Tiffany a particular question. So we were discussing finding your voice, but Tiffany, with your background in corporate communications, I'd be really curious to know, especially with so much of what is going on, and we see so many companies try to be active and involved, or maybe try and help, and they don't always know what to do, or they misstep. So, just speaking from your background, do you have any advice? Can you, of any initiatives they can do, things not to do,
That's a great question. And I'd love to also just open it up to everybody after I've given my perspectives as well, because I'm sure you've all experienced this at prior companies. But I think the first thing I would say is start with inside. I think a lot of companies try to, outwardly support, underrepresented communities or communities that are hurting. But I think oftentimes don't look at their own employees to support first. During the Atlanta spa shootings, I felt really blessed because I had a boss at the time who was an Asian woman. And so I remember we had a really big meeting that she and I were prepping for. And then after the meeting, she said, "Do you have 15 minutes? And she took me aside and asked me how I was doing and asked if I wanted to decompress in any way. Because at the end of the day, and I'm taking this from Maya, who's our head of marketing, everyone is in the people business because you need people to do the things that you need to do. And so essentially, you need to check on your people and make sure you're good, or make sure they're good. And I think, checking on people and making sure internally you're doing the right thing is how you start to respond to communities in need authentically. Because otherwise it sometimes feels like you're just kind of saying something externally and you're not really walking the walk. Calista, what do you think?
Oh, I totally agree. I think that sometimes the outside contributions, partnerships are very helpful, but also I feel like it's much more meaningful when you take care of your own and you make sure that there's an alignment between what's going on publicly and what's going on privately within the org. And I think that there are more organizations that are starting to equip their employees. So I think like having empowered ERGs is very important. Both Tiffany and Eric have started different ERGs, which I completely respect. But giving those ERGs teeth within the organization to actually hold space and support the people in it is very important. And I respect companies who actually have resources and bring and contribute actual like funds and bring in different speakers and have different workshops and really just show care for their employees, and more than just like a check the box way.
Yeah, and just to add to that quickly, on top of having ERGs, also have leaders that advocate for those ERGs, because oftentimes ERGs are held responsible for advocating for their communities when in fact they're also hurting. And so, having a leader who's going to then help advocate on behalf of that group is so critical, especially if that leader is not part of that group, right? And I think that's so important.
I do think that point is super, super important, because I think in a lot of companies across the US in particular, if you think about minority groups, not even just Asians, they are, as the name suggests, the minority. And there is this culture of, hey, this is like a you problem, you guys should fix it, you should host a conference, you should host wellness rooms. And it puts a lot of onus on the individual person or small group to really move the culture across. And so I think to answer your question, Daniel, I think there's two things. From a company perspective, make it a company-wide issue. Like, don't make it a specific, like ERG needs to like improve recruiting, improve retention, improve morale. I don't think it's a ERG issue, it's a company issue. And then my advice to the ERGs is move quickly, forgiveness, not permission. And like, don't be worried about stepping on toes or, you know, breaking things. Like you have to do those things because the norm is for us to be silent, right? So those would be my like pieces of advice for each selected party.
Those are really great insights from all of you. And I agree. You know, I think a lot of the time, while we are happy to be here and do this work, it can be exhausting for the very people who, you know, we're trying to support our own communities, but that has an emotional toll and burden. And sometimes, you know, we have to struggle with just the idea of going back to Calista, you know, if not me, then who will do it, right? But that onus of responsibility, that's a really hard thing to take upon yourself or to ask anybody. And so, you know, I think while sometimes we can be critical of people who are like, oh, you're just sitting there, you're not doing anything, you're not, you know, contributing, we also have to recognize that sometimes that might be a lot for that person, and also be respectful and mindful of that. If you are facing a lot of, you know, trauma or strong feelings with everything that is going on right now, and you're not posting on social media everywhere, you're not doing this or that, that's fine. That's okay. I've decided that I'm gonna post a lot of the headlines that I see, partly because it's my job, but I'm also not gonna lie to myself to say like I feel great at the end of the day, you know, because it's hard. We posted like 5 incidents today alone, right? So, you know, it is challenging and it can chip away at you for sure. So I also, wherever each person is in terms of wanting to help and what that looks like for them, I think I also try to be really respectful of that. I'm very much this way. I don't know if anybody else is, but sometimes I see what's going on and I have this, I need to like save the world mentality, and I need to be involved in this and this and this and every little issue that pops up. And really, I think, you know, if you're here and if you're just trying to make the impact that you can, whatever that looks like for you, given the resources that you have, given the time and energy that you can give, that's all we can really hope for, and ask of any of us. But I also, you know, as difficult as it is sometimes to have to do this work and try and make progress, I do feel strengthened by the community. And so when we talk about community building and what that looks like, you know, I thought about this as I keep seeing all these headlines and I keep reading of all these incidents. And yes, at some point in this segment, they've covered self-defense and what to do in these kinds of situations. At the same time, we just wrote an article about a guy who still was attacked, and he was in a group of 10 people. And so, you know, I think there are limits. It can happen to anyone, it can happen anywhere. And I think one of the only comforting things that I've thought about in the last few weeks, as I've been seeing more and more of these headlines, is I can do certain things to prevent those things from happening or decrease the risk of those things happening. But I also feel comforted in the fact that should something happen, that there is a community that I have and a community that I might not even be fully aware of that will support me and have my back. And, you know, I think one of the silver linings that that I get from sometimes seeing a lot of these incidents are the GoFundMes that come afterwards, and then being able to share those on NextShark's platform or wherever else, and then just seeing how much those funds skyrocket afterwards. And then seeing the response from so many people of, I don't know who any of these people are, but to get so much of their support and just help, right? And I think that is something that gives me strength, because again, like, no matter what I do, like, it could happen, right? And it's like, okay, but if it does, there are resources, there are people that will be there. And I think that is something that I want people to be able to take away from all of this as well. And I'm also trying to think right now of when we think about finding our voice and what that really means. My advice to people, and I again have, I think, Clubhouse to partly thank for this, is being yourself, which I know sounds like a cliche, but it worked, because I was supposed to use the Clubhouse platform for networking. And what I ended up doing was, in a lot of the rooms when I first joined, because I was really scared to even use my voice, I was mute in so many of the rooms and in so many of the social rooms with now some of my closest friends. So, but over time, I spoke up more. I started hosting more rooms, and then I started hosting rooms to just talk to people. It was not anything super topical. It was just, very chill social rooms. And then I would also host rooms on things that just interested me, just because I thought they were fun. And so I made a let's make a K-drama room, or I'll tell you what Pokemon you are, because I'm such a huge Pokemon fan. But we've been able to take those things. The Pokemon one, we were able to convert into a fundraiser for Asian Americans Advancing Justice, and we raised like $13,000. And so I think if you told me, oh, you're going to get on this platform, you're going to tell people what Pokemon they are, and that is going to raise money for all these amazing causes, I wouldn't have ever believed you. And so whatever it is that you're doing, whatever talent that you have, and sometimes that requires people telling you and encouraging you, because I think oftentimes we don't see the stories within ourselves. Whatever that may be, I think there's a way to channel those talents, channel those interests, and help. And I think that is something that I also want people to take away, is because we're often taught or told that, again, right, our voices don't have a lot of impact, or to keep our heads down, and then we start to believe that ourselves, that my story doesn't matter, or even because I haven't done all of these things, that I don't have anything to contribute. And the reality is, like, when I got on Clubhouse, I hadn't done a whole lot of things. And now I'm here with this panel with, a lot of amazing speakers, and a lot of amazing speakers you'll hear throughout the rest of this live stream. People that I really admire and respect, who I would have never imagined that my name was even going to be in the same, list as they were in terms of speakers. And so I think having that confidence in yourself and saying, what things make me who I am, and how can I share that with the rest of the world? And somebody will see the value in that, and that's going to go a long way. But yeah, I'm really curious if that's the same for anybody else. Coesto, like, did you always know you were going to be a singer, or did somebody have to encourage you and push that?
I have a very different personality, I think. I'm always just like, if someone tells me I can't do it, I'm going to prove them wrong. And so, but I think I had I've lost that and refound it several times in my life, right? I think I've been silenced, or I've allowed people to silence me, or I've even silenced myself sometimes. And so the journey of, like, shedding all the different layers of like what I've put on based on what I thought society said I needed to be, or letting people I admired, whether it's in the corporate world or like personal life, like say this is who you are. Like just learning how to really like look within, like you mentioned, Daniel, like seeing like what you have to offer, who you are, and like finding ways to like express that, to convey that, to move in real life with that. So yeah, I think I've always wanted to be a singer, but like me getting there hasn't been a direct path. And I think it's hard now. It's really hard. But when I think about like how long it took me or how hard it was to get to where I am, then I appreciate it more. And then I realized like, I'm gonna treasure this and all the difficulties that come with it and make sure I'm making as much impact with it as possible. And I think sometimes it takes like people realizing, oh, like I'm in a unique position. And even though it's not exactly what I thought it might be, and there's challenges in this space, there's challenges with every space, and just making the decision to be like, oh, okay, there's value in who I am and what I have to say and what I can do and what I can bring to the table. And then just like stepping out. It could be like a little thing, right? Like sharing something on social media. It could be like drawing art. It could be participating in a bystander intervention training. It could be, you know, starting a change.org petition that we've seen people do, like contributing to a GoFundMe. There's so many different things. So I feel like people think like to make change, they have to do these big things, right? And so I think the theme is here, like all of it matters. Whether it's doing a Pokemon reading, like you can decide, oh, like I want to channel that for good, for this cause, for this impact. So I love the stories that are being shared here. What about you, Eric?
No, I think I was just thinking and reflecting on everything that everyone's saying, and 100% agree. I think support comes in a lot of different ways, shapes, and forms. And I do think the bar to be impactfully supportive is a lot lower than a lot of people think. I think just as you mentioned, Calista, like, I mean, I think we all have said in our bios or intros that it was hard to, you know, be on the panel. It's hard to speak up. There was some conversion of behind the camera to in front of the camera. And as someone who is still going through that, honestly, like even something as simple as someone saying thank you or someone saying like this was awesome, like you can really do so much even in your small community of just saying thank you or even showing up. And even if you say nothing, the fact of you just showing up and being supportive is actually super impactful. And so that's one thing. I was also in the camp of, oh, if I'm not going to do something big, you know, what am I going to do? Like, what needle will I move? And I think the older that I get, I realize that the bar to be really, really impactful and supportive for the AAPI community actually is a lot lower than you think. And then you sort of get addicted and you crave a little bit more, and it spirals in a good way where you meet really cool people. Like similar to you, Daniel, never thought I'd be speaking on something like this with amazing people. And so it's all to say that I think it's really awesome, and I totally agree with everything you said, Calista.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely true. And I just want to harken back to Daniel's point, though, for those of you who feel like you need a break and you can't do something, I think taking care of yourself is also part of that, right? It's taking a break from social. It's maybe stepping back. It's maybe not going to that event if you're feeling overwhelmed, because what that means is you can come back once you've recharged and, you know, continue fighting the good fight and, you know, voicing your opinions and supporting the community. And so that's definitely, I feel like, something I had to learn last year because I, you know, quickly got burned out. There was like all of this bad news and I was advocating a ton for, you know, people who needed me to. And I think, you know, not enough is said about taking a step back for your mental health so you can recharge and come back and do the good work. And so wanted to make sure I brought that up too.
Excellent point. We'll probably have to do that at some point too, for sure.
It's a heavy week. So, I mean, like, I think, you know, just if all of us need to pause for an hour or two, I think we probably will and should. So,
yeah. I think we are going to wrap up pretty soon, but I want to bring up, I guess, one last point that has stuck with me, and comes from a friend of Callista's who spoke at an event similar to this for Asian Hustle Network. But Shahana Busa, I think she got this quote from somebody else, but it always is just like, I now carry this with me. And somebody asked her, you know, you have this business and you've done a lot of amazing things, you know, are you ever worried about competitors or, you know, somebody else? And, you know, when we think of this idea of community and space, literally the word space sometimes would maybe make you think that it's limited, that, right, there isn't enough space for you, which is probably in some way something that we've all heard in some instance, that, you know, we don't have a space for you here. But the thing that she said that stuck with me is also, and I think Eric, you know, you brought this up a little bit too, of where's the bar of what can you contribute, right? And that bar is a lot lower than what people think, is just this idea that, you know, just because you're not the first doesn't mean that you don't have something to add. And I think the Michelle quote that she said was, you know, why be a star when you can be a constellation, right? And it's just that idea of, sure, there's a lot of amazing people who are doing a lot of wonderful things for representation right now. And so, you know, we see Simu Liu, or we see, you know, a cast of Turning Red. And then sometimes we think, cool, so those people are the ones that are doing it. And because we already have those people, you know, that this space is somehow limited, and really it's not. And the more that we can strive to uplift and amplify one another, then we're all really just winning. And so the more that we are able to help one another get to where that person wants to go, and to be able to help them find their voice, you know, that for me is always going to be like the number one thing. And I think whether it's through Clubhouse and finding your voice through social audio, or whether it's inspiring somebody else to pursue possibility through music, or whether it's through telling somebody's story when they are ready to share that. And I think that that is always going to be the thing for me when we think of community and what we can do. And so sometimes, quite honestly, it's literally just telling somebody else like how great your friend is, or what they're doing, or to support their business, or to support their art. And so that's also how you can show up. And sometimes that doesn't take a lot of, I think that takes a lot of positive energy, which is great, right? And it doesn't necessarily take a lot of this, the nitty gritty energy of, oh, I have to show up to this rally and there's going to be a lot of just strong emotions involved. But just being able to say, like, Callista released this really cool music video, right? Like, that's just something that I think everybody like is happy to do. You want to support your friends, you want to talk about how great they are. And so, yeah, I think that there is space for all of us here, and it's just a matter of giving each other that helping hand and being able to say, we're with you, and let's all just continue to grow together, and let's all be stars together, and let's all find our voices as well. But I thank you all for being here, Tiffany, Eric, and Callista, for speaking on this panel. And I thank everybody who showed up to this event today and who are listening. I hope that you can all take away something from what's been shared today. And I know that any one of us are happy to connect with anybody that's listening, if you need support or a friend or whatever it may be. But thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Break the Silence Justice for Asian Women Rally. My name is Anna Mae, and I'm coming to you all the way from Toronto. And we are here to uplift the experiences of Asian women by acknowledging the complexities of their struggles, demanding changes, and celebrating women's strengths. Today, March 16th, marks the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings that massacred 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women. This tragedy catapulted rising anti-Asian hate warnings into the mainstream and brought many Asian Americans for the first time into the streets, raising their voices and taking action. As an anti-Asian hate continues unabated until 2022, with thousands of hate incidents, including the tragic deaths of Michelle Go, Christina Lee, Goyin Ma, and that's just in New York City this year, community organizers across the country are uniting. They are uplifting, uniting on the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta massacre to remember the Asian women and fight for their rights to be safe, heard, and empowered in this country. In response to statements by Asian women who feel alone and unseen in their struggles and experiences, this event implores everyone to get to know the multifaceted lives and life ways of Asian women. So join us today to break the silence and remind Asian women that they are seen, heard, acknowledged in their pain, and support in their healing processes. We will also celebrate and uplift the strength of our community and all the incredible women, in our community. So a couple things. There are several things I'd like you to do during this live stream. I want you to post your stories and images with the hashtag break the silence. So remember, that's hashtag break the silence. And, show of hands. So the @show of the hands project, share your experiences on your hand, then posting onto social media with the hashtag show of hands. Share this March 16th resource guide for people and ERG leaders. We're going to share the link. I think we can put a little link at the bottom. Then you will also find a list of nonprofits donating here. And last but not least, I want you to follow Asian Justice Movement on socials and visit the AsianJusticeMovement.org and sign up to volunteer for the next nationwide rally and to support the organizations and nonprofits behind today's rally. Okay, I know we're so excited and we're going to continue on with programming, but as a glimpse, just to let you know, because you're very special to me, I'm going to tell you what's coming up. We have a lot of performances. We're going to show more cities across the United States. We have a personal safety video coming up. And last but not least, we have a special clubhouse room segment. Okay, without further ado, I am going to introduce the next performance. Please, everyone, get excited and your hands together at home for Pai Yang's poem.
Blessings for when the star is gone. Thank you for being here. Here you are, never alone because you are here. You, the beautiful you, perfect in all your light and all your darkness. Here, let's first celebrate you who came. Your belly with its button that connects to your mother and all the mothers that came before. Your ribs that lift you up and help you stand tall. Your chest that holds your heart and radiates with love. Your head that holds your mind and helps you understand the world and remember what matters. Please stand up or be seated. Close your eyes or keep them open. Bring your hands into prayer or keep them relaxed. Choose whatever position makes you feel comfortable. Let your breath flow in and out and bless each part of you. Let the breath fill your belly, lift your ribs, feel your heart, hold at the top of your head. Let the breath flow back down your head, down your chest, down your ribs, to your belly. Repeat the wave of this breath 3 times. Your hands may follow your breath, rising in praise of your light and raining back down as a blessing. Let's breathe together. Breathe in from the belly, the ribs, the chest, top of the head. Breathe out, head, chest, ribs, belly. Breathe in from the belly, ribs, chest, top of the head. Breathe out from the head, chest, ribs, belly. One last time. Breathe in from the belly, the ribs, the chest, top of the head. Breathe out from head, chest, ribs, belly. Now take a moment to thank your breath and the blessing that is you. Let's remember why we are gathered here today. Another star disappeared in the sky, and in the night that feels a little colder, our steps may be a little shakier. In our grief, some may pray, some may shout, some may hide, some may sleep, some may rampage, some may build things of beauty, some may organize, some may dream, some may write poems or sing songs of hope. We each cry in our own ways, but in this shared grief, we become sisters, we become family, we become community. Together we gather in this circle. Each woman brings her special gift, a special light, adds a flower from her foremother's garden, a tulip, a water lily, a blue poppy, a plum blossom, an orchid, a rose, a cherry blossom, a black iris, some jasmine, a frangipani, a lotus. Together we gather this Pan-Asian bouquet, our united offering to remember the one who is gone, to break the silence, to honor our dearly departed. We say no to violence in all the languages of our foremothers. Please join this chorus of our voices. No, Busing, Mahottebu, Aole, Chipu, Tidak, Iat, Anil, Hindi, Hong, Ba, Te, Lei. We say yes to justice in all the languages of our foremothers. Please join this chorus of our voices. Yes, ya, tok long, bang, bat, ne, hai, sheda, o, ahang, ya, otit. We raise our hand. We turn our pinky finger towards our thumb. Our hand becomes a bowl, full of our light and love for each other. We release them into the world and say love in the language of all of our mothers. Please join this chorus of our voices. Love, alofa, sneha, hak, yuvaki, pakibig, shinta, sarang, I, hlu, aloha, achie, I. We send our words, our light, and our love through these lotuses rising from our hands in a wave. A movement going into the world to find justice for Asian women and all those who carry the spirit of Asian women. Before we leave this circle to begin our work, let's take a moment of silence for the star that has gone but will never be forgotten. Go forth in peace, and may your work begin.
Thank you so much. Now we have three special guests going to speak to us, but first of all, I'd like to introduce them. First, we have Mei Lee. If you don't know Mei Lee, she is a former journalist and a very vocal AAPI activist. If you haven't heard already, she has her own show called The May Lee Show, and she's recorded a small segment just for us. After, we will have a special message from Senator Warnock and Senator Ossoff. Take it away.
There, this is May Lee. I'm actually coming to you from beautiful Zion National Park, where I'm on a short little vacation. I mean, look, let's be honest, we've all been feeling pretty burnt out because of what's been happening for the last 2.5 years. And that's why we're having this event today on the 1-year anniversary of the shooting in Atlanta. I remember so specifically when that happened, because I think I had the fear leading up to that day that something terrible like that was going to happen, that all of this anti-Asian hate was going to peak and, you know, result in something so violent where 8 people were killed and 6 of them Asian women. And I think that's the biggest issue for me now, is that it seems that so many of these hate attacks are targeting Asian women. And we know from the data that 67% of all the anti-Asian hate attacks are against Asian women. And we see this over and over again. We thought it couldn't get any worse, and it's getting worse. It's getting even worse. We had Michelle Go. We had Christina Lee. We had those 7 Asian women who were attacked in New York in a span of 2 hours. We just had a 67-year-old woman in Yonkers struck over 125 times by a guy. So it's crazy, it's infuriating, it's frustrating, it's making us fearful. But here's the catch. We all know what's going on. So therefore, we cannot stand by. We cannot be silent. We have to fight back. We have to speak up. We have to organize. We have to get officials to take much more notice. We have to get the mainstream media to not drop the story anymore and think it's no longer a story, because it is clearly. And we all have to work together to build that solidarity, that continued solidarity. I know we all care about this issue deeply, but we have to do more, and we have to work together. We have to bring all of these like-minded people and organizations together, because there's power in numbers. As an Asian woman, I just want to say to all my sisters, be strong, be courageous. I know it's a scary time. It's a scary time for all of us. But let's show who we are, that we are not docile, we're not submissive, we're not meek, that we are powerful. So let's do it together, be powerful together, my sisters, okay? All right, well, I am very thankful for this event, and I know that it's just going to be one of many where we all come together to come up with ideas to move forward. All right, thanks everyone.
One year ago, people in Georgia and across our nation were shocked by the hateful violence that occurred in metropolitan Atlanta on March 16th, 2021. 8 precious lives were taken from us that day. 8 people with their own lives, their own loved ones. 8 people who were loved by their families, their friends, their children, and their spouses. 8 people with their own successes and struggles, hopes, and dreams. My heart aches for these Georgians who were the victims of unconscionable, senseless hate. This unspeakable violence was visited largely upon the Asian American community, and especially on women of Asian descent. And it should remind all of us of our sacred duty to stay committed to a peace, an active peace, that prevents these kinds of tragedies from happening in the first place. As a Black man who represents Georgia in the Senate, I am all too familiar with the hate that can stir in our country and how that misplaced anger can hurt whole communities. I wanted to say to my AAPI sisters and brothers that I see you. And more importantly, I will continue to stand with you. That's why I've fought to pass the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act and get it signed into law, directing more resources to ensure our communities feel safe from hate and crime wherever it rears its ugly head. This tragedy ought to remind us all that we all have a stake in each other's well-being. Dr. King said, whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. And so let us work in memory of him to create what he called the beloved community, where everybody, no matter their skin color, ethnicity, or religious background, can live a satisfying life without fear of facing prejudice and hate. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Hello, this is Senator John Ossoff. 1 year ago, 8 Georgians were murdered in an act of brutality and violence that devastated families and communities, shook our state, and shocked the nation. 3 Asian-owned businesses were targeted, and 6 of the 8 victims were Asian women. This was an attack on innocent human beings and an attack on an entire community. Today, above all, we honor and remember those who lost their lives. We mourn them alongside their families, whom we lift up with love, care, and compassion. And all of us, no matter our race, faith, or origin, stand steadfastly with the Asian American community in Georgia in mutual defense and united against bigotry and hatred. We are all of us human beings, and united, we grieve alongside the loved ones, colleagues, friends, and neighbors of those who were killed. We must build a state, a nation, and a world where no one lives in fear because of who we are, or where we or our families come from. A state, a nation, and a world built on love for and trust in our fellow human beings. Let us continue to build that world in honor of those we grieve and remember today. Thank you.
Thank you again, Maylee, Senator Warnock, and Senator Ossoff. Welcome back to the Break the Silence Justice for Asian Women live stream program. My name is Anna Mae, coming to you all the way from Toronto. Next up, we are going to go live to Chicago for their live rally with a self-defense Q&A with Natasha Chan, 10-year Krav Maga practitioner and Asians Are Strong board member. Let's go.
For now, I'm really stand with Ukrainian because I know they're really good people, they're really innocent. Now it's happened to me, I feel really bad. So my husband, as a Ukrainian soldier before in 2014, he was leading all the group to fight with all the government, and now he's organizing one protest happened 2 weeks ago, and last week we rally in front of the China ambassador. So he was leading 15,000 people to fight for Ukrainian freedom and the victory. So this kind of thing inspired me too. It's really encouraging me. So I was thinking, if I can be one part of the Stop Asian Hate, at least some participate is kind of how to say, anything happen around us, even the protest or event on today is held in yoga and meditation activity. I was really grateful because I can be the witness of the history, and we can have the Asian women power to change the world. So I think everybody can join this kind of activity to raise our power and tell all the world hear us. That's why I'm here now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miyu, for sharing your story. This is really the purpose of this event, is not only first and foremost, it is to remember the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings. Many AAPI women lost their lives during that tragic event. And we hope that they will never be forgotten and that the voices of AAPI women across the nation will be heard. And that is why Asian Justice Movement is organizing this national event and why we here in Chicago are doing the very same thing to join that movement, to speak out. That is why we have this open dialogue segment. So I do hope that if you would like to share a story, either similar to MeToo's or your own personal story or a message you'd like to send to the nation, please do write it down on the sticky notes over there so that we could get our voices heard, because we are traditionally a very unheard demographic, an unheard population. First and foremost, I would like to talk about the rundown of today's events. So we just had the open dialogue session. Next, we will have a self-defense session led by Natasha Chan. She is a 10-year Krav Maga practitioner, as well as a board member of Asians Are Strong, which is a great organization that is teaching people how to defend themselves in scenarios like the one that Miju just brought up. And we also have Elizabeth Smith, who will be leading a session on meditation. We'll have a healing circle. And then we have Shuhan and Eva from Easy Yoga Space, who will be leading a yoga session. And finally, we'll end the night with a virtual Korean drums performance by the youth of KPAC. So to kick us off, let's have Natasha Chan come up for her self-defense Q&A session. Natasha?
So while Victoria is getting that up, I can just introduce myself. But thank you to everyone for coming to this event. We're a small but mighty group. You know, a lot of the events that you hear about in the news, unfortunately, only cover the coast. But it doesn't mean that things aren't happening here in the community. So, but yeah, it just means a lot. So really, really appreciate everybody coming out tonight. But a little bit about myself. So yes, this is me in the video here, but my name is Natasha. By day, I work at Salesforce. So I'm a lead creative strategist with Salesforce. I love my job. Essentially, I'm a professional storyteller helping to share with our customers how Salesforce can transform their business. But by night, I work for this organization called Asians Are Strong, which is on my shirt here. And very much like Victoria was mentioning, it's a really amazing organization that just really moved me to my core. And it's one of the big reasons why I decided to become part of the board. But I'm originally from the San Francisco Bay Area. And I think, like, you know, many of you, the attacks on the elderly are what really, like, just disturbed me. Just the fact that, you know, my grandma or my mom could go grocery shopping and I would have to worry that, you know, something could happen to them. I think a lot of us were feeling really helpless last year and kind of looking for a way to actually make a change. And, you know, as much as talking about it, sometimes it kind of feels like we're screaming into the ether. You know, it's like me talking about it is not going to stop my grandma from getting pushed or attacked or shoved in the streets. So when I first heard about Asians Are Strong, I actually saw them on KTSF. So it was a local Chinese news station back in the Bay Area. And it was security camera footage of two of our founders chasing after some people who had robbed some tourists and taken their luggage. And I loved the fact that, you know, they kind of became their own heroes. They took into action, like chasing after the situation and like trying to help people that they didn't even know. And so I got to learn more about the organization, and they actually try to empower the community through self-defense workshops. So it started by leading these self-defense workshops for the elderly in different Chinatowns. But since then, we've expanded just outside of San Francisco into this national movement in Chicago and San Francisco, in New York, all across the country. And they're actually one of the hosts of this Asian justice movement as well in San Francisco. So again, like that's a little bit about me and my background. And as Victoria mentioned, I've also been training in Krav Maga for the last 10 years. So for people who don't know what that is, it's a form of Israeli martial arts. So it's used by law enforcement, military, police, and it was originally used by the Israeli military just to train their soldiers. And so this form of self-defense is very practical. So it's something that I really, really enjoy. And my mom actually encouraged me to take this form of self-defense just to learn how to protect myself, like when I went off to college and I moved away from the Bay Area. So when I first started out with Krav Maga, I was explaining to a she's going to be volunteering a little bit. I actually did Taekwondo growing up, and so I was like, oh no, I can hold my own when I go to Krav Maga, but it was a totally different world. Like I almost cried in my first class. People are very aggressive, and one of my coworkers, she is here as well. Like I brought her to class with me, and she can attest that it's really intense, but it's also very empowering. Like today, you know, I wore heels, I wore jeans, as I'm gonna do some of these self-defense demos to show you all that like you don't have to be like a jacked dude to like protect yourself and to stand up for yourself. You can be strong, you can be powerful, but you have to know the right techniques to protect yourself. So that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to do a few just intro slides so that you can learn a little bit more about self-defense. I'll show you some moves and then we'll do a Q&A portion. So just fast forward a little bit. So again, just to kind of set the stage for why we're here and why we're even talking about this. I think it's been really top of mind lately, you know, unfortunately with Christina Lee, with Grace in New York, you know, getting pushed into the subway tracks, just going home late at night. These are all things that I think, unfortunately, women have to worry about. And it sucks to have to constantly feel like, regardless of your race, that if you're a woman, you are at risk just by existing and by doing your daily things in your life. But you don't have to feel that way. It is going to take time to like move past its mindset that you're a victim. But you have the tools and the means to protect yourself and to be strong. So I want to talk about that today. So again, I shared a little bit about this organization that I work with. But like I mentioned, change is a journey, right? So it starts by empowering yourself, learning some personal safety. Once you feel a little bit stronger, that's when you can go out into the community and advocate for others as well. And when all of us are collectively working together, that's when we're really going to see powerful change. So that's a little bit more about just my background, Asians Are Strong, and what we're striving for. And some of our call to actions are, again, be your own hero. Don't be passive. You know, if you yourself see things that are happening, you know, you mentioned your friend who was on the subway, you know, like the hope is that other people are also going to step in and fight for you too. And so you don't feel like you're by yourself. And again, like we all need to be brave together. It's going to take some time to get there, but hopefully the session and continuing to be involved in these types of things will help encourage you. So some of the videos that you see playing, again, I'm going to be showing you some things today, but it by no means will become part of your muscle memory unless you are consistently practicing self-defense. If you have questions about like certain moves, you can always watch YouTube videos, but the absolute best thing you can do is actually go and train. So I'll talk a little bit more about resources at the end of like where you can go and like actually get self-defense training. But in the meantime, highly encourage you to check out our Instagram account, Asians Are Strong. So our founders are all trained in different types of martial arts, like judo, Muay Thai, again, myself with Krav Maga, but we post little snippets of videos of different self-defense moves that you can practice at home. And I specifically have started doing a video series for women. And so we have one video about what to do if you think that you're being followed, and then another video if you're walking into an empty parking lot or garage at night, like some of the things that you can do. So I encourage you to take a look at that. And then again, as we go into the self-defense session, Victoria, she crowdsourced some questions that people might have. So I just wanted to kind of preface this session by saying, this is what I mean when I'm talking about self-defense. Okay. The very first thing is that you want to mitigate harm to yourself. The second thing is that you want to try and get control of the situation, and all of those things will help you kind of stall and go and get help. You shouldn't always feel like you have to fight back in a situation. We actually always encourage you to save fighting and for the very last resort. Like if you can run away, you can ask for help, that's the best thing that you can do. I'll talk about this a little bit later, but I get a lot of questions about weapons. Like Again, I've been training for 10 years and I still don't feel comfortable with weapons. So the best thing that you can do is to run away. And that does not mean that you are weak. It just means that you are safe. So just keep those things in mind. All right, so we're going to demo now. So I'm going to show you 3 things that I think are going to be super helpful. But if after these 3 things, if you have any other burning curiosities about like attacks or things that you're curious about, happy to demo some of those. But Ashish, if I could get your help. The first thing that I'm going to show is a push kick. So this is something that you can do to help create space if someone is coming towards you. So Ashish actually shared the situation with me earlier where he mentioned that he saw on the street recently, you know, this woman was just walking and this guy was like coming up to her and getting a little bit aggressive and like getting in her personal space. So this is something that you can do just to push someone away and create space. Or if you're getting backed up into a corner, this is also something that you can do to create space. And this is called a push kick. All right, so in this situation, Ashish, I'm going to hold these 2 corners. And I'm going to have you brace. So when we do this in class, people kind of do like an anime fly sometimes, and they don't like brace themselves for it. So we always want to prep our partners. But again, for a push kick, I'm going to be wearing heels, so you can do this too coming home from work. But the most important thing that you want to do is chamber up. So if you think of it as like a slingshot, you want to make sure that you're pulling back so that you can push as much force forward as possible. And when you're doing this type of move, you want to think about kicking so hard that you're breaking down a door. So that is what you're trying to do to create space. So I'll do it slowly first, and then I'll show you like what full force looks like. So you want to make sure that you're chambering up and then pushing it full. And then when you're doing it full force, you might be scared or you might be feeling a little bit tense. So you want to make as much noise as possible. Like shout if you have to, whatever you need to do to get the tension out of your body. So, ready? So you want to just scream because that will also help get attention too. But that's called a push kick. And again, this is to create space if you're pushing down a door. So do it one more time. Ready? So again, I'm small, I'm wearing heels, and you can do it too. So the next thing I want to show you is a bear hug. So there's 3 different ways that you can do this. So in this situation, like let's just say a lot of women are scared, like I'm going to be walking in the park, or I'm walking down a dark street. What if someone like drives up next to me, grabs me, and tries to pull me into a car? So if someone comes up behind you, there's a few different situations that you might be in. So the first one is, let's just say that your arms are free. So Ashish will grab me, and I want you to grab me tight. So in this situation, like in class, we always want to feel what it will actually feel like so that you're more used to the sensation of someone grabbing you. So if your arms are free, the first thing that you want to do is base yourself. So think about the first thing that you want to do is think about, you know, when you go to the mall, a 2-year-old is throwing a tantrum. If their parents are trying to drag them out of a store, they'll throw all their weight on the ground. So that's what you want to think about as you're trying to like feel heavy. So go ahead and grab me. So I'm going to try and base myself. And as I'm doing that, I want to push my hips out as well. Because if someone's trying to lift me up, so if you see from the side, as Ashish is trying to lift me up, he has to be upright. But as soon as I push him backwards, it's really hard for him to pick me up. So that's why in this situation, I'm trying to base myself and push back at the same time. And when he's already bent over, I'm going to either slap the groin, and you want to use a full palm to get everything. We call this ringing the bell. Because if you use your fist, you could hit his leg. It's not as effective, but if you slap, you're going to get everything. It's going to be a lot more painful. So you want to ring the bell, and then you use your elbows, and you can come up and hit him in the head as well. Okay, so that's one way, and then he'll let go, and then you can run away. So that's if your arms are free. But let's just say, you know, your arms are not free. So he'll grab me like this. From here, you want to do the same thing, but you have to get this freed up first. So if you just base yourself, one thing that you risk is that his arms could come up and put you into a choke. So what you want to do in this situation is, if someone grabs you like this, it's counterintuitive, but you want to hold their hands as you base, ring the bell, anything you need to do to get your arms out. And then from here, in Krav Maga, we always say, attack at least 3 or 4 times. So in this situation, like, if I'm ringing the bell, I get my arms up, that's 2. There's still 2 more attacks that I have to do. So once you're out, if they're still close to you, push kick, out, like hammer to the face, anything else to like get them away, and then you run away. So the next last step is kind of the worst case scenario. If you actually get picked up, I can show you what to do. So my arms are trapped, and he picks me up. You want to wrap your foot and then kick up into the groin. And so in this case, he's going to let me go. So you have to brace yourself that you're going to get dropped. But then you want to square up. And then again, push kick. Anything you need to do to get this person away, and then run away. Does that all make sense? Okay. And then, so we'll get to that in a little bit. But the last thing that I'll show you is choke. So another thing that a lot of women worry about, like, again, let's say that you're at a subway station, you know, no one's around, and someone pushes you into a wall and starts to choke you. Like, how do you get out of that situation? So Ashish can apply the choke. So the first thing that you want to do, so the first thing that you want to do is you want to shoot your arm straight up. And the reason for that is because I'm trying to pin this hand as close as possible to my neck. I'm going to turn violently, and that breaks the hold. And then I'm going to come down and break it this way, and elbow, elbow, and then knee and push. And then from there, you can like run away. So I'll break it down again. So if someone's doing this, if they're choking you, you want to shoot your arm straight up, turn violently to break that hold, come down, elbow, elbow, knee, and push away. Okay? Does anyone want to try? Okay. My feet are asleep. Yeah. And is there anyone in particular that you want to try? And I can give you a tap. Yeah, any of these. Maybe not. You can try the push kick too. I can hold it down for you. Yeah. Okay. Is there any? Okay. All right. So remember, when you do this, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're chambering up, and then you pushing. Think about kicking through a door. Okay? Ready? Nope. You can just hold your hands up. So you want to make sure that you chamber up. Is there any place that I should be in? Middle. You can do slow. Let's do it in steps. So first you chamber up, and then you want to put your foot flat against here and push as if you're trying to kick through a door. Right? Good. And one other thing that one other thing that I will say too is that I think the point of going to self-defense training is that, again, you're used to these motions of people like kicking you or hitting you, so that when it happens in real life, you're not just so shocked that you're stunned. And for me, like, what I love about Krav Maga is I have a lot of inner rage. She makes fun of me because have you all seen Turning Red with Maylin? Like, that is me. Like, I have a lot of fire inside. So when I do Krav Maga, like, I get angry, and like that's what I want all of you to also channel to when you're in these situations. Like, get angry, get aggressive. Like, how dare this person touch me? And I think if you channel that, that will also help you be stronger when you hit too. Of course, try as many times as you want. Get angry. Yeah, do it. Good. Yeah? Which one would you like to try? You want to do the choke? Okay. So I'm gonna walk you through it again. right, so if someone's choking you, you want to make sure, yep, and then turn by from me. Good. I don't even need to tell you. Yeah. So do it slower. So you want to shoot your arm straight up, turn by from me, break. Yep. And then one other thing you can but you can also knee, but this would require you to grab someone and then pull them down and then knee, and then push. Okay? Yeah. Good. Awesome. Yep. Great. And then maybe does anyone want to try doing a bear hug? Bring volunteers. Victoria, can you have me try? All right, so just a reminder, so I'm going to grab you, and then you're going to try and throw all your weight down like an angry 2-year-old, and then ring the bell, and then elbow to the head, whatever you need to do to get away. Okay, so we'll try it with arms free and then arms trapped. All right, so good. Good. Awesome. Good. Okay, and then if your arms are trapped, good. Awesome. All right, so hopefully those were some helpful tips for you all. But I also wanted to just address some of the Q&A that Victoria collected. But one of the biggest questions that we often get is, what if someone's stronger and bigger than you? So again, I hope just seeing some of this helps kind of alleviate some of that. Like, it is obviously going to be scary, like if someone is bigger and more powerful than you, like strongly holding on to you.
Welcome back to Break the Silence, Justice for Asian Women live stream program. Again, my name is Anime, coming to you all the way from Toronto. We have an amazing lineup in New York City with performers, representatives from Asian American Federation, survivors and victims of anti-Asian hate crimes in 2020, and social entrepreneurs and activists. Stay tuned to check out all they have to say. And one last thing to let you know, the Chicago stream will remain up. It will be linked off in breakthesilence.day website. Check out the QR code. Over to you, New York.
We want to call attention to this fact, and we want to center and amplify the stories of Asian women. So a recent study has shown that 74% of Asian women reported experiencing racism, 38% reported experiencing sexual harassment, and 12% reported experiencing gender and or race-based physical violence. So just so you are aware, that is more than 1 in 10 of us have experienced physical violence as a result of our race and or gender. And that's horrifying. So we're here tonight to help break the silence, not our silence, by the way, the silence of the media, of the government, of our allies, of corporations, and those who can and should be doing more to help us stop the anti-Asian hate. So we have an amazing lineup of speakers, of performers who will tell us more about their personal experiences, their work, right? And their way of healing from this onslaught of violence. And I am extremely excited and honored to welcome our very first speaker, Joanne Yu, the Executive Director of the Asian American Federation, and also a personal mentor of mine. So Joanne, come up here and tell us all about you.
Hi, everyone. It's so great to see you. We've been apart a couple of years, right? How have you been, family? How have you been? Are you staying safe? Are you eating and taking care of yourself? My name is Joanne Yu, and I'm the Executive Director of the Asian American Federation. Our job is to represent the collective interests of 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. That's 18% of the city's population. Nearly a year ago, we stood together to mourn the lives lost in Atlanta. Today, we are here to remember those sisters and mourn the changed lives of their families. And what did we find out about the killer? He had a bad day. Leaving out the past few years of anti-Asian hate, our community has had a bad decade, and we've had bad centuries. The Page Act, Chinese Exclusion Act, Japanese internment camp, killing of Vincent Chin, aftermath of 9/11 on our Sikh and Muslim brothers and sisters. And then we know what happens when a powerful voice in government decides to yoke China and the Chinese American community to the virus. We are feeling the effects of the poison that was released into our nation's bloodstream. Even today, as our city has the highest rate of anti-Asian hate incidents and crimes. This is not something we should be proud of, my fellow New Yorkers. The highest number of hate incidents and hate crimes. We need to be horrified together that we have this distinction. We're getting killed going to work, coming home from meeting friends, collecting cans to put food on the table, sweeping our front stoop. Several days ago, a little kid became the latest victim of anti-Asian violence. We are frightened, and with the media blaring yet another attack every few days, it feels like we are living in a nightmare. My Asian brothers and sisters, I see you. I feel your pain and I understand your rage because I feel it too. Part of my work at the Asian American Federation is fighting to make sure our community feels safe. But I'm going to tell you that there are many days when I don't feel safe and I can't get work done because I stare out the window and cry all day long. I'm an Asian American woman and I feel like I have a target painted on my back. Like many of you, I'm afraid to go out at night, to take the subway, to come home after seeing friends. So I've stopped going out. There have been many days when I just sit and stare and think about why this is happening. And I'm afraid of my own city. Like you, I too am at a breaking point. But this does not have to be our reality. I can not and will not let my grief stop me from demanding solutions so that we don't have to come together like this again and again. And you should make this resolve with me. We can't not be here every year to demand solutions. This is it, family. We have to stay strong. We have to stay angry. We have to work together to make sure we can go to school, we can go to work, we can live our lives as New Yorkers without fearing attack from our fellow New Yorkers. People have been asking me what the solution is. The solution does not come from our community alone. In fact, how often do you ask the victims, what is the solution to the violence that is being imposed on us? The solution will require all New Yorkers to realize the terror that we feel when we leave our homes. I look around to see so many of you who are not here, who are not Asian Americans, and I want to thank you for being here and standing with your community and fighting against the violence that is happening to your Asian neighbors. What we have seen this year alone, in the first months of 2022 is horrific, and all New Yorkers should be horrified. I have some asks of you, all of you here today. Young folks out there, look out for your elders. Look up from your phones and pay attention to the elders riding the subway next to you, walking down the street on your way to work. Stay alert. My fellow New Yorkers, take a class on how to be upstanders. We offer training on how to be upstanders and keep yourself safe. Have you ever seen a video of a grandmother taking a self-defense class? And do you know what that feels like, watching that? That is insane. This is the world we live in. We cannot do this anymore. Make calls to your elected officials to ask what they plan to do about the rampant violence in our city. because they have the position of power. They have been elected to represent us, and we must demand answers. We, the community, must stand together to be at the table for conversations about our safety, and we must be the one to dictate what safety looks like for us. Demand town halls, demand answers, demand your voices be heard. Don't normalize violence. We have suffered so long from being invisible, and don't let anybody make our anguish invisible. Get to know your neighbors, say hello, do something affirmative to create community with your fellow New Yorkers. And my Asian brothers and sisters, when this happens to yet another community in the future, and you know it will happen because racism is a poison that spreads. Remember your anger and stand up for that community too, because we know what hate feels like. What happens to one of us happens to all of us. What offends one of us offends all of us. Promise yourself that this hell we're in will not stop us from being proud of our families, our culture, and our heritage. Together, we are strong. Together, we are invincible. While we might feel shaky, together we are sure as hell and not gonna let this hatred stop us. When some asshole asks you where are you from? Where are you really from? I want you to tell them, you are an American. This is your home. You belong here and we deserve to be safe. We all deserve to be safe. Everybody, stay safe. I love you. Good night.
Thank you, Joanne, for those stirring remarks. And next, we have Esther Lee, a longtime educator and resident of New York City, and she is here tonight to share her own personal story with us all. Thank you, Esther.
Esther.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's so nice to be here with all of you, sharing this chilly space together. My name is Esther Lee. I am a proud Korean American cisgender woman born in Brazil, and I am so grateful to be here speaking with you today on the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings. I am 45 years old, and I moved to New York City when I was 18. My entire adult existence has been spent living in the city I call home. I love our city. I love the diversity that makes it so vibrant. I am proud to be called a New Yorker. And it's because I love New York, I felt it was very important for me to be here with you today. I am here to break the silence. I am here to tell you my story and to tell you how tired I am. Tired and angry that even after a year after the shootings, women who look like me are still getting attacked and harassed in this city we love. And when we have the courage to seek assistance from law enforcement, we are not believed. Our stories are not given the airtime they deserve, and in turn, this vicious cycle stops Asian women of all ages from seeking help. On October 5th, I was riding the A train from the West Village to where I live in Washington Heights. It was 3:30 p.m. in the middle of the afternoon. I was rushing back home so I could attend a Zoom meeting. I noticed there was a bit of space between two men, and I asked if I could sit there. One of them graciously got up and offered me his seat. I thanked him and made room next to me for another young lady to sit. Immediately after taking my seat, the man seated next to me raised his fisted hand to my face, asking for a fist bump. I ignored him and did what every New Yorker does. I continued to answer my work emails while listening to a podcast. Moments later, he tried to fist bump me again. This time, I turned to him and politely said, "Sir, I don't want to engage with you. Please don't talk to me or engage with me. I am not interested." He became irate, and I could immediately sense that I was in a dangerous situation. I got up and moved away from him. Luckily, at my workplace a few months earlier, I had received self-defense training from Prepare Inc., and by a miracle, I was able to stay calm and take command of the situation. You know, you hear about your brain's fight or flight response, and it's completely true. My frontal cortex took over, and I began to assess my situation. Please remember, I was inside a moving train between 34th and 42nd Streets. Yes, I had pepper spray in my bag, but I chose not to use it because I was worried about possibly hitting bystanders next to me. The only weapon I had was my phone. So I began to film the incident while I was against this man and the wall with nowhere to go. It was 57 seconds long. 57 seconds too long, and 57 seconds that should never have taken place. By the way, none of the bystanders who I was so worried about protecting from my possible pepper spray usage came to my assistance. In the recording, you hear the man telling me, "Who would want to touch you, you miserable piece of shit? Suck my dick, kiss my ass. You think you are all that," while I had my hand up, telling him not to come closer and bringing bystanders in to protect me by saying, "Are you watching this? Do you see what he's doing? Can you please record this on your phone?" As we approached 42nd Street, the man said, "Who would want to touch you, you fucking carrier?" and spit on me not once but twice, making sure his hatred hit my shoes, my bag, my black suit, and my pearls. Once the train reached 42nd Street, I immediately moved cars to get away from him. As the train began to move again, I just remember thinking, this is not right. I must report this. I was pure adrenaline. I was shaking. I was angry. I was not emotional, and like a laser beam, I got off at 59th Street and headed straight to the police precinct located inside that station. To this day, I don't know how I remember that there is a police precinct at 59th Street, Columbus Circle, but that's to show you how clear-headed I was. When I got there, I began to write my statement. The lieutenant on duty was Dewan Persaud. I will never forget him. He asked me if the man called me an Asian slur. I looked at him and I said, "You mean the CHI word?" "No, I don't recall him calling me that, but he called me a carrier. You do know what that implies," referring to COVID. Lieutenant Persaud immediately brushed me off, saying that this was not a hate crime. I was told to call within a week to get my report number, and from there I could check to see the status of my case. Between October 5th, the day of the incident, until mid-October, I visited that precinct in person twice. I called them multiple times. It was not given any information other than, "We got your report." After many attempts, I called the Asian Hate Crime Task Force and discovered that my case was labeled harassment and not hate crime. Therefore, the task force could not do anything about it. I asked them what I should do, and they recommended I call back Lieutenant Persaud at Transit District 1 and ask him to amend my report. So I did. After a couple of calls with Persaud, he made it very clear to me that I was not a hate crime victim because the perp did not use the term Asian carrier to address me. On a separate call, I had a sergeant read the report to me over the phone, and to my horror, discovered that they had not even included the fact that the perp called me a carrier, even though I wrote it in my personal statement. I asked Persaud if rather than labeling my incident a hate crime, if they would at least amend the body of my report to include the fact that I was called a carrier, and he still said no. I was flabbergasted. I had footage proving as much. I wrote it in my personal statement. I simply could not understand why Persaud would not amend my report. In all these conversations with him, I spent hours trying to explain to him that I was targeted for being an Asian woman, that if I had looked like him and sat next to this man in the train, I would not have been harassed. I pushed back hard. And in an ugly moment during one of our conversations, I told Persaud, "I know people. You don't know who you're messing with." And his response was, "Bring it." So I did. My next call was to Joanne Yu, who you just heard from, the executive director of the Asian American Federation. Through her, I was able to get a hold of someone at City Hall, who put me in touch with Jessica Corey, Deputy Inspector of New York's Hate Crime Unit. I called Corey, and she reviewed my case, and both her and Hannah Yu, who, by the way, works under Corey, called me back to say I did not have a case. The two of them told me, maybe he was just being nice to you. You know, it is odd to be fist bumped by somebody you don't know, but maybe he was just being nice and you overreacted. You know, you sat next to him. It would have been one thing if he came to you on the train, but you sat next to him because, God forbid, it's my fault for finding the only available seat in the train. Your incident meets 2 out of the 3 requirements to be deemed a hate crime, but the only thing we cannot prove without a reasonable doubt in a court of law is the man's intent. Why did he do this to you? Why would he try to fist bump you? And I tried to explain over and over again that if I had been a 6-foot man, he would not have done this to me, but it fell on deaf ears. And at one point during my conversation with Corey, she told me I should not have filmed him because I triggered him in reacting aggressively towards me. But then shortly thereafter, she said, you know, by the way, the hate crime unit loves it when there's footage so that we know who to go after. What are you supposed to do? You can imagine how frustrated I was. Hannah Yu, who by the way is also Asian, told me at one point, as a fellow Asian woman, I don't think you have a case, which was absolutely heart-crushing to hear. It was clear that my identity and my experience did not matter. And at this point, this is now October 27th, I told myself I would take this as far as I could and thought I had reached the furthest point of my journey. I was appalled that the basic definition of bias was a foreign concept to the NYPD. And after speaking to the top cops in New York City, it was clear that they were not going to help me. I thought it was over. Then in December, I received news that my case was reopened by the Civilian Review Panel, and after months of waiting, they labeled my case a hate crime. I got a call from a detective to get information about my incident on December 30th, but to date, I still don't know what's going on with my case. What's disturbing about my situation is that the higher up I went on the NYPD chain of command, the worse it got. The victim blaming, the lack of bias training, and their immediate dismissal of a situation that should have been properly investigated shook me to my core. If they were doing this to me, how many more women were being dismissed on a day-to-day basis? The stats reported on Asian hate crimes are clearly not accurate. That was when I reached out to Sefon Kim at ABC 7 News and told him my story. Thanks to his reporting, Mayor Adams heard it, and as we all know, Jessica Corey is no longer the head of New York's hate crime unit. Oh yeah, honey, I brought it. I would like to believe I'm a very strong woman and I'm generally clear and level-headed. I would usually see stories of people talking about trauma and would think it an overreaction. But friends, trauma is real. 24 hours after my incident, I experienced my first panic attack in my apartment. I screamed like an animal and I wept. Thinking I was just tired, I went to bed early and the next day insisted on taking the train and not letting something like this define my daily routine. While walking to work 36 hours after the incident, my legs began to shake. I got tunnel vision and I started to hyperventilate. While stumbling down the street, I called my assistant and asked her to meet me because I needed physical help getting to my office. I sat in the middle of a sidewalk in the West Village trying to catch my breath while shaking and crying. In my Korean immigrant upbringing, we don't talk about mental health. You just deal with it. And it became clear well into January that I needed help. I was lucky to find a therapist who helped me understand that these physical manifestations I was experiencing, the hypervigilance, the overwhelming worrying, the lack of sleep, the sudden waves of sadness, the sudden burst of tears in the shower, was due to PTSD from not just the incident, but also from the lack of support I got from the NYPD. None of this is new to any of us. How many of you today walk down the street looking over your shoulders or have your backs facing an oncoming train in case someone comes at you from behind? I am not overreacting. I consider myself incredibly lucky. Lucky the incident didn't escalate to physical harm. Lucky to have friends, colleagues, and resources. How lucky that I am able to speak English and that English is not a barrier for me. How blessed. What drove me to continue fighting all these months was not about finding the perp that spit on me and called me a carrier. It became important for me to shine a light on our system. Our local and state lawmakers and officers need to do better. mandate DEI and bias training for all NYPD officers. Our incidents should not be immediately dismissed. Do we need to be stabbed on our way home or thrown in front of an oncoming subway train to be taken seriously? How many more of us need to be sliced with a box cutter, bashed on the head with a rock, or more recently punched over 125 times before it gets labeled a hate crime? My case was originally not labeled a hate crime over semantics. How many more cases like mine are taking place every day with the NYPD brushing it off and blaming it on the lack of resources of the current administration? Or saying this is a mental health problem and a homelessness problem. Now, don't get me wrong, mental health and homelessness are real social issues, but it frustrates me when people try to dilute Asian hate crimes with these other issues. Stop it. Call it what it is. Do not de-emphasize the reality of Asian hate crimes by taking attention away from it with something else. Stop it. I know I was targeted because of the stereotype that Asian women are docile and submissive. That man on the train picked the wrong Asian woman. The NYPD ignored the wrong Asian woman. I speak today on behalf of women and girls who may not have the courage to speak up. Be silent no more. If you hear of an elderly neighbor who got attacked, go help them. Help them understand that reporting is not a nuisance and it won't create more problems. Go be a translator for them. At the next election, go vote for candidates that will support our Asian communities. Let's put more women who look like us in positions of leadership so we can have real change take place. And let's make sure our media outlets prioritize and amplify our stories by hiring journalists and reporters that look like us. That's my shout out to Sifan, by the way. If something like this happens to you, do not second guess yourself. It is a hate crime, and you have every right to report and to be heard. If you see someone getting attacked, I know it is scary, but don't be a bystander. There is strength in numbers, whether you are Asian or an ally. Stop and help. Call 911 if you are too afraid to help. What happens to one of us affects all of us. Be silent no more. Speak up so we can finally walk down the streets of this city we love. And let all of New York know Asian women will not be messed with, and we will bring it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Esther, for sharing your story. I don't know about you all, but it was incredibly empowering for me to hear her share her firsthand account and the way that she dealt with it. And, you know, coming up here and sharing that with us is not easy. It's re-traumatizing, I'm sure. So we're very grateful to you, Esther, for doing that and sharing your vulnerability with us to make us stronger. So we're going to now hear from an amazing artist, Miggy, who was born in Japan and has produced 4 Grammy-nominated albums. She also played at Lincoln Center last year as a representative of East Asia, and we are absolutely thrilled that she has actually composed a brand new special piece to share with us here tonight at Break the Silence. So welcome to the stage, Miggy.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Are you feeling good to be together like this? Yes. Great. Can I hear more of your voice? Are you happy? Great. Thank you. So I have a question. Oh, I have to call my members. I will play that piece that I composed only for this event. I will play together with my friends. David Smith on trumpet, Midori Lawson on taiko, Yu Nishiyama on saxophone, Keiko Tokunaga on violin, and Jasmine Yanase on violin. Thank you. Give a hand for them. Thank you so much. They moved all the tasking and work, and they just made it for today. So I have a question for you. So are you actually define yourself as a strong person? or you're like me, who get emotional like this always, and feel like that you don't deserve to do something else. But do you think you are strong enough to do something, or you feel like me, I cry a lot. So she knows it. I cry a lot. So then I always feel like I don't deserve something like this. But when I got this offer, I said yes right away. Because I wanted to do something for us, right? I wanted to do it. Yeah. So if you feel like you don't deserve something strong like this, or you feel like you're still in pain, or you're worried about something, I'm here for you to show you that we can do something great while we are crying. Right? We can cry, we can hold, and we can still move forward together if we get together like this. So I'm so happy that I'm showing something great with you. So I want you to sing together with me. So just to note. So I will go left side and right side. I will conduct to you. So the first note for the left side is this. Oh, sing with me. Right side. Another. Together. Thank you. So let's do it together. So I will connect for you. So sing with me, please. So this is, I named this piece, Make a Harmony. Go ahead. Together. One, two, three, four. Sing. Together. Thank you so much for making a harmony together with me. We are together in this. We are together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miggy, for that very, very, very special performance. And now, I am very excited to introduce the 57th and first female governor of the state of New York. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Governor Hochul to the stage.
Good evening, New York. We are here to declare an end to Asian hate in our city and in our nation. And it starts right here on these streets because we are sick and tired of what is happening to this community that's been under assault for far too long. So today, we gather, and I want to thank the organizers who brought us here today. Many of my friends, Eugenia Overt, for her work with the I Have a Dream Foundation, Oscar Tang, and I want to thank Oscar Tang and Agnes. This is what you're using tonight because of his generosity, and this whistle, which unfortunately needs to be worn by Asian women in our city today. And it says, "We belong." Yes, we all belong together, regardless of where you came from, your ethnicity. We all belong, and we deserve to be safe on our streets, in our subways, and in our homes. So thank you, Oscar Tang, for this incredible contribution. Joanne Yu, the Executive Director of the Asian American Federation, a great ally of ours. Senator John Lewis here as well, out there fighting the good fight along with our Controller, Brad Lander. We light our iconic buildings, not just here in New York City, but across this state, the color purple. And that is because we are here today on the 1-year anniversary of the horrific, unconscionable attack on 8 innocent Asian women, sisters, daughters, aunts, spouses, who are no longer with us because of the hatred that exists out there. But we can tolerate hate no longer. We'll stand together, united in a common purpose. And I'm here to declare, on behalf of 20 million Yorkers, we stand together against Asian hate. Let's call it out, let's stop it right now, and continue the journey. We're in this together, everyone. This is our cause. This is our cause, and we must fight together. And I'm going to continue bringing resources of the state of New York to organizations, over $10 million thus far, and we're just getting started. So you can use it to educate people about the great contributions of the Asian Americans who are part of our story. They're the builders, they're the dreamers, they're the people who work in our streets and help build our buildings. They are part of our community. And we honor their story, we honor their history. They're part of the great American fabric. And we're going to continue telling that story, but also protecting our communities, making sure there's resources for law enforcement. Everybody deserves to feel safe. And this message is being spread not just here in New York, but rallies like this are going on in our nation's capital, Los Angeles, San Francisco, to show a country united behind this cause. So I'm proud to represent you, and my friends, the work is just beginning. We march forward from here, united, and we'll say, no hate in our state, no hate in our state, no hate in our state, no hate in our state. Thank you, everyone. Let's continue the fight.
Thank you, Governor Hochul, for those inspiring remarks and for your support of our community and this event tonight. I am now going to introduce an incredible author and supporter of the movement, Minjin Lee. As you obviously know, she is awesome, and she is the author of Free Food for Millionaires and Pachinko, a National Book Award finalist, and is the writer in residence at Amherst College, serving on the boards of PEN America and the Authors Guild. And I think more than anything, I feel like I can speak for us when I say that she's really shown up for us as a community over the past couple of years. And for that, we thank her for being so visible and so vocal about what we are experiencing. So Minjin, please.
Good evening. I would have preferred to have been with you under much happier circumstances. However, I want you to know that I do feel some joy in this trial that we are undergoing, because you and I are together tonight. You may have been feeling alone in your distress, but now know that we are not alone. We have each other. Before anything, I want to thank the organizers. This requires so much work, and we're here because they have given forward hundreds of hours to create meaningful change. We see you and we appreciate you. Tonight, we've heard important testimonies of what we have endured as Asians, Asian Americans, New Yorkers, and as Americans. We have heard the words of an important ally who is a governor. And I have been thinking very, very hard about why we're here tonight. You have read the articles, you have reviewed the data, and you are paying attention. However, I am interested in how you are doing in light of such dismal and terrifying hate. What are you doing, and how are you living differently? Earlier this month, on March 3rd, I took an informal survey on Twitter and asked Asians and Asian Americans the following question. In light of the rise of insults, assaults, and killings of members of our community, have you changed any of your daily behaviors relating to transportation, school, walking, exercise, or food, or work? Almost 500 of you wrote back to me, and I want to thank you for your trust in sharing your lives. You told me that you are afraid, that you take an inconvenient route if it better ensures your safety. You wear hats and sunglasses to hide your Asian face. You have a contingency plan in case you get attacked, sort of like a fire drill of life. You avoid public transportation. You take photos of cars which may be following you. You're taking self-defense classes. You travel with a personal safety alarm. You walk accompanied rather than alone. You avoid wearing headphones. You take taxis even though they're out of your budget. And after dark, you no longer exercise. You no longer walk your dog. You keep your phone with you 24/7 because you are frightened. You look over your shoulder. You ride your bike or car rather than walk. You change neighborhoods. You disguise your names. You refuse to speak an Asian language in public, and you wear masks and hoods. And you give your location to your friends so you can be tracked. You carry flashlights and mace and whistles and pepper spray and tasers, and you shop only in Asian stores. You carry hiking poles, and you worry incessantly about your parents and your spouses and your friends and your partners and your family members and children of all ages. Over and over again, I read the word hyper-vigilant, as if you were not already a thoughtful and cautious person. So where am I in the pandemic? And here I want to show you something that my friend Dion brought me from Los Angeles. It is a very pretty pink canister of pepper spray. It's called Lipstick Design. I received it and I have been carrying it. It's in its package unsealed because I read the instructions, and just the way to use it has overwhelmed me. At protests before that I have attended, I have experienced tear gas, and I know how painful it is. And it is difficult for me to imagine hurting someone else. In my mind, I wish to reason with my assailant, though of course it is absurd and grandiose to think that I could reason with my assailant if he were to sucker punch me or push me off a subway platform. That said, I don't want to hurt my assailant. I just want him not to hurt me. You see, I'm a novelist, and it is my job to have empathy for everyone. And I imagine that things must be pretty awful for a person to carry a hammer, to shout racial slurs, sleep on the streets, be off their medication, and wish to take another person's life. My assailant is likely a person without much reason, and I'm sure he's desperate. And yet, when I think of my brothers and sisters almost imprisoning themselves in their homes, modifying their own faces in the hopes of not getting hurt, I get angry. Why are we tying ourselves in knots, trying to solve a problem that we did not create? And as a writer, I hesitate to ever speak on behalf of anyone besides myself without evidence or without permission. However, I think I can say with some conviction that the refrain of the average Asian or Asian American in light of the recent attacks is that she wishes to be let alone. She just wants it to stop. She does not believe that the world cares. She fears that not enough attention will be brought to the issue. She believes that in the eyes of the world, the problems of the assailant are more important than the fight for her own safety. How did this come to pass? So, I think to myself, what can I do? How can I help you? How can I help myself? I don't want to be hyper-vigilant forever. So I thought about it. I'm a writer, and I write very long books, which to my own dismay takes a very long time. And I imagine that many of you in this audience have at least written term papers. I'm also a college professor, so I know that some of you write your term papers overnight. I've read them. The terrible thing about books and writing books is that they cannot be written overnight. Long books require regular, sustained effort. They require faith and vigilance and a desperate wish to right them. They require small, steady actions, and this is where I hope to be of use to you. I want to encourage you to be a 10-minute shepherd. A shepherd. We're city people, so it's hard to imagine what a shepherd does. You can look it up on YouTube. I did. But I think that you and I can imagine that a shepherd has exactly one primary job. It is to protect the sheep from predators and from their own foolishness. And the most famous shepherd in popular culture is probably David from the Bible. And he stars in the story of David and Goliath. And we know that David is young and a brave shepherd. And he's a boy. And he decides that he will battle a terrible giant named Goliath. When all the others are afraid to take him on, the king offers David his armor, but David declines because it is uncomfortable. So what is David's tool to defeat this terrible giant? Is it a sword? Is it a bazooka? Or even pepper spray? No, it is a slingshot, a simple thing that nearly everyone can have. Each of you carries a slingshot in your pocket. You can use this slingshot to find those who can help us find structural, comprehensive, permanent answers. Go to your browser and type in usa.gov/elected officials or MyReps, MyReps. And at those sites, if you type in your home address, you will find your local state and national representatives. Pick one, whichever one you want. Tell them what you're going through. Call them, write them, at them on Twitter, write to them on their Facebook page, find them on the Instagram, do a TikTok. If someone is running for office, find out their position on this issue. Support your candidate, register to vote and show up. Are there private companies which do not care about our community? Speak out. Tell them that they should pay attention because you are paying attention. And I promise, you will feel better. And even if you don't see changes right away, you are writing your story. And by telling your story, you will be helping to solve our problems, which will take time. And if your friends ask, what can I do? Ask your friends to spend 10 minutes being shepherds too. Ask everyone to put their heads together to find a humane solution for our collective problems. Let's not do this alone. Can you imagine how much would change if every person here and each viewer on live stream decided to spend 10 minutes a week on creating positive change? Every single time you are scared or frustrated, take a deep breath and pull out your phone. Find the contact information and try again. Tell them your story because your story is important. I am suggesting 10 minutes of regular activism because I want you to know that civic engagement to protect our most vulnerable among us requires our faithful participation. I started out by telling you what I have been asking you, what I've been asking those who are following me on Twitter, but I have been asked some questions too. Again and again, Asians and Asian Americans have asked me, why do they hate us? Why do they hate us? Why? It's as if we knew the answer, that we could try to fix ourselves, solve our way out of this pernicious thing called racism and sexism. And each person who asks me this question is wondering, why do you hate me? What have I done to you? And what can I do to change myself or my situation? Which leads the questioner to once again blame herself for being hated. It's like a terrible, terrible loop of hate and shame. It is very hard for me to hear such questions from my brothers and sisters, yet it takes courage to ask these questions. Everyone is ashamed of being hated, so I tell them my truth. I will never be ashamed of being hated for my race. This shame belongs to the racist. It is not my shame. I say these things because I want them to feel stronger. Because as a person who studies human motivation for a living, what I really hear in these questions is the following. I hear, I want to be loved. I want to be accepted. I want you to know me. So I ask you, please tell us who you are. Tell us your name. Tell us your story. Speak and be remembered. Thank you. Good evening.
Wow, that was really beautiful. And you know, if Minjin Lee is telling me to take 10 minutes to be a shepherd, I'm going to start tonight. So I hope that you all will consider that as well. And I just, you know, really appreciate your message, Minjin. Really, I think what I heard, what I felt was that, you know, I actually matter, that you all matter. We all matter. We don't need anyone to tell us that. We just have to start believing that and acting like we do matter. So to continue on with this very inspiring lineup of speakers, we have next up Amanda Nguyen. That's right. She is an activist, a Nobel Peace Prize nominee, and a 2022 Time Woman of the Year. So please join me in welcoming Amanda Nguyen.
Y'all can hear me? Yes! We today are gathered here of every color, creed, and belief, the demonstration of the human story. Today you might feel scared, and I know what it feels like to feel scared. My name is Amanda Nguyen, and after my rape, I felt despair. But I also felt fire. So when I met a broken criminal justice system, like so many rape survivors whose rape kits have been destroyed without notice, I rewrote the law. Together with a team called Rise, we organized and we did the impossible. We passed the Sexual Assault Survivors Bill of Rights unanimously through the United States Congress. 60% of Asian American Pacific Islander women are survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence, according to AAPI Women Lead. 60%. I wrote this bill as a matter of survival. And if that bill could speak, it would scream. It would sing from the pages. It would light itself on fire. It represents an endless pursuit of a more perfect union. This is what I did with my fire. What will you do with yours? There is a pain in my heart that I cannot describe. One shared by my AAPI sisters when we opened up and saw the news. Our sisters were murdered again. A repeating nightmare. I feel like I felt a year ago, finding out in real time while being interviewed by a journalist about the Atlanta spa massacre. I feel like I'm screaming into the void. It feels cognitively dissonant to fight for our joy and protect our mental space, but also be deeply hurting because our sisters keep getting murdered. 78% of AAPI women have been affected by anti-Asian racism in the past 2 years. In 1975, Toni Morrison identified the true function of racism as distraction, telling students that racism keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. There will always be one more thing. 44 years later, that's the feeling I had while being stopped in the hallways of the United States Senate. I had been invited as a consensus witness to testify at the Violence Against Women Act hearing. I had already served my country by writing and passing laws. All witnesses were asked to meet with senators of the Judiciary Committee in a private room ahead of the hearing. But when I arrived at the Senate, even if I had my official invitation, the Judiciary Committee front desk refused to believe me. I sat in the waiting room, watching them escort the other witnesses in front of me. I was the only person of color witness. I alone had to explain my reason for being in the Senate, even if I was invited. I alone had to prove that I belong. Soon after, a staffer recognized me and profusely apologized and ushered me into the room. And it's a sort of interaction that might not seem like such a big deal, or perhaps just a coincidence to a person who hasn't experienced large and small versions of it throughout their lives. But to a person who knows well the many distractions of racism, who had been held up from doing their work and living their life with some of these slights many times before, it was a humiliating experience. That is especially true when it occurs in a place like the United States Senate, the people's place, a place where more than any other, you might expect to feel safe from that particular form of exclusion. Being forced to justify my existence, even after I was invited to testify, even after I had served this country, left me distracted in the sense that Morrison said. I believe we deserve the right to feel safe and go about our lives unencumbered by these sorts of distractions. I trust that this is a belief that we all share. In February of last year, I made a video imploring viewers to speak up about this violence. Overnight, 11.4 million of you rallied to my call. I am the daughter of Vietnamese boat refugees who risked their lives, who risked their lives to make it to these American shores. And I still believe in their hope in America. There's a long history, a long tradition of people taking their painful living truths and channeling that into justice. And that is what we are here today doing. We are in a moment of reckoning. We get to decide what kind of country we are, what kind of people we are. Hear us, hear our voices, hear our screams, hear our voices before they become screams. I'll end with a poem I wrote to process my pain. I'm golden. Are you too? Did they make you despise your hue? Wake up in a color you can't erase, afraid of the scalding hate. A virus in their iris amid this horrid crisis, but don't believe the lies they've told. See, crowns are made of gold. We are kings and queens, brilliant, golden, gilded genes. Midas ladies and Midas gentlemen, glimmering in our golden melanin. I love my country. Love how it listens to me the way fire listens to the cries of what it burns. Why don't we matter? I have an answer, but it won't extinguish the question. So we begin again. From the ruins, a shining city rises. Even if you don't see the end of the tunnel, in darkness, carry on. 1 foot in front of the next. Make your faith a phenomenon. A faith in what can be. A faith in what must be. A faith in our grief. Because tomorrow is a belief. Let your tears affirm that you are alive. Carry you forward towards a new sunrise. The reckoning may not be today, but justice is coming. Thank you.
Yes, justice is coming. Thank you so much, Amanda. Next, we will hear from Elizabeth Carey. She is an advocate and the daughter of victim Vilma Carey, and is also the founder of AAPI Belong. So please join me in welcoming Liz to the stage.
All right, here we go again. But how many times must we say again? Why does the phrase, another attack happened again, ring so clearly in my ears? Almost 1 year ago, my world was rocked. And I remember last March, sitting at home watching TV and seeing the news of the Atlanta spa shooting. As I even think of it now, shivers run down my neck. I pray for the souls of the victims, for the healing of the survivors and the victims' families. I know what it's like. As we approach the anniversary of my mom's attack at the end of the month, my eyes can't help but drifting to look down towards 8th Avenue and 43rd Street. This is actually the closest I've been to it in the last year. When an incident so inhumane, so brutal, so heartless happens, we all remember where we were when we found out. On March 16th, 2021, I was working from home, finishing up an intense work project. It was around the end of the workday, and I just wanted to hit the save button one final time and slam my laptop shut. Oh my God, I heard my mom say, turn on the news. We sat, we watched, we were heartbroken like so many others. Little did I know that 13 days later, I would be watching my mom on the news. Did we even have a chance to heal for a moment? Not a second for even recovery. And I do not say we as my mom and I do not say we as AAPI. I say we as humanity. Do you remember the feeling? Do you remember the news? Do you remember those days following? But how can we forget? Every day now feels like a game of roulette. How do we process and how do we move forward? How do we show the world who we are and demand to be treated equal? It isn't a secret. We need each other. All of us together. After my mom's attack, I shut everyone out. Not because I didn't want to talk to concerned family or friends, but because we didn't have the bandwidth. Every waking moment was caring for my mom, who was uncomfortable in almost every position. And if we found a position that was comfortable, that lasted for 5 minutes tops. Waiting for time to heal away the physical pain. I had created a GoFundMe, and I was very skeptical to do it. But close, trusted friends encouraged me to provide a resource for people to connect with us. So I did, and it changed my life. After long days of caring for my mom, calls with the district attorney, calls with Hate Crimes Task Force, calls with the Department of Aging, calls with Office of Victim Services, calls with doctors, organizing the home, caring for and medicating our senior dog, taking rounds of calls from family and friends to update our situation, and fending off the media that had snuck past my doorman and were slipping notes under my door frame. I had a small pocket of time for me. It was usually between 2 to 4 a.m., depending on the day. And I had created a notebook with a page for each GoFundMe contact. Many media requests for interviews from all over the world. We put those on the back burner. Kind strangers offering goods and services for my mom. Haircuts, home health care, Filipino desserts, legal services, physical therapy sessions. And finally, just kind messages. People wanting to tell me how affected they were by watching my mom's attack, how my mom looked like their mom or resembled someone they knew, how they themselves or their family members had experienced discrimination or hate for being Asian, and how it didn't just happen in the last 2 years, but for decades. It was real, it was raw, and it was repetitious. The stories were just what I needed in the moment. I was so moved that people had taken the time out of their day to write to a total stranger, and that really means something. When you're on the other side and you think that, sending a message to someone that they'll never see, we see it, and it means a lot. To find a way to reach me from within my apartment when all my guards were up, to touch our hearts by sharing their words and their stories. It gave me strength. It gave me responsibility to pass forward this strength and encouragement that so many had given to me. This is where AAPI was born. I belong to subvert the words that my mom's attacker had used. I wanted the community to feel the unity in the way that I was able to see it in my inbox, to repackage it in a platform and share it with the world. I began to work, adding a new task to my already sleepless nights, scheduling meetings in the small 30-minute window I had in the morning before I knew my mom would wake up, leaning on friends, allies, community, even my coworkers that showed me that I was more than someone that they sat across a queue from. I wanted to provide a safe place where people could come home and let their stories of encounters with anti-Asian hate or words of encouragement out, to have a sense of catharsis, a release, to have the platform, the anonymous, knowing that the community struggles with the idea of shame or stigma. And on the flip side, for others to be able to identify with those stories, to see the wrongs and no longer repress them, to acknowledge that some things are not okay and bring them to light for others to see, to find a sense of community in these shared somber experiences, to start a conversation not only within ourselves, but with each other, because you are not alone. So I invite all of you, when you go home, give yourself an exercise. Sit and write your story to even the AAPIbelong.com website. Get those stories out of the darkest parts of your mind and feed them to the community as strength. Let our voices be heard and let others learn from our perspective. Give someone the opportunity to feel empathy. The first step is for us to face ourselves as a community. For how can we ask anyone else to stand up for us if we don't stand up for ourselves? And I want to thank you for the courage you had to come out today. I know it took a thought. I'm sure for most you paused before walking out the door of your home today. Did I grab my phone, wallet, keys, mask, and what? One more item, right? Your safety device, a can of pepper spray, a pointing keychain. You know the feeling I'm referring to. You hold that device in your hand for a moment, shoving it into your pocket or throwing it into your bag. Why do I need this? I'm sure I'll be fine. Might as well, you never know. And with every new incident that passes, we hold on to that item a little tighter. A small panic when we realize we accidentally left home without it. Rethinking if we should take the subway or take our chances walking. This feeling, this story, you are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz, for sharing your story and parts of your mom's, and for turning that moment into a moment of opportunity and strength for yourself and for our community. Next up, we will have an artistic performance by Bohan Phoenix. He is a musician and storyteller with a single in the new Netflix movie, Fistful of Vengeance, and an album coming out later this year. So please welcome Bohan, born in China, here with us in Brooklyn now, to the stage.
Yeah. Bohan. New York, this one's for us, baby. Hey. Nowadays, I tell my mama when she's walking home, she better look over her shoulders when she's all alone. Matter of fact, when you leave work, call me on the phone. Seem like ain't nobody safe anymore. If I reacted how I want to everything that I saw across the social media, man, I'd be locked behind bars if somebody kicked my mother in the street, stumble out, bystanders turn to leave. I swear to God, it'd be a slaughterhouse. I kill every one of them and smile as they arrest me. But I makes me just like them and let the hate get the best of me. I mean, they say to turn the other cheek, and then what? Watching killers in the streets? I don't think so. I know I look nothing like you, but I hope that you still love me. I do, I do. Yeah. I know you look nothing like me, but I still got love for you. I do, I do. Hey. 看着我们的皮肤，感觉都是我们的错，因为他们的眼里，我们的差别太多。但在皮肤下，我们的血同个色，谁能告诉我那么的恨为什么 ？Even though you make me wanna feel like a lesser man, I know my worth, I know my truth, I know I'm better than this. Here is nothing. We've been through tougher weather, man. I had to learn up on my history and represent my people. Stay up, you know I got you for life. And by my people, I don't mean just Chinese people, I mean anybody with love in their hearts that just want to do right. If you're willing to fight beside me, you my family tonight. I got hopes that one day people of all colors unite. Smoking weed, sipping Henny, eating good every night. I mean, if we scared to kill each other, then why we scared to heal each other? Hey, I know I look nothing like you, but I hope that you still love me. I do, I do. Yeah. I know you look nothing like me, but I still got love for you. I do, I do. I know you're looking at me funny now. Yeah. You're looking at me so funny now, funny now. I wanna know if you can love me now. I wanna know if there's something wrong. I know you're looking at me funny now, funny now. So funny now, funny now. I wanna know if you can love me now. I wanna know if there's something wrong. Thank you. My name is Bowen Phoenix. Thanks for having me. I'm super happy to be here with the community. It's freezing out, and it's amazing to see all these people here. That song was called But I Still Love You, and it was actually inspired and written a day after Vilma's attack last year. And I was angry, and I still am angry, but what's more important is for me to ask for the other side to recognize our humanity. Even though I look nothing like you, I hope you can still love me. And tonight we're here to tell our stories, to celebrate us. So for the next couple songs, I want to tell my story and just let y'all know that, hey, we are the same. And this next song is called Overseas. Yeah. Hope everybody's staying warm out there. My name is Bowen Phoenix. Let me take you overseas, baby. Hey. Yeah, cause I was born overseas. Then my mama took me overseas. I made a home overseas. Now that I'm back, you remember me. Cause I was born overseas. Then my mama took me overseas. Now that I'm back, finally, do it for me and my family. Hey, cause I was born overseas. Then my mama took me overseas. I made a home overseas. Now that I'm back, you remember me. Yeah, cause I was born overseas. Then my mama took me overseas. Now that I'm back, finally, do it for me and my family. 回到成都，我浑身的纹身，我 family 看不习惯，不能怪他们，都不能够理解我为什么这么喜欢。Yeah， 西方文化其实能接受，这一定是很不简单。慢慢的来，慢慢的来，一切都慢慢的来。他们听不懂，听不懂，他们说我说的听不懂，但就知道这个感觉对。他听不懂也就无所谓，消失的梦我是不停的追，我追了好久，快跑断了腿，跑断了腿，我开始飞，凤凰的翅膀会燃烧社会。La la hey, cause I was born overseas, then my mama took me overseas. I made a home overseas. Now that I'm back, you remember me. Hey, cause I was born. Then my mama told me, now that I'm back, finally, I do it for me and my family. Hey, cause I was born. Then my mama told me, I made it home. Now that I'm back, you remember me, yeah, cause I was born overseas. Then my mama told me overseas. Now that I'm back, finally, I do it for me and my family. No matter the language I spit in the verse, I make sure I know what I'm worth. The power is preserved, but then all these words make certain I thrive on this earth. And now in the verbs that never rehearsed, they come to me natural as birth. I am the last, I am the first. Buried them deep in the dirt, they violate the chosen one. My skin tone is shine like the golden sun. I learned how to punch in the very east, but in the west they hold bigger guns. Strap on my boots and I learn to run. I got the juice and I got the heart, pumping it like when the engine starts. Haters get burned like I'm tired march. I swear to God, Howie, yo que no son si我每天花言在 trap。妈妈有可能生气，我每天花言在 rap， 但是我心里有数，所以我依然的 swag， 脑海里清楚的路是，这是我依然的 path。Yeah, cause I was born overseas, then my mama took me overseas. I made a home overseas. Now that I'm back, you remember me. Yeah, cause I was born overseas, then my mama took me overseas. Now that I'm back, finally, I do it for me and my family. Sing, cause I was born, then my mama told me. I made a home. Now that I'm back, you remember me, yeah, cause I was born overseas. Then my mama took me overseas. Now that I'm back, finally, do it for me and my family. Yeah. My name is Bowen Phoenix. One thing I forgot to mention about the first song that I did, but I Still Love You. Every stream and every view of that song is perpetually donating to the community fund at Hate is a Virus. So if you like that song, if you want to contribute to the cause, just stream that and we'll be able to add to the community defense fund. Last song I want to share with y'all before I leave is called 3 Days in Chengdu. And I haven't seen my family in 2.5 years because of COVID. So I just want to dedicate this song to everybody that hasn't seen their loved ones or is far from their loved ones. 3 Days in Chengdu. This is my 12th year in New York to be performing here with y'all. This is a moment. I appreciate y'all.听我说，湖边的小孩，双手不在，姥姥眼泪，零散的离开，翻出了美国，说唱的李白，我开玩笑，没那么厉害，妈妈的爱我，好久没回家，好久都没时间，有空会回你电话，好久都没见你脸，身体都还好吗？我记得上次你做的饭做得好辣。我想我姥爷他身体差，姥姥04年走，我在梦里见他，他说不要怕，我还不要怕，我是你天使，我保护你家，我保护你家。Yeah, I know it's kind of cold out here, so right here, if you wanna give a little body motion, we can get warm. Hey, man, yeah. Hey, let me see that shoulder, baby. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Happy to be out here with everybody. Hey, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Bowen Phoenix. Let me talk to him. Hey, yeah. I got a heat for the winter. I make it snow in the summer. My mama told me remember. She told me, Bowen, remember. Money don't make you the winner. Money don't make you the man. Money don't make you this way. Make money and then you go do what you can. I got no money, no problems. I count my blessings, I do. True, I got so many, I can't fit on one hand, I count it with two. Look at the ladies, they love me, the homie, the way that I do. Still, I'm about it. If you want to doubt it, then come show me what do I do. Hey, I'm here to bend all the rules. Couldn't depend on the rules. Look at my cool. I'm here to break all these fools. They want to hate on my move. Look at my cool. Sango ye mendo with you. Fashu with you with you. Count with the cool. My money pay as a cool. This you always a who. Be as a cool. Hey, San Francisco dreaming. That's the place she stay. Round trip tickets paid, I'm on my way. Hey, some people say that it's good. My grandma said I'll be great. I give it thought, go with that love. Can you relate? Cause I just wanna love somebody who ain't scared to love somebody. Love somebody, could deep down we love somebody, but we don't even love ourselves. I mean, how we gonna love someone else? And I can feel it when I'm coming down. My mama told me no jokes. I hear you now. My name is Bowen Phoenix. Thank you for having me. Shout out to all the other speakers and performers tonight. Hope everyone stays safe. Love one another, help one another, look out for one another. Our purpose here is nothing but to help each other through this thing that's called life. I appreciate y'all. Peace.
Phoenix, thank you. So a couple of quick announcements before we move on to our next speaker. So there is a community wall back here, stage, what is this, left, right? Anyway, on my right, back where the sound booth is, and it is a participatory event where you can kind of contribute your own thoughts, feelings, reactions, emotions, incidences, and we would love for folks to stop by, fill out a post-it, and help us create this collective wall. And we know it's getting late, and some of you all are probably thinking about getting home, and we just want to acknowledge and recognize that, again, this is a contemporaneous situation happening, right? So be safe as you go home. Try not to be alone as you go home. And we have an amazing group of volunteers here who are wearing these masks. They are part of the Protect Chinatown organization, and it's a community-led organization. They are executing various safety initiatives, and they are here and available to walk you to the subway station and make sure that you get home safely, right? They're wearing these face masks, and again, they're by that community wall where the post-its are behind me towards the right. If you would like an escort, please find them, and they are here to volunteer. So thank you very much for doing this for us. So our next speaker is Nikki Singh. She is the manager of policy and advocacy at the Sikh Coalition. They are the nation's largest Sikh civil rights and advocacy organization. If you don't know about the amazing work that they are doing, I encourage you to look them up. Nikki, please come join me on the stage. Everyone, a big round of applause.
One year ago, a gunman murdered 8 individuals and injured others in a series of shootings at 3 spas in the greater Atlanta area. Of the 8 victims killed, 6 were Asian American women. 1 month later, on April 15th, 2021, a tragedy unfolded in Indianapolis when a man shot and killed 8 individuals at a FedEx ground facility. Half of the victims in that mass shooting were members of the Sikh faith. Although our communities have experienced hate since we first came to this country, lately it feels as though we don't even have time to grieve, process our emotions, or try to heal before the next tragedy occurs, before a loved one or a member of our communities is murdered. The violence is overwhelming in frequency and intensity. In between the Atlanta and Indianapolis tragedies, on March 22nd, a mass shooter killed 10 people in my hometown of Boulder, Colorado. Today, my heart is with not just the victims' families in Atlanta, but the Asian American community as a whole. The Sikh community knows firsthand the pain and trauma that comes with being repeatedly targeted by hate-based violence, and we share some similar experiences. Anti-immigrant sentiments that started more than a century ago, 20 years of post-9/11 hate and discrimination, and now a surge of xenophobic hate crimes during the COVID-19 pandemic. Here in New York City, anti-Asian hate increased by 361% last year. And those are just the incidents that make it on the NYPD's radar. As we know, these numbers don't account for the incidents that never get reported to the police in the first place, or cases in which law enforcement agencies failed to investigate or appropriately charge as hate crimes. The first step in improving our response to hate violence is for authorities to be more proactive in acknowledging bias, or at least the possibility of it when incidents happen. Communities that have experienced prejudice and targeted violence firsthand know what it feels like. We carry generational trauma from decades of experience. When our families, neighbors, and communities are harmed, law enforcement must do more to acknowledge bias as a possible motive from the start, both in their public messaging and through how they conduct their investigations moving forward. In the meantime, however, we must continue to do the even harder work of refusing to allow hate to paralyze us. This means refusing to allow it to drive us out of the spaces in which we belong. Our mothers and fathers have the right to go to work and return home unharmed. Our grandparents have the right to go for a walk in their neighborhood without fear of harassment or assault. And our children have the right to go to school and to learn and to thrive, all without the fear of bullying, whether that means ugly words to tear them down or physical violence to hurt them. If hateful words, actions, and ideologies continue to send us a message that we do not belong, we will continue to fight against it. Together, we will remain resilient in the face of tragedy, and we will continue to demand more of those whose job it is to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. So we have 3 speakers and performers left. I'm going to tell you a little bit about each of them and then let them each come up here and do their thing. So first we will hear from Kate Rigg. She is an artist, activist, and also the curator of a new exhibit coming up at the Public Theater called Disorientalism, my bad. And the purpose of this exhibit is to uplift and amplify New York City Asian American artists. After Kate, we will hear from Perry Young, an actor and musician. He is best known as Father June in HBO Max's Warrior, and you may have just seen him last week on CBS's The Equalizer, fighting anti-Asian hate with Queen Latifah. And our final speaker of the evening is Kate Yen. She is a Taiwanese-American theater director who holds an MFA from Yale School of Drama. She was born and raised in New York City. Queens in the Bronx represents, and she'll be sharing her own story with us as well. So thank you very much for your attention, and please join me in welcoming first Kate to the stage.
New York City, come on! I'm Kate Siaha Unrid. I have lived here in New York City since 1993 when I came here for college. And I have never felt more unsafe in my city than today in 2022, which is some bullshit, let me tell you. Anytime there's an attack on the subway or in an apartment building or an old lady gets a hammer in the head in Chinatown, I'm buying a new weapon. I have a pepper spray, I have a pepper gel, I have a blade, I have brass knuckles, I have some shit that makes noise when I swing it in the air, and it's still not enough. And I'm so happy that we are starting to throw rallies and assemblies and art bursts and explosions of activism in our community. It's about frickin' time. So thank you so much for standing here in the freezing cold. 15 years ago when I graduated the Juilliard School, yeah, I'm gonna flex a little bit because people should know. The myth is real about overachieving Asians. 15 years ago, I joined forces with a colleague of mine and we started a band called Slanty-Eyed Mama. Yes, we purposely used racially sensitive language to start the conversation in this country about how microaggressions, name-calling, imitating accents, ting-tong in cartoons leads to macroaggressions, the kind of which we are seeing now in a time of stress. We need to address microaggressions, we need to address the violence, and we have to come together as a community to start reporting hate crimes, to start making sure that our grandparents and our parents report the hate crimes so that there is a record so we can agitate around it. I'm calling on all of you as an artist also to understand that this kind of change takes cultural change too. Hashtag representation. That's why I put on a show at the Public Theater at my own expense every 3 months to uplift and amplify Asian American performers. The next one is May 2nd. I better see you all there, all right? Follow your favorite Asian artists on social media. It's just a like. It helps them. Like their posts, share their posts. This helps us enter the national conversation so we're not just talking in a loop to each other, all right? And another thing you can do is go into non-Asian spaces, showing your beautiful Asian face and representing. I know it sucks to be the only one. I know I'm in tons of activist groups and I'm the only Asian there, but I am so glad to be the only Asian there to remind people that we are in a time of crisis in our community. I love you all. Here's one of the first songs I ever wrote, is Slanty-Eyed Mama. I'm gonna drop some F-bombs, but this is New York City, so get ready. This is called Me Love You Long Time. A little louder, just a little louder, just a little more. Thank you. Here we go. I'm a flower, exotic blossom of the east, blossom in power. Erotic pollen to the bee, I'll be your treasure. Open me up and look inside, look for the pleasure. Ancient secrets that I hide, mail order brides. Hand delivered per request, mail order lies. Delivered east, delivered west, western eyes. Triple dragons of desire, eyes like fire. Burning me up as they admire. Look at my skin, amber waves on porcelain. Look at my hands, fingers spread into a fan. Look at my heart, torn like a flower, torn apart. Look at my face, never the same in the same place. Delicate oriental lotus flower, tender teardrop falling past the wee hour. Pearl on the east, on the night was on the west. Jasmine scented concubine and royal silk dress. Me love you long time, me love you long time, me love you long time, me love you long time. Take an overnight ride on the Orient Express. Take the overripe mind to altered consciousness. Can you make believe what you see is what you get? Yo, what's up your sleeve in that gentleman's bet? 50-cent massage with the #1 wives. 50 bucks says you can't distinguish the lies. Pearl cream plastered on a China doll face. Opium for the dragons that you chase. Me love you long time. Look at the sun, the eclipse has just begun. Look at the moon, her new phase is coming soon. Look at the trees, rising up from Phoenix Sea. Look at me, can you believe what you see? Delicate oriental lotus flower, tender teardrop falling past the wee hour. Pearl of the east, on the night was lost. Jasmine scented concubine and rock silk dress. Me love you long time, 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 me love you long time. In my raw silk dress, I said raw. Fucky, fucky, sucky, sucky, all night long. The magic of my audio, long up, long I come. Pave your way to her door, pick up the phone, calling us lucky eyed whore. You're so horny, is that what you wanna hear? You so corny. Look at your eyes round with fear. Dear Uncle Sam, with your dreams of Charlie Chan. Unbind my hands, the world needs a new plan. Dominatrix, manicurist, laundry girl sluts. 50-cent masseuse, make you take a busted nut. Pearl cream plastered on a China doll face. Take those ping pong balls out of my cooch, sucker. Oh, stick them in your ass. Delegate, oriental, lotus undivided, raw, self-dressed. Me love you long time. Me love you long time. Me love you long, 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 dumb time. Oh yeah, Mr. Imperialist, colonialist, I hear your racially insensitive language as you occupy my previously autonomous body. With your lies, your Kung Flu, your China virus, I feel it rising inside me like a phoenix on fire. And that fire is now mine. I will pepper spray your motherfucking ass on the subway you come anywhere near me. Me love you long time. Sisters and brothers, support your Asian artists. Thank you very much.
Kate Rigg, everyone. Kate Rigg. All right. What an amazing lineup of Asian women speakers we had tonight, huh? I'm schooled. I am schooled. So, I don't know if any of you saw Queen Latifah. Anyone out here Queen Latifah fans? I don't know if you saw The Equalizer 2 weeks ago, but I was filming for a month. Thank you, Nelson. About anti-Asian hate on that episode. And so filming the episode was about this ex-cop who was frustrated with the system because nothing ever happens. And his friend gets killed, this older Asian woman. And he is so frustrated that he takes the law into his own hands. So I was filming that, I was getting into the character, and you know what? A couple of days into it, I went, I don't even have to get into character. I've been frustrated the last 2 years with nothing happening with these hate crimes against our community. So the very interesting and weird thing that happened with that episode and filming was, after one particularly long day of filming in an interrogation scene, I'm riding home after on the subway. I'm sitting there and I see this guy throw a bag at this lady, bag of junk food, and he said, "You can eat this." And I went, oh shit, okay, there's something wrong with this guy, right? And then he looks at me and he says, "Hey, chink." And I went, this cannot be happening right now. I've just been living this moment for the last 2 years. I've been at rallies, I've been at demonstrations. I'm filming about this, and this guy looks at me and says that, and I knew the first thing to do is to de-escalate. I ignore him. And then he says it again, "Hey, chink," and this time followed by the F word, the derogatory word for gay men. And I went, oh man, you know, I could feel this energy come through my body, taking over my brain, right? Because this guy, he checked all 3 boxes. He hates women, he's a racist, and he's anti-gay. Next thing you know, my mouth went on autopilot, and I was just hurling expletives at him. And he stands up, and I went, okay, something's gonna happen here. I say out loud to the train, "I need some help here." Nobody moved. And then he starts coming towards me, and I said, "Come on, is anyone gonna back me up?" And then this guy walks up and says, "I got you, brother." I turn around, and it's the only other Asian man on the train. Everyone is sitting there with their heads in their phones. So
We are here at Break the Silence Justice for Asian Women live stream program. Next up, we are going live to San Francisco with activists, fashion designers, actresses, and singers. Let's head to San Francisco right now.
The reign of peace. Mi-suk Ko is a professional Korean traditional dancer and musician. She has been dedicated to Korean traditional music and dance for more than 30 years, and she founded the Korean Culture Center Urisawe in the Bay Area. Please join me in welcoming Mi-suk Ko. Thank you so much, Misuk. That was beautiful. So now we're going to transition into our live speaking program. What you all are going to experience today is something very special. All of the speakers you will be seeing speak today are Asian American women. Sadly, we still live in an era where Asian American women are not proportionally represented in C-suite, business, real estate, law, government, judiciary, you name it. But today we have full representation from Asian American women. It's very exciting. This is a rally, so yes, please feel free to cheer. That's a very exciting thing. Frankly, I've never been to a conference where there's an all Asian woman speaker lineup, so it's very exciting. So I want to introduce our first speaker, Wendy Nguyen. Wendy Nguyen is the co-founder of the Asian American nonprofit Stand with Asian Americans, which is a coalition of Asian business leaders dedicated to ending anti-Asian hate and supporting and uplifting Asian communities. Wendy was born and raised here in the Bay Area, went to school at Cal, and has always considered San Francisco her home. She started her career at Bain and has spent the last 15 years in startups focused on healthcare and education. She is currently a senior vice president at Section 4, which is an education startup. She has fundraised and built 5 school libraries in Vietnam and also founded a volunteer-run nonprofit that has registered over 50,000 people to vote by mail in key battleground states. Please join me in welcoming Wendy.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to take the stage. 1 year ago, 8 people died, 6 Asian American women. It made us all reflect on what it is to be Asian American. So tonight, I wanted to take a moment and tell you a little bit about each one so that we can honor them. There's Kyung Jung Grant. She was a single mom, 51 years old. She was a teacher in Seoul before she came to America. She cared deeply about providing for her 2 kids and worked very hard so that she could pay for their college tuition, working so hard sometimes that she spent the night at the spa. She whipped up delicious bowls of kimchi jjigae. She loved Korean dramas and disco, and she called her kids every night to say goodnight and I love you. And after she passed, her sons say her death has left a cannon in their hearts of which the other side they cannot see. There's Tan Chaoje, also known as Emily. She was a mom. She died 2 days before her 50th birthday. She came to America after meeting her husband, who we saw in Nha Ninh, a town 200 miles north of Vietnam. She was an entrepreneur, a business owner. Her first job was a nail technician, and she saved enough money to buy her own salon. And by 2019, she had 2 businesses. She dreamed of traveling the world, and she cried when her daughter graduated from the University of Georgia. 2 days after her death, her family gathered in China to celebrate her birthday. But no one had the heart to tell her mom that she had passed away. There's Shung Ka Kim, who always knew she wanted to live in America. As a young woman, she would go to the street, vendors exchange Korean won for American dollars, and go to the military base to buy pizza. She loved everything about America, the vastness, the different religions, the races, the dream of opportunity. She was 69 when she died, a mother of 2 and a wife of over 50 years. She loved taking Zumba classes, and she listened to Justin Bieber. She attended church regularly and helped to feed the homeless. She did so much community service that she was awarded the President's Volunteer Service Award. And her family wants us to know that her legacy is love. She called them every week to tell them how much she loved them. There's Soon Chung Park. She was 74 when she died, the mother of 5, previously widowed. She came to the US 40 years ago, worked on a farm, earned her citizenship. She was a newlywed. She remarried in 2018. When her husband arrived on the scene, he gave her CPR, hoping that he could save her. She likes ceramic owls, succulents, and rosy lipstick. Her family misses her and her kimchi dumplings that she would hand out every Chuseok. There's Dao Yufeng. Dao Yu lay in the morgue 7 days after the shooting, before her family knew what happened to her. Her family back in China hadn't heard from her and reached out to the Chinese embassy for assistance. She was 44, she wasn't married, and she didn't have kids. She lived a hard life. Her father passed away, and she quit school in 3rd grade. And at the age of 14, she went to work in garment factories in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. And at the age of 22, she came to America without telling anyone for a better life. She sent money back home every month for her nieces and nephews to support their education and to support her 84-year-old mother. There was no one there to help with her funeral arrangements, so the local Chinese community stepped up and arranged her memorial service. And over 100 people of all various races, Vietnamese, Korean, white, showed up to pay their respects to someone they didn't know, but whose life was tragically cut short. Then there's young AU. Young A's sons want us to know she was a funny woman. She was a phenomenal woman. She was a family woman. She immigrated to the US over 4 decades ago and raised mixed race sons, half Korean, half Black. She got a lot of joy from bringing the family together. Food was at the center of every family meal moment. And according to them, she didn't ask for much and didn't need for much. She recently learned poker and would bluff on every single hand. She was an incredibly hard worker. And she spent Sundays with her son, who you saw, who would help her with her computer and would talk about their week. These were the women who lost their lives 1 year ago. And in that moment when it was happening, as those around me saw these women as faceless foreigners with names they couldn't pronounce, I didn't see Korean or Chinese, I saw family. I saw Asian American women doing what Asian American women always do: work hard, protect, sacrifice, and give to their families and communities. So it's my hope today that we don't let their deaths fade into yesterday's news cycle, that we summon the courage to find out what binds us, to make sure that this doesn't happen again. I'm going to leave you with one last image. This is my mom. She, like these women, lived a really hard life. She left Vietnam in the cloak of darkness to board a boat to escape war, not unlike our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. But unlike these women, she lived a full life. And when she passed away, she was surrounded by her 3 children who held her hand as she passed. And I wouldn't be the daughter of a woman like that if I wasn't here, standing here with you today, saying that we all need to commit to figuring out how this never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and for highlighting why it's so important that we all speak up and be activists. And speaking of activists, our next speaker is making huge waves in the youth activism world. Ashlyn So is a 14-year-old middle school student, a fashion designer, and what she calls an accidental activist. She organized 2 rallies. Again, this is a 14-year-old middle school student, y'all. The first rally was February 2021 when she saw a video of an Asian elder pushed on the sidewalk and other Asians being bullied. The second rally was in May 2021, which centered on bringing different racial groups together to unite in love. What a beautiful message. Ashlyn is a youth superstar who I've had the privilege of getting to know. She has been featured in The Ellen Show, that's right, The Ellen Show, and Teen Vogue. In September 2021, Ashlyn debuted her collection for the 3rd time during New York Fashion Week called Beneath the Surface, where she combined her activism with fashion and reminded everyone that we are more than our skin color. Please join me in welcoming youth activist Ashlyn So.
Thank you, Natasha, for that great introduction, and thank you, Wendy, for that moving speech. A round of applause for Superwoman Natasha, whose passion for everyone for causes energizes us all. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad that we are getting together today in the Asian Art Museum to honor many women who have shaped our lives. Our moms, grandmas, sisters, aunties, wives, and daughters. But I also want to honor the horrific and tragic loss of lives of so many in the Atlanta shooting last year. Let's have a moment of silence to remember them. It really hit home last year when I saw the bullying and senseless acts of violence against Asian elders in January last year. And I thought this could happen to my mom or to my grandma. And after seeing these videos, I was inspired by the Black Lives Matter movement, and I decided to start my own rally in February 2021 in my neighborhood. I wanted to shed more light on this issue and create a platform for people to share their stories. I asked my mom if I could do the rally, and she said yes, and the rest is history. To get people to come, I put flyers on people's windshields, local businesses, and posted it on Nextdoor and Eventbrite. I didn't know who will come, but I was really surprised to the amount of people that showed up. Ever since then, I found myself speaking and attending more rallies almost every weekend. It's heartbreaking that we have to continuously speak up to be heard, but it has also given us and galvanized our community to protect each other. I call myself an accidental activist because I never intended for this to blow up, but I'm glad it did because it created new platforms for people to speak out and spread the word, and that we stay silent no more. If you knew me before my first rally, you'd think of me as this very shy girl who rarely talks. I shy away from public speaking or even speaking to the teachers at school. I used to get mad and tell my mom about it when unfair things happened to me, and I really find the courage to do anything about it. But as soon as I saw injustice happening to others, I knew I had to speak up. It's no longer about me, it's about our community getting hurt. My first speech at the rally, I thought I'd be super scared. But when I saw the people out there in the rally, braving COVID, showing up, taking 2 or 3 buses to come, elders, men, women, family, and little girls and boys, it fueled my courage, and I spoke up for them without fear. I want everyone to know that we are silent no more. We are not weak, and we want to be equal, and we belong here. But if I had to give one piece of advice, regardless of age, gender, we all have a voice. If you see something wrong, chances are many others think the same. And it only takes one person to speak from the heart for a movement to right the wrong. And that can be many of you out here today. I, and like many other girls around my age, are experiencing mental health pressure at school or at home. For example, our school had a dress policy that when you it was strictly targeted towards girls and how girls dress. What about the boys? Has society been so blind that we just adopt the usual dress code, but we forgot the basic premise of the code is so that boys aren't tempted? It's as if everything has happened to women and girls are to be blamed, and to be blamed on the girls. What about more emphasis on educating boys to respect boundaries and mutual respect between boys and girls? In everyday school, Asian girls in my generation experience a lot of mental health issues with social media and society's beauty standards. People making fun of us for not having the average white features, our noses are too flat, our eyes are too small, and our bodies are not measuring up. We are who we are. Why can't we accept the faces and the bodies we are born with and find the beauties in all kinds? We must teach boys and girls that the beauty is from within and not superficial. The unrealistic princess story furthers the imprint on kids' minds that women need men and only men can save the day. I would like to share a personal story about when I was younger, on Halloween, when all the other girls were princesses. I asked my mom if I wanted those, and my mom asked if I wanted to be one of them, and I said no, because I didn't really know what princesses were at the time, and I also didn't really like the dresses. But when she showed me Cleopatra's dress and asked me if I wanted to wear that for Halloween, I loved the dress. And my mom said if I was going to be royalty for Halloween, I might as well be the most powerful queen. I love the story, and I was Cleopatra for 2 years because I felt powerful and strong in my own skin. So all of you moms and dads, aunts and uncles, grandpas and grandmas out there, you are the change makers. It starts with educating these young kids in our life to have self-worth and self-respect. My dream for the future is to create understanding and respect through educating young kids to include AAPI history and American history, and starting at a young age, unite our Black, Asian, and Hispanic and all marginalized communities. Educate boys and girls to have respect and equality. The power lies within us for the change, and the change starts now in our immediate community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashlyn, for your amazingly powerful and inspiring words, y'all. Every time I see this youth phenomenon, I just want to get out there. And if she can get out there and organize 2 rallies, let's all look within and see what we can do, right? All right. So the next piece we have continues on this theme of empowerment. I'm on to invite local vocalist Priya Vijay Kumar to the stage. Priya grew up singing all over the Bay Area and has won local competitions such as Union City Teen Idol and Fremont's Got Talent. She was part of her university's female a cappella group and the lead singer of a band that performed around Austin, Texas. Priya has had the honor of singing the national anthem at, wait for it, Golden State Warriors games, NBA, D-League games, and election rallies. Priya will be performing a song titled This Is Me from the musical The Greatest Showman. Yeah, this piece reflects the strength and unapologetic self-expression of Asian American women leaders in our community. Please join me in welcoming Priya.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say no one will launch you broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them bring me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me, look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen, I'll make no apologies. This is me. Another round of insults hits my skin. We're far away, it's too late. I won't let the shit sink in. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, oh, and that's where we become. I won't bring me down to death. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. The sharpest words wanna cut me down. gonna send a flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. And I know that I deserve your love. There's nothing I'm not worthy of. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching to my drum. I am scared, I'm not through. I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. I know that I'm worthy. This is me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, they say music is the universal language and has the ability to heal wounds and empower people. And if that wasn't a perfect representation of it, I don't know what is. All right, so the next speaker is a very well-known actress who many of us have seen on the big screen. Her name is Olivia Chang, and she has a very special connection to San Francisco. The last time she was here, it was to see the streets of San Francisco's Chinatown in preparation for her role as one of our city's most famous historical figures, Ah Toy. It is a role she will be reprising later this year for an HBO show, Bruce Lee's Warrior. And tonight, please welcome actress and activist Olivia Chang to our stage.
Hi. Can everyone hear me in the back? This is actually the first time I've made a public appearance since Atlanta, so I'm gonna try not to cry while I get through this, but thank you for having me. And thank you, Stand With Asian Americans, and thank you, Stand With Asians, and Natasha, and Wendy, and Ashlyn, and Priya. That was a heck of a tee-up. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this national event. It is so special and bittersweet to be here with all of you tonight. And before I get into it, I want to acknowledge that we are gathered here in community on the unceded territories of the Muwekma, Ohlone, and Ramaytush people. This is a direct love letter to Asian American women. It's meaningful for me to be here in San Francisco because of this city's rich Asian American history. Is one I've long been fascinated with. From your Forbidden City to your Tong Wars, it makes me so proud to be able to bring part of that legacy to life with Bruce Lee's Warrior. 1 year ago today marks one of the most heinous events for Asian Americans in recent memory. It also marks the start of one of the most major depressive episodes of my adult life. In the wake of the Atlanta murders, I found myself unable to get out of bed for weeks. The grief I felt, the psychic attack of the mass shootings incapacitated me. And as I lay there for hours on end, I wondered, why am I so overwhelmed with grief? Was it as simple as seeing myself in those women? Or was it because of the many places I've traveled to, from Malaysia to South Africa, from Toronto to Cambodia? I've always ended up in Asian spas. Because no matter what new and foreign place I ended up in, I'd find these spas that to me were sacred spaces where the women grounded me with a sense of home and familiarity. They were mothers and grandmothers. Many were migrants. All were working to support their families. They were always appreciative of my attempts to connect, and sometimes I sensed they were grateful to spend an hour with me and not a man who might demand more of them. I'm a storyteller. I'm a true believer in the power of story. Stories can shape perceptions. Stories can shape communities and policies and therefore societies. And beyond the individual actions of any one person who harms someone in our community, I'm starting to also question the stories institutions and systems create to simultaneously perpetuate and invisibilize violence against our most vulnerable, our unhoused women, our unemployed, our unfed, our undocumented, our transgender, our women who have economic and linguistic barriers to navigate every single day, the women who are most affected by colorism. My career has largely been shaped the last few years playing women who outsmart systems of oppression for autonomy of their bodies, their futures, their families, and their own fragile sense of humanity constantly under attack. On paper, these women are easy to judge, especially if sex work is part of their survival. It's been my job to portray these women with the dignity they deserve, no matter how they choose to survive. And it's a dignity I was bitterly reminded a year ago today isn't always afforded to Asian women in real life. And let me be clear, racism is not new to me. Schoolyard bullies and casual racism were just a part of life growing up for me in Edmonton, Alberta. I was 15 the first time I was attacked by a middle-aged man who cornered me on my way to the bus stop, shoved me back and called me a chink as his spit flew in my face. He screamed at me to go the fuck back to China and stop taking our jobs. Right before me, he did the same thing to an Asian grandmother. And when I asked mall security for help, they did nothing. At 21, as a rookie television reporter, I remember being part of a debate about two new hosts of competing entertainment shows. I said, well, I'm cheering for both of them because they're both Asian women. And a cameraman said, yeah, and neither are offensively Asian. Offensively Asian. Recently, while shooting my last show, C, for Apple TV, a driver on my first day made a joke to me about China creating COVID in order to sell masks. I could give more examples of incidents I've had during the pandemic alone, but all this to say, as someone who's experienced a spectrum of what racism can be, after Atlanta, I realized a large part of my depression was feeling like I could never do enough to create the world I wish I'd grown up in. I wondered, what awful stories did people tell themselves about Asians to justify punching us 125 times in the face, breaking our bodies, pushing us in front of trains, hunting 7 of us down in 2 hours, tackling us in the streets, putting a gun to our heads and shooting us. What stories? And that brings me to all of you. Your stories matter. Who you are, what you've been through, what you know in your bones to be true matters. And you don't have to be in my position to have a platform. Each and every one of you in this room, each and every one of you watching from home, you can do things and reach people I can't. It might be your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers, your classrooms, your community, your children. You have reach, you have talent and value to contribute. And in finding your place in all of this, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. I know many in our community are grasping for solutions in this moment, but if we aren't careful, we may find ourselves seeking justice from people and ideologies that don't have our best interests at heart. Just look to the history of anti-Asian lynchings, murders of Chinese miners, riots and destructions of Chinatowns, Japanese internment camps, the Filipino farmers movement, the Vietnam War, Hawaii, Vincent Chin, and now Christian Hall, to remember the critical importance of challenging systems that have not always earned our trust. Instead, we must look within our own community for a bolder vision of safety for APIs. And California has some of the greatest civil rights leaders right now, like Dr. Connie Wan of Oakland's AAPI Women Lead, Korean American activist and author Michelle Mi-jung Kim, Teresa Siagatono, Ai-jin Poo, just to name a few. Look to the Asian women around you. Look to the grassroots organizations they are leading all around you, and amplify and support them because they've already been doing the work for decades. They're already in community with the most vulnerable of our Asian diaspora, and they know the complexities of the systems that oppress them in ways many of us are just beginning to awaken to. Look to them, support them, follow their lead until you figure out what your leadership looks like. What happens in America matters, and I have felt immense pain watching the violence against Asian American women. It has left me numb and exhausted. And if it has left you numb and exhausted too, please let yourself rest. When you need to rest, rest. It is the most important part of this cycle and this movement. And while Atlanta left me numb and exhausted, it was watching your collective grief and anger bloom into bravery, awakening, community, resourcefulness, and resilience that ultimately got me out of bed 1 year ago. That is the power of story you are creating as Asian American women. And do not doubt the butterfly effect you continue to create with your willingness to show up, to question, to listen, to activate, to rise. You are all butterflies with iron wings. You are warriors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so amazing. Oh, congratulations. Thank you so much, Olivia. That was so powerful. Olivia spoke very eloquently about bringing together generations for this movement. And for our next speaker, she has been an Asian American female leader for generations. In fact, over 40 years. Our next speaker, Becky Masaki, has worked to end gender-based violence for 40 years. In the 1980s, she co-founded one of the first programs in the nation that could meet the language and cultural needs of Asian survivors of domestic violence and trafficking, the Asian Women's Shelter in San Francisco. Becky served as the founding executive director for the Asian Women's Shelter for 21 years. Becky was also the co-founder and staff of a national cultural resource center, the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence. She's committed to the movement for race and gender justice as part of an interconnected network of intergenerational, diverse leaders in a new era of shared leadership, shared power, and co-creation. Please join me in welcoming Becky Masaki to the stage.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Wow, we are here. Coming together to break the silence by and for justice for Asian women. As an elder here among you all today, you know, I'm humbled and honored to remember and invoke Archbishop Desmond Tutu, so deep in the center of ending apartheid in South Africa. He said, justice demands three things: name the people and the issue, healing, and change the conditions so they never happen again. And I really embraced that, was inspired, and in my work here in race and gender justice, I always said and practiced that, yeah, you know, name the issues, name the people, and change the conditions so it never happens again. but I realized that I was skipping over or glossing the healing. And we all need to really have that individual and collective healing also. That gets us to change the conditions. But in that framework, I am going to follow that. And for us, for justice, for Asian women, I will start with that, right? We're naming the people. And this, so many have named these folks before. And I just want to, again, say their names. So with memory and loving remembrance and honor for Delania Ashley Yuan, Xiaoji Tan, Daoyu Feng, Paul Andre Michaels, Hyunjung Grant, Suncha Kim, Sun Jun Park, and Young A Yu. Our mourning and remembrance is with them and their families. And we need to name the violence. In co-founding Asian Women's Shelter here, right here in San Francisco, we started to address the lack of language and cultural access for survivors of domestic violence. And from that first day forward, we realized that violence was experienced in all forms: domestic violence, sexual abuse, human trafficking, child abuse, elder abuse, and this compounded by the violence of war, street violence, homophobia, transphobia, racism, gender-based violence, and all the ways that we experience hate and that we're divided and separated from ourselves and one another. So we need to understand that the roots of violence, compounded and entwined with the abuse, are really the abuse of power and control. And so right now, we can and we must make a potent pivot. We're making a potent pivot into shared power and the power of love. For healing, healing is really an essential component. And like I was saying before, I used to kind of gloss over this, but healing is essential. And that is what we all need to do, is to take care of ourselves. It doesn't mean a Band-Aid or minimizing or ignoring the harm and injustice here. This means deep healing on all levels. When we have the courage to mourn this tragic time, we find pathways to heal ourselves, heal each other, not flinch or look away from the wounds, but strongly face the harm and move deeply. Because when we create space for healing ourselves and our loved ones, we heal our communities, we deepen and broaden into our collective community healing. And that gives us the space and the time to really change the conditions so this doesn't happen again. I'm going to invoke another elder who came before us, Grace Lee Boggs. Yes, yes. An original ROG of Asian American feminist and social justice leader. You know, when we were saying and we reached out to her about, we need to build critical mass to end violence against women, Grace Lee Boggs reminded us. She said, yes, critical mass, but more importantly, critical connections. And so today onward, thank you so much for being here today, each one of you, in person and virtually, we're coming together and continuing onward. We're going to make critical connections. And this is really the time for interconnectedness in intergenerational time. Together, we're going to be interdependent and interconnected onward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Becky. So for our next speaker, Shin-Hong Pyun, she would like to invite all of her supporters to join her behind her on the stage. And I will give her an introduction. She is an attorney at Chan Punzalan and president of the Korean American Bar Association of Northern California. Shin-Hong is an executive officer for AAPI, the California Asian Pacific American Bar Association, and also serves on the Bar Association of San Francisco. She was a founding member of the Bay Area Korean Coalition, also known as the K Coalition, along with Lena Park, Grace Lee, Yeri Sean, Spring Kim, and Eunice Chun. Shin-Hong began her career in New York and then crossed the ocean to reconnect with her Korean heritage while she worked at Kim and Chang in Seoul, Korea. Shin-Hong is proud to serve the community in the beautiful Bay Area. Please join me in welcoming Shin-Hong.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mesa. Oh, Erica, full term. Oh, God. Whew. And my daughters, Taya and Sierra, right here, 6 and 4. My father, former ambassador for Korea to Tanzania and Portugal. I didn't prepare a speech. I tried really hard for like 5 days and I just couldn't get it out, and everything felt too constructed, too perfect, and that's so me, and I'm so used to being perfect. I'm the ambassador's daughter, you know. I went to these like awesome private schools, and I have a couple of degrees behind my name, and you know, I worked around the world. I created lots of walls around me. And I prayed for like 3 days. I'm not even like religious. And I prayed and I like meditated because that was like the only thing that was giving me peace. And I prayed from like 9 p.m. to like 3 a.m. And I did like a crazy thing. I lit candles and I took my shoes off and I walked out into the grass in my house and I just started dancing with this song in my head, the Rise Up. And it's been playing on repeat, like literally repeat, for 3 days nonstop in my head, and it became like a meditation. And I prayed and I said, what am I supposed to tell all of these people? I have no idea what. And nothing came. And then finally last night, at my weakest moment because I haven't eaten for like 3 days really, and I haven't slept for 3 days, and I can't drink water. And my purpose here, I realize, is to show you what violence looks like, what PTSD looks like. It's not in our heads. It's in the body too. It gets trapped. I was raped 15 years ago. I don't even know, like during law school. And it was traumatizing. The trial was traumatizing. They treated me like an animal, and that was worse than the rape. This shaking, this is PTSD. And I struggle with it. I've been struggling with it for 2 years. I had no idea what PTSD was for 15 years. I worked really hard. I built my way up, and now I'm president of the Korean American Bar Association and all these other organizations. But inside, I feel like this all the time, and I had no idea that I was feeling like this all the time until some Korean man that I worked with decided that he had the right to yell at me and stormed down the hall and yelled at me and tried to close the door. And I freaked out and I rushed by him, and my heart rate was, going crazy, and I thought I was in danger. And for 6 months, I had no idea what was going on. I couldn't focus. I couldn't work. I was like crying all the time in front of my children. And what I realized was that he reminded me of what happened. And the people that I really looked up to didn't have my back. And it traumatized me again. And they didn't see that I was suffering. And they didn't care. And I'm still suffering. It's been 2 years. And every time I feel like I'm getting back on my feet, somebody decides they want to yell at me. And I'm an attorney. Excuse the expletives. I'm an attorney. This is happening in our highest courts of California. And my opposing counsels, they think it's okay to just yell, and I every time they do that, it feels like I'm so raw that just even like a simple, somebody sent an email and it was like a bold underline, trying to be condescending. And normally a healthy person who's not traumatized will look at that and just be like, okay. But for me, it feels like you're slapping a raw wound that's open. And I've tried to say this like in all the bar associations where I go, I talk about it because it's my way of trying to find hope. Losing track of thought, having blank moments, that happens when you're in the peak of your PTSD, because my body thinks I just got raped. My body thinks that I'm on trial right now. And I have to trick my brain to get up here. And I had every part of my day planned up here to get here. I had to go to Natasha's house so she could help me get dressed because I was shaking so much. Then when we got here, I had friends, you know, walking me around. Where's Max? I just met him an hour ago, but he like held my hand and he got me through because I didn't want to come here. It took me 2 hours to get into my car. I don't want to show you this because I'm so used to looking perfect. I don't know if I have anything more to say except something in Korean. I think maybe if I can have an ask that each of you, wherever you are, help break that silence. It doesn't have to be a loud statement like this, where you're on camera and exposing yourself. You just need to start first, stop to think about it. Because I know a lot of us women, we don't have time to stop to think about it. And it's time. Because this violence, it looks different. It's not just punching and it's not just stabbing. The violence also happens in really, really high places behind really, really thick doors and below a lot of big people. And it's not easy. But if we do it together, if we place enough pressure, if we open up and if people see how much they do to us, if they yell at us, if they step into our space, if they get into your face, you know, like, no. If somebody dumps more work on you because you always say yes and they mistake your heart of service for weakness, no. A month ago, I had my first suicidal ideation since high school. I have a lot of resources, and it's hard because behind the scenes, people are all kind of covering for you and for each other. So that's my ask, if we can just one step at a time so that we have the power, you know. My Korean elders are here, and I know that 이진희 회장님, 감사합니다. They asked that things perhaps be spoken in Korean because a lot of the times when they don't understand the language, it feels like they're excluded, right? So I just wanted to say thank you. Where's my mom? Why could she not? Why? I want to say thank you to my Korean elders here and my mom and dad. I don't see my mom. And I'm a little bit worried that something might have happened. And I couldn't. No. No. Oh my God.
So as Shinhong has been going through this journey, all of us have been very supportive, right? The Asian community has come together in this time of grief, and she has shared that there is one song in particular that gives her strength and hope. And that song is called Rise Up by Andra Day. I'd like to invite Priya Vijay Kumar to sing for her to give some strength. And why don't we leave everyone on the stage, and then we will conclude our program after that. Priya, thank you so much for gifting us with your spiritually healing song. Thank you.
You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round. You can't fight the fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, high like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, when the silence isn't quiet and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll bring the world to its feet and move mountains, bring it to its feet and move mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, rise unafraid. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, all we need is hope. And for that we have each other. And for that we have each other. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise. will rise up. In spite of the ache, we will rise 1,000 times again. We'll rise up, rise like the waves. We'll rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise up. And we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you. Rise like the day, we'll rise up. In spite of the ache, we will rise 1,000 times again.
Thank you so much, Priya. I don't know about y'all, but that is a performance I will never forget for the rest of my life. And this is a day that will only come once in your life, the 1-year anniversary of the day of the Atlanta spa shooting. So I just want to thank Priya again. Thank you so much, Shin Hong, for telling your story. And thank you for all of the supporters up here. I think you may return to your seats now. Thank you so much for supporting Shin Hong. We love you, Shin Hong. I don't know where you are right now, but we love you. We support you. We support all Asian women wherever you are. So I want to invite one of our lead organizers of the Asian Women's Rally, Z Chung from Asians Are Strong, to come to the stage for closing remarks.
Thank you, Natasha. It's okay.
Okay, so Z Chung is the of Asians Are Strong, a grassroots San Francisco-based nonprofit and a leading organizer of today's Asian Women's Rally. She is also a board member at the American Red Cross. There's no Asian Red Cross, sorry about that. And yeah, maybe we can make one. Okay, and council chair on the American Red Cross San Francisco Leadership Council. Z is very passionate about making the community safer and dedicates her time to volunteering for many causes. In addition, she's a subject matter expert in contracts management and has been building teams from the ground up in Fortune 500 companies. She currently works for Amazon Web Services. Thank you, Z, for providing the closing speech today.
Thank you, Natasha. And especially, a big applause for our awesome MC tonight and one of her key organizers for this event. Thank you. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Tonight, we created an environment for Asian women to come together, to be together, commemorating the 1-year mark of the Atlanta shootings, grieving for the one too many tragedies and lives lost over the last year. Despite the trauma, fear, and uncertainty we are facing today, we Asian women will unify and show up for ourselves. We will show our strength for our communities. And you made this happen today by being here. Tonight on this stage, you saw many, many strong women and heard their powerful stories. Thank you, Shin Hong. As you can tell, there are many different forms of strength. And we want to empower you to be strong in your own way and at your own time.
All our journeys will be different, and when you're ready, you can see that there is inspiration all around you today. We're not all going to be activists, holding rallies, planning events, attending marches. We will find our strength in different ways. But the most important thing is to take care of yourself before you can take care of someone else. We Asian women always forget to put ourselves first. And we even feel guilty for being victims because we don't want to burden people with our stories. But we can't help others if we don't help ourselves first. Next, I urge you to find out what's your why. Why do you want to fight? Why do you want to speak up? Why do you want to empower Asian women? That is the passion that will keep you going through the ups and downs. Once you figure out why you want to be part of a movement, when you can't decide how, then you can decide. There are so many great organizations around us and people that are doing meaningful work, big, small. Look to them as an example of what to do. So today, I want to acknowledge all of our struggles and celebrate our strengths as Asian women. Thank you for all the inspiration and motivation that inspired me today. As for more why my, I fight because I love being Asian. And I want all of my sisters here to have that same unapologetic pride too. I hope you get closer to find your why after today. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, as an MC, one of my jobs is to read the room, and I know it's been very, very heavy here. So I want to lighten the mood and invite some K-pop dancers.
We are here at Break the Silence Justice for Asian Women live stream program. San Francisco was wonderful. The music was so touching and the speeches were captivating. I want to remind you all, this is all recorded on YouTube, so please go back and view our recording again. And speaking about replay, we are going to replay a little bit from New York, and I'm going to introduce to you Perry Young. He's a musician, actor, Father Jun from Warrior and Father Chin from Boogie. And you might have just seen him last week on the CBS The Equalizer, fighting anti-Asian hate with Queen Latifah. Let's go to New York.
Kate Ridge, everyone. Kate Ridge. All right, what an amazing lineup of Asian women speakers we had tonight, huh? I am schooled. So, I don't know if any of you saw Queen Latifah. Anyone out here Queen Latifah fans? I don't know if you saw The Equalizer 2 weeks ago, but I was filming for a month. Thank you, Nelson. About anti-Asian hate on that episode. And so filming the episode was about this ex-cop who was frustrated with the system because nothing ever happens. And his friend gets killed, this older Asian woman. And he is so frustrated that he takes the law into his own hands. So I was filming that, I was getting into the character, and you know what? A couple of days into it, I went, I don't even have to get into character. I've been frustrated the last 2 years with nothing happening with these hate crimes against our community. So the very interesting and weird thing that happened with that episode and filming was, after one particularly long day of filming in an interrogation scene, I'm riding home after on the subway. I'm sitting there and I see this guy throw a bag at this lady, bag of junk food, and he said, "You can eat this." And I went, oh shit, okay, there's something wrong with this guy, right? And then he looks at me and he says, "Hey, chink." And I went, this cannot be happening right now. I've just been living this moment for the last 2 years. I've been at rallies, I've been at demonstrations. I'm filming about this, and this guy looks at me and says that. And I knew the first thing to do is to de-escalate. I ignore him. And then he says it again. Hey, chink. And this time followed by the F word, the derogatory word for gay men. And I went, oh man, you know, I could feel this energy come through my body, taking over my brain, right? Because this guy, he checked all 3 boxes. He hates women, he's a racist, and he's anti-gay. Next thing you know, my mouth went on autopilot, and I was just hurling expletives at him. And he stands up. And I went, okay, something's gonna happen here. I say out loud to the train, I need some help here. Nobody moved. And then he starts coming towards me, and I say, come on, is anyone gonna back me up? And then this guy walks up and says, I got you, brother. I turn around, and it's the only other Asian man on the train. Everyone is sitting there with their heads in their phones. So the train door opens, we're at 42nd Street, this spills out onto the platform, and I realize, you know what, I have to document this, right? I take out my phone, start to film him. I said, what's your name? He froze. So it works, right? You take out your phone, document the stuff, it can actually stop a crime. Next thing you know, cops are there, got between us, escorted them off. My Asian brother gave me a fist bump and said, stay safe. And I knew, you know, as I saw the cops escorting him up the stairs, that I didn't do the right thing. I put myself in danger. I possibly put my Asian brother in danger. But you know what? As I saw him being escorted off, we may have saved someone else's lives. He could have gotten one of our elders, one of our grandmothers. So I am an actor. Some of you may have seen me on Warrior. I was extremely lucky to be cast in this show written by Bruce Lee 50 years ago. Bruce Lee wanted to tell the story of the Chinese in America. So the show takes place in the 1850s, San Francisco. The minute we got off the boat, we saw political demagoguery. Immigrants pitted against one another. Minorities scapegoated, all in the name of capitalism. In season 1, episode 1, scene 1, the lead character, Assam, gets off a boat after a long trip from China. He looks out, and the first thing he sees is a group of angry white men chanting with signs, "Chinese, go home! Chinese, go home!" In real life, my great-great-grandfather was on that boat. And I always wondered what he must have felt at that time. You know, what did he feel? What did he see when he got on that boat across the Pacific Ocean and landed here? And what were those boats like that came before him? The boats that came years before him in the Meadow Passage that brought the slaves in the transatlantic slave trade. What were those boats like? The great Black civil rights activist Angela Davis once said, when you are an activist, you are an activist for life. Learn to enjoy it. So I wrote this song about my great-grandfather. And I imagined, had he kept a journal, it may have sounded like this. On the 3rd day of the 10th month, I've been on this vessel now for 7 days. The journey west to the Gold Mountain may take as long as 30. If the winds are on our side, I can hardly move in here. It's difficult to breathe. On the 4th day of the 11th month, the winter storm allowed us a bath on deck tonight. The cold rain did what it could to wash the vomit off our clothing. On our return, we found they had swept the feces from where we are kept in the bowels of the ship. On the 5th day of the 12th month, there's more room to move now as 2 more of my fellow countrymen have died. Their bodies tossed overboard. It's a better fate that the sharks should have them for. I too am becoming weak from the soup of rotten vegetables. On the 25th day of the 12th month, the light cuts through the hull like a jagged blade. The foreigner Guaylo says in his devil's tongue, "You are at the gate of the gold mountain, at the island called Angel Island, Angel Island." On the 3rd day of the 10th month, I've been on this rock now for 9 moons. And I can still hope that one day I could walk the gold mountain and pocket the gold I find. But day after day, the immigration interrogation officers are questioning me of my family, my history. You are a paper son, aren't you? You are trying to buy your way into America, aren't you? And what would you do if we allow you on the gold mountain? Would you take the job of an American? Some have been on this rock longer than I have. Others have managed to escape. Some have simply died on this rock called Angel. This rock called Jamestown. This rock not called Plymouth. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was wonderful. You know what? We are going right to Sacramento. We're going to have a replay of the Attorney General General Bonta and Assembly Member Phil Ting. Let's go to Sacramento right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Make sure I get this right. Is it okay here? Well, good afternoon, and thankful for the opportunity to join you on this solemn occasion. I want to thank Erica for her leadership and for having me here today. I want to thank the Asian Pacific Islander Capital Association for your long-time advocacy for our API community and for putting on this event today, and all of the other supporting organizations that are represented. That's what this moment is about. It's about solidarity, partnership, allyship, coming together to denounce what we know is unacceptable in our society when it comes to hate and when it comes to misogyny. I'm Rob Bonta, California Attorney General, and again, honored to stand with you in partnership and in solidarity this evening. Tonight, as you know, we mark a solemn anniversary. 1 year since the horrific Atlanta shootings. Tonight, we also remember Michelle Go and Christina Lee. And tonight, we come together to denounce the darkness, the hate, the racism, the xenophobia, the misogyny. And as we do, we also shine a bright light on the ongoing violence against API women in our nation, the sisters and daughters attacked, assaulted, and killed as they simply went about their daily lives, as they walked home from work, as they boarded a train. These attacks, we know, they're disgusting, they're despicable, they're unacceptable. In recent years, the AAPI community hasn't only been hit by a pandemic of COVID-19, API Americans have been hit by a pandemic of hate as well. Fueled from the top on down by the rhetoric of misguided politicians and leaders. But California, as it has always been on so many things, is a beacon of hope, the bastion of diversity and of progress. But even here, we must recognize and confront the reality. Even here, we are not immune from the forces of hate and division. In 2020, anti-Asian hate crime events increased by 107% in our communities, in our state, impacting the entire AAPI community, but especially women and girls. And we've seen an unacceptable surge in gender-based violence, targeting women of color and AAPI women. And we must face the problem to fix the problem. We must recognize the tragedy and the horrific nature of the current challenge. We've seen grandmothers stabbed. We've seen them shot and attacked. We've seen mothers and sisters and daughters hassled, harassed, and assaulted. And this surge is new, but anti-Asian hate and gender-based violence have long existed, unfortunately, tragically. Our communities have, unfortunately, long been targeted. And tonight, as we stand for the victims and survivors of hate and violence, past and present, we say collectively with one voice, we say no more. Tonight, we say enough is enough. Tonight, we push forward and we move forward together. Amid the surge of hate and violence, our communities have surged into action, organizing in historic numbers, fighting through marches and rallies, education and learning, and policy proposals. And as your AG, as the people's attorney, I've been hard at work as well. As California's top law enforcement officer, I fight alongside all of you. That's why I formed the Racial Justice Bureau. That's why I issued new guidance and resources to help the public and law enforcement. That's why I urge prosecutors across the state to establish specialized hate crime units to support communities, impacted communities. That's also why I launched CARE, our Community Engagement Office, and more. At the California Department of Justice, we're here for you. Our Community Awareness Response and Engagement Team is here for you. Our Victim Service Unit is here for you. And I'm here for you. As I've said many times in this surge of hate that touches so many, that attacks so many because of who they are, how they look, where they're from, I see you, I value you, I am you. And as your AG, with the full force and weight of the law behind me, let me say it loudly and let me say it clearly. Anti-AAPI hate and gender-based violence, they're unacceptable. They're not welcome here anytime or anywhere. All of us, we have a lot of work to do, and that's why we're here. We're willing to roll up our sleeves and work together. We know that, and we are committed. We know that we will move the needle and uplift all communities, and that we can only do that together. We're at our best when we work together, and when we work together, when we collaborate, when we partner, there's nothing that we can't do. And so as we do, let's continue to be guided by the spirit of California, a spirit that's on full display tonight with this incredible group. We are united by, not in spite of, our infinite and beautiful diversity. In Sacramento and across our state, we know Asian Pacific Islander mothers, daughters, and sisters, they make our community stronger. So let's do all our best to continue the fight, to protect one another, to keep each other safe, to take care of one another. Your fights will be my fights. Let's continue the fight together. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General Bonta. I would like to now invite Assemblymember Phil Ting to the stage, please.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always great to be here with my great friend Rob Bonta, as well as Jim Cooper, and to see all of you here today to remember this horrific incident that happened in Atlanta last year. Unfortunately, I wish I could say that anti-AAPI hate is something new, but it's been here as long as we've been here, starting in the mid-1800s when Chinese Americans came to San Francisco, helped build this state, helped build the railroads, helped mine the mines for gold. We saw a huge upsurge back then of anti-AAPI hate. And one of the things that we have to continue to remember and continue to fight for is to understand and know our history. We have a huge part of our community who are recent immigrants. They know the history of the countries where they came from, but they don't necessarily know the history of our community here in this state, in this country. And that's why it's so important for us to make sure that we know Asian American history, that we know ethnic studies, because it's only by understanding the history of how we got here do we know what to do for our future. And so much of that is making sure that our streets are safe so that women, our seniors, our children can walk the streets, get on a bus, go out to eat without fear of being attacked, of being spit on, of being hurt. And that is the state of our community right now, where we too often have people who right now they're staying at home. They're not staying at home because they want to, but they're afraid to take their morning walk. They're afraid to go out to the grocery store. They're afraid to see their friends. And so we are working now to make sure we're working with law enforcement, but we're also empowering community members, community organizations all across the state. I was so proud to work with my other Asian American legislators. We got the largest appropriation in the budget last year of $165 million targeted to our community. You can applaud for that, absolutely. $110 million of that is going directly into our community for community organizations so that they can work with all of us to make sure that we're doing what we need to do on the ground, working with community groups, working with community members to make our streets safer, making sure that they make the connection with law enforcement. I have two bills this year that I'm working with, would love your support on. One is to ensure that law enforcement agencies all around the state actually have hate crimes policies. Many of them don't even have hate crimes policies, don't identify hate crimes. So even when the act happens, we don't even know if it's a problem. And oftentimes we get the data back and it looks like nothing ever happened in those counties or those jurisdictions, but partly because they didn't know what to report. The other part is making sure our state puts together a best practice so that companies, businesses, retailers can also let their employees know what to do when they actually see a hate crime happen in their store. We see videos of people getting attacked. We see videos of people getting yelled at. We need to have a response where we are all coming together. It's not enough only for us to say something. We have to do something. And this is the first step by us being here today. But then we need to take it back to our neighborhoods, our communities, working with our stores, working with our law enforcement, working with our community members to come together, and working with all the other community organizations to say, we have to stand together because we need your help. Just like we go out and we help other communities when they need help, we need their help right now to stand up against the hate. So the unity against the hate is unity within our community, but unity with everyone else in our neighborhoods as well. So with that, let me just thank everybody. Let me thank Apika, let me thank Papa, all the organizers for being here tonight, and really appreciate all of you. Let's make sure we stand up against hate. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. We truly appreciate our
Some of the really great things about this rally is that we have performances. And for you, up next, we have 3 wonderful singers and songwriters. I'd like to introduce all 3 of them. First, we'll have This Is Me, sung by Olivia Chang, Adeline, sung by Elizabeth Bowie, and The Girl, sung by one of my best friends, Peter Lee. Everyone, get ready for some fantastic performers.
You have a purpose to make you say, did I do that? Urkel. Now we calling reality virtual. This is who I am. This is me. Don't let them words hurt you.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flag, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets hits my skin. Well, fire away, 'cause today I won't let the shame sink in. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. Yeah, that's what we've become. I won't let them break me down because I know that there's a place for us. Oh, we're falling on. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand a flag, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me.
I'm alone, I never fit the mold. The word is so cold, hold it down on my own. I'm just trying to reach up to the sky, see the moon. I got confidence 'cause I'm the flies in the room. And I've been knocked down, but I always get up. I had some fake friends, had to go and switch up. Yeah, no pain, no strain. I ain't chasing all no fame, 'cause I got more to gain and I'm just trying to make a change. I'm just doing me, I'm in my own lane. I fell down a few times, but I'm up again. Marching to another drum, see me crawl, see me run. When they thought that I was done, nah, here I come. I'm not weak, I get on my feet. No apologies, yeah, this is me.
And I know that I deserve your love. There's nothing else that's when the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me.
No apologies, yeah, this is me.
Whenever the words go, whenever the words go, I'm gonna stand the flood, gonna drown them out. This is me.
Adeline, I wonder what you're thinking. Behind those eyes, I can see your gears spinning fast. Adeline, I understand your inhibitions. Listen to me, please, and I will ease ease your mind. 'Cause I've had a lot of time to think about what I'd say to you. Baby, there's nothing to say. But if you'd be so kind as to listen to my last confession. I love you, Adeline. Adeline, I hope you really hear me. 'Cause I love you dearly, and I need you to know. Adeline, I can't leave without you. So please let me tell you what I came here to say. Won't you listen to me? 'Cause I've had a lot of time to think about what I'd say to you. Baby, you're right. Baby, you're right. There's nothing to say. But if you'd be so kind as to listen to my last confession, baby, I love you, I need you. Adeline, I love you, I need you. Adeline, I love you, I need you, baby. Adeline, I love you, I need you. Adeline, da 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 da. Adeline, da 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 da. Adeline, da 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 da. Adeline, da 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 da.
I wish I could do better by you, 'cause that's what you deserve. You sacrifice so much of your life in order for this to work. While I'm off chasing my own dreams, sailing around the world, please know that I'm yours to keep, my beautiful girl. When you cry, a piece of my heart dies, knowing that I may have been the cause. If you were to leave and fulfill someone else's dreams, I think I might totally be lost. You don't ask for no diamond rings, no delicate strings of pearls. That's why I wrote this song to sing, my beautiful girl. Oh, 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 oh,
I want to thank you all for taking part in this rally across the USA. As a Canadian, your neighbor, your stories are our stories, and we are united together to break the silence and to have justice for Asian women. Again, my name is Anna Mae. I'm an MC, DJ, and host, and I look forward to seeing you at the next rally. Thank you so much. And remember, break the silence, everyone. Break it. I'd like to introduce our next guest host with a video. Check it out.
When you don't see faces like yours on TV or the big screen, you must create your own channel and pave your own path. For the past decade, I have used my voice and platform to represent Asian Americans in entertainment and media, both in front and behind the camera, producing television shows at Mix TV, starting my own YouTube channel covering the most popular Asian American events, and interviewing influencers, entertainers, and entrepreneurs. Directing the 18th annual Unforgettable Gala, also known as the Asian Oscars, sharing my favorite Asian snacks and family recipes, and most recently going full-time with my tech channel, Tech Nikki Speaking, representing women in film and media. I share all of this because 10 years ago, people told me that I couldn't make a career telling Asian American stories, and I'm so glad I didn't listen. My name is Nikki Sun, and I am so proud to be an Asian American woman continuing to cover our stories.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Welcome to the Break the Silence nationwide rally. I am so honored and humbled to be here. I don't think excitement or joy in a way is the appropriate word, but I am so grateful to have been a part of such an incredible rally and to hear Asian women share their stories nationwide across 11 cities, having this live stream go live for 12 hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I am truly grateful to be here. I just wanted to share a little bit for those of you who are just joining us now at the 7 o'clock hour. My name is Nikki Sun, and today we are here to uplift the experiences of Asian women by acknowledging the complexities of their struggles, demanding change, and celebrating women's strength. I just wanted to share something a little bit from the organization too, mixed with my words, and I don't want to get it incorrect, so I'm going to read it. But it's been a year. Today marks the year since the Atlanta spa shootings that claimed eight people, 6 of them being Asian American women. Conscious of today's anniversary and the one too many tragedies over the past year, I'm glad to be here joining Justice for Asian Women in today's nationwide rally, national live stream, and see all the in-person events spanning across 11 cities to break the silence. And I really want to thank you all for allowing me to hold this space for the next hour. And when Brian first reached out to me to join the live stream, I'm not going to lie, I was terrified. I think someone who has been in front of the cameras for over the past decade, sharing my truth and speaking my truth has been something I've always done, you know, when prompted or like given like a lot of leeway time, something a little bit scripted or not maybe so off the cuff. So I was a little terrified to say yes to this. But I realized in the moment of
trying to reserve my space and my mental capacity to honor the victims and just be a part of this, because I know that I would have spoken or listened to the rally the entire day, which I have been doing on my couch. I've been like tuning into the rally the entire day. I just at that moment didn't feel like, what could I say to add? And I think that's exactly why I decided to speak today and say yes to just coming on camera, no matter how terrifying it might be. For those of you who just saw my reel, I'm so used to covering Asian American stories, entertainment, events, entrepreneurs, and interviewing some of the coolest online celebrities ever to give them a platform. And it is a little different today, speaking about what has happened and what has become, what has been happening. But I really wanted to come on to say, for those of you who also have felt like me, like, what can I do? There's just so much going on in this world. Like, what could I do? I just want to share that you being here, you existing is enough. And so I just wanted to share that in all the complexities of being a woman and being Asian and constantly living like this double minority identity in all the spaces that I do occupy and where I do take up space. My identity has always navigated my why. And I really resonated with the former speakers in terms of finding your why and have that dictate your path. And so the past decade, I started my own YouTube channel because I did not see faces like mine on TV. And, you know, this was before dating myself a little bit. Like, this is even before YouTube was born. So I think for me, the why came from wanting to feel represented and to feel seen and to do it in a way with such authenticity and allowing me to hold space for the people that I would want to interview and give them a platform to speak their truth without turning it into a news segment and you only get 30 seconds of shine and I'm done with you. Like, to me, sharing someone's authentic story has always been so important. And that's why if you go on my YouTube channel, I have so many interviews where it's a one-on-one interview, fully 30 minutes, sometimes sit-down interview with some incredible leaders of the Asian American community, the entertainment community, the entrepreneurial community, because our voices and our stories do matter. And, you know, I've been doing this for so long. And I think something that just came full circle for me this past week is that things that I felt that were impossible before are now possible. I started a channel 10 years ago when people were telling me, like, you can't make money off of sharing Asian stories. Like, I don't see any Asian Americans on screen doing what you're trying to do. So you might as well just give up now. But it was a passion of mine. Did I get paid for this? No. But I just felt in my heart that I wanted to share stories of my community because they deserve to be seen. And the full circle moment was after a decade of constantly just grinding and like finding these stories and connecting with people and sharing. Like last week, we all saw the premiere of Disney and Pixar's latest animated film that's truly all Asian-led cast, directed for the first time solely by a woman, the incredible Domi Shi, Turning Red. And I got to host the premiere of the red carpet premiere of that. And it's literally on the Disney Channel. And so that has been like a full circle moment where in the past, hearing like, how can you make money or make a career out of covering Asian American stories? Well, my why has always been to focus our stories and to feature our stories. And so how do I do that? Well, I got scrappy. I started learning how to shoot my own content, to edit my own content, to produce, to direct, to host my own content. And no one can take that away from me. I don't have to wait for other people to do it for me. And I think my story has definitely evolved from being on camera to really going behind the scenes. Because at the end of the day, like, who is the one creating these scripts? Who's the one creating these stories? And I had this shift where, yeah, it's great to be an actor and host, but I also want to be able to tell the stories. And who's going to do that if it's not written, or if I'm part of casting or producer or DP or director? And so I shifted from going strictly on camera to being behind the camera. So I just wanted to share a little bit because this kind of touches me in a way. But on March 8th, International Women's Day in 2021, last year, a week before this all happened, I launched my very first tech and filmmaking channel called Technically Speaking. And if you don't get the play on words, it's based off of Technically Speaking, and Nikki's my name, so Technically Speaking. And it was my way to address the lack of representation of women and BIPOC creators within the tech and filmmaking space. I would go to several conferences and see panel after panel with no women, and in addition, Asian women or just women of color. And I really wanted to change that. And so I launched my first tech and filmmaking channel without any really kind of direction, but just with the idea of like, this is what I want to see in the world. This is the change I want to see in the world. So I'm going to do it because no one's going to tell me to do it. I have to do it myself. And then a week later, we all know what happened. The Atlanta spa shootings happened. And I think at that moment, I realized that now more than ever, that it is time to take up that space and do those projects that we have always been scared to do, knowing the passion and the why behind why we do it, and creating empathy and more understanding in the world. That's why I feel like it's more important now than ever. So I just wanted to share a little bit about my path and hopefully inspire those who are watching who have been a little scared to start or feel like they don't know how to get there or navigate there. I started over a decade ago. It's not like I learned everything overnight, but I am very, very grateful for the opportunities that I've been blessed and to have to be able to spotlight my community, the Asian American community. And truly, I've learned in all my trying and grinding and just trying to shove the doors open to make space for more women at the seat at the table and creating our own darn tables. I realized that I am enough. Just being myself, just going into the space in the tech and filmmaking space and just existing is enough. So I just really wanted to encourage you all today who, if you were like me watching and wanted to speak or have been called to speak and were too afraid to share your story anyways. I think you're holding back your precious gift in not sharing. And I actually would like to share a little bit about what my tech channel, Technically Speaking, has evolved into since this past year, being that it's also that anniversary as well. So I'll leave it to the incredible team to give you a little peek. Hey, turn on all my lights. This is Nikki Sun from Technically Speaking, here with a gear recommendation, a wireless microphone system that not only plugs into your camera, but also to your phone and computer. What do you think? That's dope! You're zooming in on me. And at the same time, I have no director or cameraman.
Right now, you're like Asian Daenerys in my mind.
I've always been the mother of cameras.
I love technology. When other women see us in front of the camera, they're inspired to do it too.
This has been Nikki Sun with Gals and Gear at NAB Show Live.
Nikki's an amazing entrepreneur / content creator / female director / cinematographer / Asian ambassador.
She's talking about choosing the right camera for the job.
Woo! Definitely. She's amazing. That was it for this episode of Technically Speaking. I'll see you in the next video. Bye. So that's a little nutshell of what Technically Speaking is about. And before I continue with the program, I wanted to give you a little rundown of what else to expect during this hour. So we do have a lot of upcoming replays from the rallies that we couldn't air earlier. So you're in luck because there's going to be representation and just support from 11 cities nationwide to talk about just our stories. And I'm so excited for you all to catch a replay of that during this time. We also have some pre-recorded videos and special messages from some really incredible speakers. A self-defense video from Asians Are Strong, and a clubhouse section for an Asian professionals room at 9 p.m. And just a really quick note before introducing this next segment, because this woman is a badass, I did want to let you know some CTAs or some call to actions, because at the end of the day, beyond sharing stories, I know a lot of questions in the back of our minds are, what can I do? How do we keep this conversation forward, moving forward? How do we keep our foot on the gas pedal? And that is something that I've always tried to keep in mind when I speak anywhere, is how do we continue to amplify and honor these stories of these incredible Asian women and keep the conversation going. So a little quick CTA. So I really would love for you all to post your story and an image of your story with the hashtag Break the Silence. And I also know, I'm not quite sure if they're disabling the comments in the chat after this video, but I know, being a part of the YouTube community, having to do a live show before, the chats disappear. If you feel so compelled or comfortable, I would even love for you to share your story in the comments after the video is posted, so that way your story can live and not just disappear in the chat after the live stream is done. And hashtag Break the Silence, if you're comfortable with that as well. We do have Show of Hands, which is at Show of Hands Project. We would love for you to share your experience on your hand, then post it on social media with the hashtag Show of Hands. And I do like to share this March 16th resource guide for people and ERG leaders, so employee resource groups. Their code is on the screen. So if you grab your phone, we're all kind of familiar with this now, take out your phone, put your camera in native mode. This is my technique speaking talk coming out. And feel free to scan and go to breakthesilence.day for more information on all the rallies, all the locations that happened today. Get a replay of the live stream. And then if you feel so called to donate to the cause and to continue supporting the Asian justice movement and Justice for Asian Women events, please donate on the other QR code that you just saw right there. And last but not least, please follow at Asian Justice Movement on socials to see if you can sign up and volunteer for the next nationwide rally and to support the organizing nonprofits behind today's rally. Okay, so this next person, oh my gosh, she is a badass. And for me, I'm all about hyping and amplifying other people, and especially women, constantly. But I really can't not wait to meet this woman in person, because she really does inspire the heck out of me, and I'm sure many others as well. You see her all over Next Shark as well. Shout out to founder Benny Lowe, my friend, for constantly covering our stories and giving us space to speak and share our stories, no matter how hard it can be. And on that note too, I also want to thank everybody behind the scenes who have been dedicating all their time and hours to make this live stream even happen. 12 hours, that's not an easy feat. And to see all the support from 11 cities and just all over nationwide, to show that they care about Asian women and their stories, it just means a lot. So I just want to take a time to really thank everybody behind the scenes who have organized, created graphics, shared on social media to just be in this space with us tonight. And yes, thank you for bringing that. Yes, our host and produced by. So I just really want to thank, truly, nothing would happen without the people behind the scenes. And trust, I know that's why I started behind the scenes content tech channel, because I'm just so fascinated by production. But I have the immense honor of introducing this next segment, hosted by Mei Lee. Mei is a former CNN and Wall Street Journal Asia anchor and host of the Mei Lee Show. She's freaking phenomenal and a badass. She recently did an Instagram live with activist and New York Assembly candidate Grace Lee. And she's the woman who was misidentified as Michelle Go, the woman who was pushed in front of an oncoming subway in New York by ABC News when attending a vigil for Christina Yuna Lee, who was brutally murdered in her New York City apartment. They talked openly about AAPI women, the need to fight against the invisibilization and dehumanization, and the need to empower each other as well as other BIPOC communities in order to truly see systemic change. So without further ado, here is Mei Lee and Grace Lee.
2022 It's been a minute since I've done an IG live, folks. So I just wanted to make sure everything worked here. Hi, everyone. Glad you can join. Yeah, this is going to be a very good conversation because of all the shit that's happening right now. And Grace Lee has been just amazing in terms of her work. Oh, okay. How are you doing? How am I doing, Kat? Oh, hi, Kat. How am I doing? Thank you for asking. I'm doing okay. I know some of you who follow my podcast, my last episode, I said I was taking a little bit of a hiatus just because I was feeling really burnt out and sort of looking out for my mental health. It's on and off, guys. Let's be honest. I mean, I think we're all probably dealing with different things at different times, and it ebbs and flows. So for me, it's definitely been on again, off again. Certainly, you know, the brutal murders of Michelle Go and Christina Lee of late have not helped the situation for any of us, I think. But yeah, it's been a challenging time. And of course, let's not forget what's happening in Ukraine right now. That is a tragedy completely unfolding. The violence and the evil that's happening over there is astonishing. And you know, I was saying a prayer this morning for the people of Ukraine and saying, you know, God help them, because this kind of evil in the world is just, you know, it's tragic. It's tragic. I mean, it makes me emotional because I just think it's so unfair when innocent lives are affected that way. The Ukrainian people did nothing, right? They were just living their lives. They were trying to just, you know, live freely. And this evil authoritarian decides to invade. So I'm going off on a tangent just because I feel like it's something that needs to be acknowledged, certainly. And we need to pray that they're, you know, going to be okay. Grace. Oh, here we go. Grace. There you are. Aha. Yay. She is going to be joining right now because I just let her in. Grace. There
Hi.
she is. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Good. I was afraid that for some reason I shut you out accidentally. I told you, it's been a minute since I've had to do an IG live, so I'm like, man, I hope I know what I'm doing here.
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties on my end, so I apologize.
Okay. Hey, listen, I'm so glad to speak to you. And we had connected because of what happened with ABC News. And for those of the you know, viewers right now who aren't sure of what we're talking about, I'll just briefly kind of tell that story. You were at the vigil for Christina Lee in New York, and ABC News came out to do the story, as they should. And you know how I feel about mainstream media. Sometimes they completely just overlook major stories. So they came out to interview you as an activist because you're very active in the community. And unfortunately, on the air, they put your lower third, when they identify the person that they're talking to, as Michelle Go, who was the woman who was pushed in front of a subway last month and killed. So you put out this tweet that said, to ABC World News, my name is Grace Lee. I'm a community activist. Michelle Go was an Asian woman who was brutally murdered last month. I was at a vigil today for Christina Lee. Your mistake is harmful and further invisibilizes Asian women. And that really resonated with me because, once again, yeah, your point being, there we go. Oh, we're all the same. Doesn't matter. Yeah, Michelle, you know, Grace, Christina, it doesn't matter. So tell me how you felt when you first saw this error. And obviously you tweeted out, but tell me what was going through your head.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me. It's so great to be with other inspiring Asian American women talking about issues that are important to us. I'm so glad to be here today. Yeah, you know, at first, my friend actually texted me a photo of his television with the lower, that's how I saw it. He was like, "Did you see this?" And my interview had been shown on I had spoken with a few news channels, so I had seen like the local news, but I hadn't seen the national coverage. And I saw it, and it was like confused. I was like, wait, I was at a Christina Lee vigil. Why is there Michelle Go? And then I realized like they were naming me Michelle Go. And I just, I want to say that I was shocked and surprised, but I think, and everyone here would know, especially any person of color has had this experience of being othered, of being called by another person's name, just because you have the same skin color, you're from the same similar background, and it just put me into this like it was very hurtful, especially given the circumstances.
Yeah.
It wasn't just, it was like trauma on top of trauma, right?
Yeah.
This idea that we had just lost a sister in our community, an incredible young woman, right here down in Lower Manhattan, in my neighborhood, and then to be called the name of another woman who had tragically died. Even in our death, we have no dignity, within our community.
No identity. No identity.
It's like we've been forgotten. And, I have to say, last week was really hard for me. It really just brought up a lot of emotions and feelings that I think a lot of Asian women have been feeling. We're coming up along the 1-year anniversary of the shootings in Atlanta as well. Yep. And this idea that like we as Asian American women really feel under attack, and we feel scared. And I'm starting to have conversations with my friends, about like what's the best strategy to stand on a subway platform so you don't feel like you're going to get pushed off. My girlfriends are passing out pepper spray on the playground. It's so crazy that like this is becoming a normal part of how we talk to each other.
Here's the thing, Grace, and this is what makes me angry. I mean, we should all be angry, obviously, but it's like we are now prisoners in our own country, right? Our freedom is being taken away. Mm-hmm. Our freedom to walk down the street, our freedom to take the subway, our freedom to, go home,
That's right.
Followed. And so that it's beyond comprehension, but at the same time, I want people to understand that this is how we're feeling. We're not making this shit up. This is how we're feeling every day now. And particularly for those people who are living in these cities where these criminal acts are taking place. Yes. But we know that this could happen anywhere because it has.
Yes, that's right. And I think what's really important is to talk about the underlying racism that drives a lot of the violence against Asians, and particularly Asian women. We know that 2/3 of, Asian hate crimes are against women.
Yep.
And senior women too. So, we feel particularly vulnerable. And so when I saw the cameras at the vigil, I wanted to talk about that. I wanted our voices to be heard. And that's why I kind of got, I had those, I went and spoke with porters to talk about how Asian women are feeling right now. I'm also a mother. I'm raising 3 young girls down here in downtown Manhattan, 4, 6, and 9 years old. And like, it's heartbreaking to me to think, I don't know what Christina's family is feeling right now. I can't even imagine.
No.
And then also, for us, all of us in the Asian community, thinking about the future of the city and what our parents came here. My parents came as immigrants here, like to give us a better life and more opportunity. And I want that for my kids as well. I grew up in Ohio in Midwest.
Wait,
and it wasn't,
so did I.
Really?
No.
Where?
I grew up in Dayton.
Oh my gosh, Cleveland.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, I love it. Okay. Yeah, so Ohio connection. It always happens. It's always happened.
Yeah.
So, I came to New York City because I love the diversity here. I love that my girls get to be with, be in a community where they look like, they have people who look like them, teachers who look like them, students who do. But still, we're, that doesn't protect us, from, what's happening in our community and to our community right now.
No. And I think let's touch upon the idea that this is historic too, right? The hypersexualization of women, the marginalization of women, the stereotypes, the false narratives, all of that has been around for centuries. And so we do have to look at that as compounding, the problem of how Asian women are viewed. We're viewed as submissive, we're viewed as weak, we're viewed as victims, right? So easy to attack and assault. And that narrative has to shift, obviously. But when this keeps on happening and you see Asian women, even powerful, strong, independent Asian women saying, I don't want to take the subway. I don't want to be out at night. That's a problem. That's we're becoming victims almost in, to that stereotype, right? When we don't want to be, we certainly don't want to be. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? I struggle with that because I'm like, damn it, I'm not falling for this. I'm not going to fall into the trap. But at the same time, I worry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel the same way. And I think that that's also why we have to be talking about, like, we have to have these conversations. We have to talk about how racism, whether explicit or implicit, affects, and plays into the violence that we are seeing against Asians. And I think there needs to be some recognition that these aren't entirely random acts. When we see them, when statistically we are seeing 300% increases in attacks against Asians, and 2/3 of those coming, from against Asian women. There are things underlying these attacks, racist tropes against Asian women. This is driving some of these attacks. So it's really hard. It's hard, but these are the conversations we have to have, and that's why I posted that tweet. I was like, oh, ABC is not going to get away with this one.
Good. And they apologized.
They did.
8 days later. And honestly, Grace, I don't think they would have if there wasn't such an uproar.
Yes.
Let's be totally honest. Look, I've been in this business for over 30 years. I know how networks work. They're not going to admit to something if they don't have to. Okay. That's just the truth. So the fact that we all got up in arms about it, I think that was a good thing. So it does show that we have the power. We have the power to make a difference if we're willing to speak up and speak out and push back on things like this. But let me go back.
I love that
you mentioned about the randomness and how I actually posted about this too. I'm actually tired of hearing, oh, yet another random act of violence. I'm sorry, there's a pattern now that we're seeing against Asians, on the streets, and these criminal acts against Asians, not just women, but we see the elderly and all that. So for us to continually be told that these are random acts, sorry, you're not hearing about white people being attacked all the time, randomly, or even other communities as much as we're hearing about Asians consistently being attacked. So again, it's the narrative and the way the story is being told that I think is misleading and dangerous.
Yes. No, I completely agree. And again, it's just, if we don't identify the racism underlying these crimes, we'll never get to a place where we're really talking about how to solve the problem.
Right.
And I think that was something that was very traumatic about the Atlanta shootings, and it really hit home for me when the officers who were investigating or who were talking about the shooting said, oh, the guy was having a bad day.
Yeah.
And he was acting out on sexual fantasies. That was just speaking as if having a bad day is is a good reason to justifies it.
Right.
And then also not really, just the fact that there was no acknowledgement that this shooter had gone into 3 Asian-owned businesses. What did he expect to find behind each door of those businesses? if it weren't for Asians. And and so it felt very targeted, and it felt like we were not being heard or acknowledged in that when it happened.
And that's why I say over and over again, especially as an adjunct professor at USC, as a journalist, that without the proper representation in newsrooms and media who have the understanding of why there are these cultural differences, and to really recognize that, right, as what it is, rather than just sort of like glazing over it, saying, oh, let's just focus on the perpetrator, and oh yeah, he was having a bad day and he had a sex addiction. It had nothing to do with race. Until that changes, these stories and the coverage, is going to remain this way, sort of one-sided and from like this sort of very like sort of myopic viewpoint, right?
Yeah,
so that's a challenge.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that the AAJA kind of took up this misidentification of my name, and we're able to have conversations with ABC Network about what that did, even if it was unintentional, how harmful it was to our community, especially at a time when we're experiencing so much trauma right now over and loss. And I guess my question to you is, how should we be thinking about media? What can we do to make sure that this doesn't continue to happen, or like how do we change the narrative from a media standpoint?
Well, I think one of the biggest things we can do is ask for better representation, right? I mean, I know that a lot of people think that the media has improved over the years. In some ways it has. You see a few more Asian faces on the air, right? But in other ways, again, I've been doing this a long time and I've tracked this. On the network level, where, you have the most eyeballs, it actually, representation has gone down. When it comes to Asians. And I really do think it's a change in culture in the United States where, traditional media, viewership has gone down, right? And think about who's watching traditional media still. It's not young people, it's not sort of like more sort of like in tune, young folks. It's sort of the older generation. And who makes up that older generation for the most part in middle America, right? So you think about that and who they're catering to, perhaps. And so therefore, they're not going to put more people of color on there. They're going to probably do the opposite. So I really think there has to be more pressure on the media for better representation. Because without that different multiple perspectives, we're going to get that myopic view and of everything, right? And that is going to be a problem. And without the educational background that we're not getting still, thankfully Illinois and New Jersey and other states that are starting to adapt more, sort of AAPI history. But we got a long way to go. So I mean, if you're watching the news and you only see a bunch of white faces, no offense to my colleagues, that's a problem. That's not reflecting what this country is starting to look like. Right? Asians are the fastest growing ethnic community in the country.
That's right.
And yet you would never know that when it comes to media coverage. Right?
Yep. And the stories that are covered.
Exactly. So,
and I think you make a great point. It's not only what you see though, also, right? It's also who's in the background, who's the producer, who are, who's selecting the stories, who's writing the stories, right?
Right. No, it's a whole team effort. And that's why I put out the video after the mistake that they made about you to explain, listen, folks, this isn't just a one-person mistake. This is a multi-level mistake, right? ABC News, just like every other network, there are multiple hands that the story has to go through for it to go on the air.
Right.
There are multiple levels of checking. And so this was not a one person like, oh, the intern did it. No. So that's where it's just like, there's got to be more cultural understanding, sensitivity, awareness, right? To these kinds of stories and to the fact that we're not all the same. We're not all the same.
Exactly. Yeah. No, and one of my favorite quote tweets of my tweet was, if you can get Chris Pratt and Chris Hemsworth, if you can tell the difference between those two guys, then you should be able to tell the difference between 3 Asian American women.
It's so
I mean,
true.
yeah.
You never
And
see those mistakes, right?
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that it's almost like just the lack of care that really was kind of what happens with it's like and that's the invisibilizing part, right? The misidentification, like the fact that we're just all the same person, the transferability, it dehumanizes us.
It
And
does.
that's what makes us victims, because it's easy. We're if you don't consider us humans, if you don't consider us valuable as individuals, that's what makes us vulnerable.
Exactly.
As victims.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? It takes our effort too, to push back.
Yes.
That's why I love when people like you speak up and push back publicly, because
Thank you.
only then will people start paying attention and then become a little bit more sensitive. I'm sure ABC News may make this mistake again at some point, maybe not, but perhaps not for a while, having learned this lesson, through you, that, okay, we need to be a little bit more careful when we're covering this type of story, instead of just like sort of dismissing it and not paying as much attention to this versus, getting Chris Pratt and, Chris, whatever, Hemsworth, not mixed, right?
Right.
But it's a level of where's the interest, where's the priority, and the lack of prioritization when it comes to the overall Asian American community has been pretty obvious in the last couple of years, for sure.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
And so, I think this is our time to really speak out. I think we talk a lot about how in Asian culture, we are, we don't, I know for a fact, I've seen racist things happen to my parents growing up, and they said, you know what, you just put your head down, you focus, you work hard, don't make a fuss, we'll move on from this. And I think that, I think we can't do that anymore. I think it's time for us to really just, we need to speak out. This is not acceptable. We cannot continue to tolerate this in 2022, the way that Asians are being treated right now. And now we've got platforms and voices to do this. I'm so grateful for your voice in this, and the fact that you're teaching future journalists to be aware of their own biases is so important right now.
Yeah. And thank you, Grace, for putting yourself out there, and you're running for office. You are fit for the state assembly, right, in New York.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you for that plug. I'm really excited. I'm running to represent the Financial District, Lower East Side, Chinatown, and the East Village. I'm the only Asian candidate in the race, and I would be the first Korean American woman ever to serve in the state assembly when I win.
Oh, did not know that. Yeah, my soul sister. Yes.
Yes. And I think right now we really do need Asian American representation in government. I mean, this is why we talk about, why don't we get the funding? Why don't our communities get the attention that we need? Yeah. And, there's a lot of racial biases as well around the Asian community, and the model myth stereotype, model myth minority kind of stereotype that limits us from getting the resources that we really need in our communities.
Again, representation, it does matter.
That's right.
Really cliche, you guys. I know you hear this all the time, but it's said and used all the time because that's what it means, right? Representation in politics, that's enormous, because that's where shit gets done oftentimes. It might not be done properly, and sometimes it's kind of screwed up. But if we have that voice at that level in the political arena, things aren't gonna move. They're not gonna change. Legislation isn't gonna happen. Funding won't come our way, right?
That's right.
All of those things. Is that what finally motivated you to jump in? Because you've done this before. You tried before.
Yes.
Second go around. And this time, I have a good feeling. But
Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely one of the drivers. And I think, especially as an Asian woman raising 3 daughters in this community, I want a better future for them. I want a better future for everyone in the community. But that starts by having some really honest, serious conversations about, justice and equality for everyone, no matter whether they're Asian, Latino, Black, you know, those are the things that we really need to be. We need to have those conversations, and we need the representation to be able to do it.
Yeah. Grace, I know you have to run in a couple minutes because she's a mom and she has a Zoom call with your daughter's school.
That's right.
But I'm going to ask you one last question, and this is probably like a whammy of a question to end with, but it's something that comes up often, and it's a difficult one. But often people look at the perpetrators of some of these hate crimes, especially the violent ones, and the perpetrators are African American. And so people start, saying, the anti-Blackness starts kicking in, right? And statistically, a lot of anti-Asian hate, incidents are not perpetrated by African Americans, but it seems like the ones that get a lot of attention are. And I have to say, I struggle with this too. I do. And it's one that I want to address properly, but it's a tough one. And I just wonder how you grapple with this too.
I think this is really a time, I will say in New York City, that we are seeing increases in crimes, violent crimes happening in largely communities of color. And that's not just in the Asian communities, that's also in Black communities up in Harlem and that sort of thing. I think this is really a time for us all in communities of color to have solidarity right now and to work together, to lift each other up and to find ways to help each other and to make sure that we all have the resources we need to make sure that we're safe. We can't do this divided. And I think the rhetoric around race and crime is really dangerous. It separates us, it divides us, and the only way we can really, the only real way that we can really attack this head on is by doing it together and in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in other communities. That's work that the Asian community definitely needs to do, for sure. So that's I hope I can bridge some of those gaps too when I get up to Albany.
Me too. And remember, everyone, the model minority myth was created by white supremacy to keep.
That's right.
It was the idea of divide and conquer, and it was very clever, because it has worked. But we have to remember where this comes from. This idea of division within the communities of color. So if we keep that in mind, and like you said, Grace, we have to come together, no matter how difficult it might be. And, it is a struggle. Nothing's easy, but we do. And I really hope, Grace, that you get into office and you can create that change, because you already have as a community activist in New York. So I think on a state level, who knows, you do a big show at some point, and I'll be there supporting you.
Thank you.
I'm so happy. It always makes me so happy when I can be a fellow Asian American, especially an Asian American woman, and now a fellow Buckeye.
Yes.
That's pretty amazing. So we have a lot in common, Grace. So I think we should keep this conversation going. So I'm so glad that we connected with this.
Thank you. I would love to do it again. Let's do some more time. Let's make this a regular thing.
Exactly. No, we should keep this conversation going, because I think people will really enjoy it. I'm going to repost this so people will be able to watch it whenever. But get to your meeting, get your school meeting, and let's keep in touch. Thank you, Grace.
Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Thanks everyone for joining. Bye.
Thank you, everyone, for joining as well. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll do this again.
Wow. Legends, I tell you. Thank you so much to Mei Lee and Grace Lee for having such a candid conversation. Nothing is more candid but powerful and authentic than having your story and sharing it live on Instagram. So thank you. It's such an important thing on names too. Like, I think also for those of us who have differently spelled names, I think we might be more in tune to it. But just also the misidentification and leading to dehumanization. I just really appreciated like having it broken down even more, because in everyday life, everybody's like, well, what's wrong with that? I'm like, well, there's plenty wrong with that. And so I'm glad that they were, both May and Grace were able to address that. So thank you to May and Grace Lee again for that segment. All right, so our next video is actually from The Asians Are Strong. It is created by Zian Chang and Hudson Liao, who are also behind the Show of Hands campaign as well. So I just want to let you know too that before we play the video, we do want to issue a trigger warning because they do simulate real situations. So just giving you a little moment right now that our heads up that these next demonstrations simulate real situations. So, but if you're here to learn, which we are, here is the Asians Are Strong video.
Hey, hey, hey. Come on, come on.
So tonight we're going to talk to you about one of the scariest situations that you might find yourself in, which is walking home alone late at night, trying to get back to your car in an empty parking lot or an empty parking garage. So we want to share some safety tips with you just to make sure that you know what to do in these types of situations. So the first thing that you want to do is to make sure that you have situational awareness. Put away any distractions that you might have. Make sure that you're not texting on your phone. You're taking out any earbuds or headphones that you might be wearing so that you can fully pay attention to the situations around you and identify any immediate threats. The second thing that you want to do is to make sure that you're separating all of your valuables. Make sure that your bag, your phone, and your keys are separated. So that way, if someone is trying to grab one of those things, at least you have two other things with you that you can help get you to safety. Third thing is to make sure that if you have any weapons like pepper spray or your keys that you're trying to use, that you have those out and you're actively ready to use them and not fumbling around in your bag in the situation trying to look for them. And you also want to make sure that if you have something like pepper spray, that you've actually tried to test it out and use it before so you know what to do in that situation. So the second tip is to avoid alerting a potential attacker where your car might be by unlocking it too early. Try to wait until you're as close as your car as possible before unlocking it and having that unlock sound actually go off. The next tip is before you get into your car, make sure that you're turning around to see if anyone is following you or if there's anyone behind you. If you do that final check and you notice that someone is coming towards you, the first thing that you can do is open your car door and use this as a barrier to shield yourself against that potential attacker. If they ask you for your keys, your phone, your bag, whatever it is, throw it at them, give it to them. It's absolutely not worth your life and your safety. Items can always be replaced. Then if you need to jump over the hood of another car, run around the car with the space that you have available, do whatever you need to do to get yourself out of that situation. Another scenario, which is unfortunately the worst case scenario, if you don't notice that someone is coming towards you and you're already in the motion of getting into your car, the first thing that you're going to want to do if you sense that someone is behind you is to actually turn and face the situation. And I know this can feel a little bit scary and it might be a little intimidating to have to face your attacker, but you want to make sure that you're actually facing the situation head on. That will give you more of an opportunity to actually protect yourself. And so the first thing you want to do is to actually make sure that you're protecting your head from any blows that are coming your way. So try and push their arm, whatever you need to do to stop that blow from coming at you. Push them away, try to create as much space as you can. And you can also use your car as leverage to kick this person away from you. So try and back up into your car. Again, it might feel a little bit counterintuitive, but you can brace yourself, lean back, and kick like you're trying to kick down a door. So that's called a push kick. So we can try it again. So you're gonna wanna wind up and push as hard as you can as if you were trying to break down a door. So as you're kicking that person away, pushing them and trying to create space, make sure that you're making as much noise as possible. If no one can hear that someone is attacking you, it's a lot less likely that someone is going to come to your aid for help. But once you've created space and gotten that person at a safe distance from you, if you still have your keys, try your best to get in your car as quickly as possible, close the door, lock it, and drive away to a safer situation. But unfortunately, if you don't have your keys anymore, there are a few other options and you'll need to use your best judgment. So one thing that you can do is, if you still have your phone on you, again, try and get yourself out of this parking garage or parking lot and call the police. Let them know that someone is attacking you. If you don't have your phone, still get out of that area into a safer space. Go into a local business, a grocery store, a bar, and let others know that you need help.
I realized I was on mute. Thank you so much for joining me this hour. I really appreciate you all sharing the space with me. Again, my name is Nikki Sun, and I was so happy I got the chance to be a part of such a beautiful day of remembrance, honoring, and also just continuing to share stories of Asian American women or Asian women. So without further ado, I have another amazing host that will take over the last hour of this 12-hour marathon live stream. Can you believe it? Again, a big hand to everybody who's been putting on this whole live stream and all the events that have happened today spanning 11 cities. But it's my incredible honor to toss it to your next host, Boon Lai Dumone.
Hello, Nikki. Thank you so much. Very close. It's Van Lai Dumone, and I appreciate the introduction. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this community today, in this community event, to acknowledge the rise of hate crimes towards Asians and particularly Asian women. Today, March 16th, as we all know, is the one-year anniversary of the Atlanta shootings, where 3 Asian-owned businesses were targeted and the lives of 8 human beings with full and complete lives were taken, 6 of which were Asian women. The theme of today's Justice for Asian Women event is Break the Silence. And by the time we end this program, we will have been practicing that collectively for the past 12 hours. My name is Van, and I'm the founder of WorkSmart. I do team and leadership development with organizations to disrupt traditional training methods through the use of creativity. And creativity certainly has a place in today's conversation, as what creativity allows us to do is see from different perspectives, and it opens our eyes and opens our lenses to new ways to solve old problems. And hate of any kind is an old problem that we really need to address in new ways. So I'm honored to be here with you tonight to help close out our day of programming. As anti-Asian hate continues to be unabated into 2022, it's now March 2022, with thousands of hate incidents, including the tragic deaths of Michelle Go, Christina Lee, Nguyen Ma, just in New York City this year. Community organizers across the country are uniting on the one-year anniversary of the Atlanta massacre to remember the Asian women and fight for the right to be safe, heard, and empowered in this country, our country. I am a Vietnamese refugee, an American-raised child of Vietnamese parents who fled their country in hopes of a future for their children, and a future that they hope would include feeling belonging, safe, and heard. My mom was one of the trailblazers of the Vietnamese manicure industry in the United States. So as I reflect on my memories of today, 1 year ago, I remember strongly feeling that those women who died in those Asian-owned businesses truly could have been my mom, my aunt, or one of our many friends who are doing what Asian immigrant women do, working tirelessly to create a better future for their children. So think about the strength it takes to uproot your entire life and start over in a new country where you don't know the culture, the language, anyone, or anything. That is a strength that many of us will fortunately never have to come to understand because those who came before us did. Our role now is to move forward and create a new identity for ourselves, one that includes breaking the model minority myth, speaking up in the face of any and all racial injustice, and breaking the silence. So coming up in this hour, you're going to be hearing a poem by attorney and poet Pai Yang. I'm going to share my mom's story to remind us of how resilient we as Asian women are. And depending on time, the time we have, we'll share words of encouragement from Georgia Senators Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. Words of wisdom from former CNN and Wall Street journalist, Asian journalist and anchor, AAPI activist Mei Lee, and her interview with Grace Lee, who was recently misidentified as Michelle Go, the woman who was pushed in front of an oncoming subway in New York City. She was misidentified by an ABC News anchor when attending a vigil for Christina Yuna Lee, who was brutally murdered in her New York City apartment recently. So a couple of calls to action as we end this day that you can do to break the silence. So post your stories, post your images on and hashtag with Break the Silence. Support Show of Hands at Show of Hands Project. Share your experience on your hand, then post it on social media with the hashtag Show of Hands. That's very creative. And follow Asian Justice Movement on all socials. So to start off this hour, we're going to listen to Pai Yang's poem. So it's been a long day, an emotional, painful, yet hopeful one. So what we're going to do is start this segment with this meditative poem by Pai Yang that embodies all of that. I encourage you to close your eyes and take this time to listen with the intention of taking this time for some self-care.
Blessings for when a star is gone. Thank you for being here. Here you are, never alone because you are here. You, beautiful you, perfect in all your light and all your darkness. Here, let's first celebrate you who came. Your belly with its button that connects to your mother and all the mothers that came before. Your ribs that lift you up and help you stand tall. Your chest that holds your heart and radiates with love. Your head that holds your mind and helps you understand the world and remember what matters. Please stand up or be seated. Close your eyes or keep them open. Bring your hands into prayer or keep them relaxed. Choose whatever position makes you feel comfortable. Let your breath flow in and out and bless each part of you. Let the breath fill your belly, lift your ribs, feel your heart, hold at the top of your head. Let the breath flow back down your head, down your chest, down your ribs, to your belly. Repeat the wave of this breath 3 times. Your hands may follow your breath, rising in praise of your light and raining back down as a blessing. Let's breathe together. Breathe in from the belly, the ribs, the chest, top of the head. Breathe out, head, chest, ribs, belly. Breathe in from the belly, ribs, chest, top of the head. Breathe out from the head, chest, ribs, belly. One last time. Breathe in from the belly, the ribs, the chest, top of the head. Breathe out from head, chest, ribs, belly. Now take a moment to thank your breath and the blessing that is you. Let's remember why we are gathered here today. Another star disappeared in the sky, and in the night that feels a little colder, our steps may be a little shakier. In our grief, some may pray, some may shout, some may hide, some may sleep, some may rampage, some may build things of beauty, some may organize, some may dream, some may write poems or sing songs of hope. We each cry in our own ways, but in this shared grief, we become sisters. We become family. We become community. Together we gather in this circle. Each woman brings her special gift, a special light, adds a flower from her foremother's garden, a tulip, a water lily, a blue poppy, a plum blossom, an orchid, a rose, a cherry blossom, a black iris, some jasmine, a frangipani, a lotus. Together we gather this Pan-Asian bouquet, our united offering to remember the one who is gone, to break the silence, to honor our dearly departed. We say no to violence in all the languages of our foremothers. Please join this chorus of our voices. No, Busing, Mahottebu, Aole, Chipu, Tidak, Iat, Anil, Hindi, Hong, Ba, Te, Lei. We say yes to justice in all the languages of our foremothers. Please join this chorus of our voices. Yes, ya, Tok Long, Dang, Bat, Ne, Hai, Sheda, O, Ahan, Ya, Otit. We raise our hand. We turn our pinky finger towards our thumb. Our hand becomes a bowl full of our light and love for each other. We release them into the world and say love in the language of all of our mothers. Please join this chorus of our voices. Love, Alofa, Sneha, Hak, Yuvaki, Pakibig, Shinta, Sarang, I, Hlu, Aloha, Achie, I. We send our words, our light, and our love through these lotuses rising from our hands in a wave. A movement going into the world to find justice for Asian women and all those who carry the spirit of Asian women. Before we leave this circle to begin our work, let's take a moment of silence for the star that has gone but will never be forgotten. Go forth in peace, and may your work begin.
Ignites hope and gratitude. And I think it's really important in this anti-hate work. I was fortunate to attend an event a few years ago where Kamala Harris was being interviewed about the work we have in front of us around racial injustice and hate. And she was asked, how do you keep going? And what she said was, you have to become a joyful warrior. You have to focus on what's possible rather than what's in front of us. Because if you're not joyful, it's not going to be sustainable and you will burn out. So with that, what I want to do is share a story with you. And this is a story in the spirit of talking about creating possibilities and sharing the story and voices of Asian women. I mentioned I'm a Vietnamese refugee. I mentioned that my mom was part of the beginning of the manicure industry. So I'm going to share my mom's story with you. So as I move forward here, my family fled Vietnam on April 29, 1975. I was 2 years old. Our first home was at Camp Pendleton Marine Base in San Diego. After that, we were transferred to a refugee integration center up in Northern California. You can move to the next slide here. So that refugee integration center was called Hope Village. And it's here that hundreds of civilian volunteers came and volunteered to help us in our transition into this new country. So we felt very welcomed and very safe. And there was one volunteer in particular who took particular interest in the women at the camp. Next slide. And that volunteer was Hollywood movie star Tippi Hedren. She was most famously known for her starring role in Alfred Hitchcock's movie, The Birds. And as Tippi puts it, she wanted to empower these women to start a career so they could provide for their families. So she started a program, next slide, that made typing and sewing classes available for these women. And they were very grateful and they loved it, but they were curious about something else, something different than typing and sewing. As you can see, the arrow is pointing right there to Tippy's long red manicured nails. One of these 20 women was my mom. So what their curiosity in the face of insurmountable challenges led to was Tippy inviting her manicurist, Desi Butera, to come up and teach these women how to do a basic manicure. They weren't thinking anything further than, let's help these women learn a basic skill. But as you may or may not know, to become a manicurist, you can't just take a class from a manicurist and go off and do it. You need to get licensed and trained. So despite challenges, right, they didn't have money for tuition. Most of them didn't speak English. What Tippy and these women did was they went down to the local beauty school and asked, these women have lost everything and they're in this new country and they're curious and they're interested in this career, despite the fact that they don't have any money to pay you, despite the fact that most of them don't speak English. Can you license and train them to be manicurists? Next slide. And as you can see from the next slide here, Citrus Heights Beauty College said yes. So my mom and her friends went to school for the first time in the United States, and they persisted. They went down to school every day. I think it was maybe 400 hours of schooling over the course of 10 weeks, learning not only the skills of becoming a nail technician, but also learning the language of English so they could pass their manicure practicum and written tests, which, next slide, they were able to do. So I tell this story. So these women, my mom included, became the first 20 licensed Vietnamese manicurists in the United States. I tell this story because it's a story that has many valuable lessons for today. It's the story of women empowering women and supporting one another. The resilience and determination of the Asian immigrant woman. And that we can overcome any challenge if we work together, if we raise our voices, if we stand together. As you know from the beginning of the story, we had lost everything. We came here to the United States with nothing, maybe a briefcase. My mom had packed a suitcase. My dad had a briefcase. Somewhere along the way, we could no longer bring that suitcase, but we had that one briefcase. So literally, these women came with nothing. And look at what they were able to create. As we all know, the Vietnamese manicure industry is now a large part of the manicure industry in the United States. In fact, over the country, 59% of nail technicians are Vietnamese and 80% here in California. It's also an $8.3 billion industry. It is because immigrants and refugees came after us and went to these 20 women and asked them, what are you doing to survive? And they shared their skills. And it was the immigrants and refugees who came afterwards who opened up their own nail schools, opened up their own salons, started manufacturing the supplies that they needed. So, these are the stories of Vietnamese women immigrants. And this is the story that is so close to my heart when this night happened a year ago. And I thought the women in those spas were doing exactly what my mom was doing for her family. They were forging a life for their families, regardless of what they had to do. Next slide. So this is a picture of my mom at the first salon she ever worked in. She took the bus to work early in the morning and back home late at night. Some days only having made $5 the whole day. Yet she got up the next day and she did it again, over and over again, until she was successful. I think this is a story that many of us know because it's a story of our families. She faced prejudice, racism, but she never backed down from any of it. I remember one story where we were in our panel wagon, station wagon on maybe here in Los Angeles on Lincoln Boulevard, and we had a flat tire. So she went out, it's just her and the kids in the car. And this is, late at night. It was dark out at least. And she went out and was checking out the tire. And a car drove by full of men yelling racial slurs at her. And of course, as a young child, I was scared. But my mom, she stood up for herself. She stood in the middle of that street as they were driving away, yelling back. And that's really, I feel like as I grew up, that's who I learned to use my voice from. Here is this Vietnamese woman, in a new country, still standing up for herself and protecting her children. Because she was doing, and she worked hard because she was doing, like I was saying before, what Asian women, Asian immigrants do all the time is work hard. And like I said, the Asian women at those Atlanta spas were doing the same thing. They're forging a future for their families. And as she would not be deterred, they would not be deterred either. And the final slide. So my mom's story is just one example of how Asian immigrant women are warriors. And we are those women. We are those daughters and sons of women and friends and allies. I was at a retreat several years ago when the host of the retreat said, "You are your ancestors' wildest dreams." We are the generations that will break the silence, bring justice to Asian women by being joyful warriors who educate, speak up, and stand up for ourselves. As I mentioned, this is a story and a day of possibilities. And what is possible right now? What's possible is justice and safety for Asian women. And it starts with each of us getting curious about how we can break the silence and taking small and big actions to hold ourselves and each other accountable. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for listening to my story. We're going to go ahead and close out today. And I wanted to close out with just like a debrief of what we did today. So today, what you saw were thousands gathered around the nation in support of Asian women. We heard from artists, business people, community leaders, activists, policymakers who all raised their voices over the course of 12 hours to break the silence. I want to close out today by reflecting on the words of Rob Peterson, Young Yu's son. He said his mom would want to focus on our collective value of safety for our families. Let that be how we move forward. Let that be how we honor her life and those that were lost this night last year. Let that be our reason to break the silence. With that, I want to offer a collective thanks to the Asian Justice Movement Coalition, all the organizers of today's Break the Silence, Justice for Asian Women National and Cities. Lead organizers for this event were APAs versus Hate, Stand with Asian Americans, and the Atlanta Justice Rally Coalition, and then many partner organizations as well. We, of course, want to thank all the speakers, the hosts, and the performers, and all the sites and venues for sharing their space with us. We had people across the country gather, thousands of people for this cause. And of course, the streaming team for bringing this event on live stream and to online programs. I know that cannot be easy. And to everyone involved in producing this online live stream event. So to all, and of course, to all the participants and viewers who are here to celebrate the Asian women, lift our voices, and to move forward by breaking the silence. I'm going to turn it over to your host now to close out the night with possibly a Break the Silence reel. I'm not sure, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Chris.
What is going on, everyone? Thank you again for joining us for a long 12-hour day of events by some incredible women leaders, Asian women leaders in our community and a lot of our allies. To close it out, we are going to showcase the rest of our videos and recaps that we were not able to showcase here on the national live stream. So if you are still with us, and there's quite a few still with us, please stick around. We're going to be showing those recaps right now. And at 9 o'clock, we are going to have a clubhouse room to recap everything that's happened today. So stick around and we'll be right back.
Hey there, this is May Lee. I'm actually coming to you from beautiful Zion National Park, where I'm on a short little vacation. I mean, look, let's be honest, we've all been feeling pretty burnt out because of what's been happening for the last 2.5 years. And that's why we're having this event today on the 1-year anniversary of the shooting in Atlanta. I remember so specifically when that happened, because I think I had the fear leading up to that day that something terrible like that was going to happen, that all of this anti-Asian hate was going to peak and, you know, result in something so violent where 8 people were killed and 6 of them Asian women. And I think that's the biggest issue for me now, is that it seems that so many of these hate attacks are targeting Asian women. And we know from the data that 67% of all the anti-Asian hate attacks are against Asian women. And we see this over and over again. We thought it couldn't get any worse, and it's getting worse. It's getting even worse. We had Michelle Go. We had Christina Lee. We had those 7 Asian women who were attacked in New York in a span of 2 hours. We just had a 67-year-old woman in Yonkers struck over 125 times by a guy. So it's crazy, it's infuriating, it's frustrating, it's making us fearful. But here's the catch. We all know what's going on. So therefore, we cannot stand by. We cannot be silent. We have to fight back. We have to speak up. We have to organize. We have to get officials to take much more notice. We have to get the mainstream media to not drop the story anymore and think it's no longer a story, because it is clearly. And we all have to work together to build that solidarity, that continued solidarity. I know we all care about this issue deeply, but we have to do more, and we have to work together. We have to bring all of these like-minded people and organizations together, because there's power in numbers. As an Asian woman, I just want to say to all my sisters, be strong, be courageous. I know it's a scary time. It's a scary time for all of us. But let's show who we are, that we are not docile, we're not submissive, we're not meek, that we are powerful. So let's do it together, be powerful together, my sisters, okay? All right, well, I am very thankful for this event, and I know that it's just going to be one of many where we all come together to come up with ideas to move forward. All right, thanks everyone.
All right. So I wanted to close out my part today by going back and reminding you that there's some call to actions you can take to break the silence. So you can post your story, your images from today, and use your voice that way. A lot of us aren't comfortable maybe raising our voices loudly at first, but every small step helps. So post your story, your images with the hashtag break the silence. Go to Show of Hands at Show of Hands Project and share your experience on your hand, then post it on social media with the hashtag Show of Hands. And then follow Asian Justice Movement on all socials. I want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. This is such a meaningful night, it's a meaningful time, and it's really time for us to start moving forward, break the silence. I don't know how much time I have here, but I want to share with you that I did a workshop today around this idea of how to say what you really mean. And we talked about this idea that oftentimes us as Asians, we're not comfortable speaking up. And it's not because it's not inside of us. It's because social norms, how we were raised. And it's our turn, it's our generation to get past that. And I love the hashtag break the silence, because we've all been too silent. So thank you again for having me, and let's get out there and make some changes.
A purpose to make you say, did I do that? Urkel. Now we calling reality virtual. This is who I am. This is me. Don't let them words hurt you.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flag, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Another round of bullets hits my skin. Well, fire away, 'cause today I won't let the shame sink in. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. Yeah, that's what we've become. I won't let them break me down with us. I know that there's a place for us. Oh, yeah. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna stand the flag, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me.
I'm alone, I never fit the mold. The word is so cold, hold it down on my own. I'm just trying to reach up to the sky, see the moon. I got confidence 'cause enough flies in the room. And I've been knocked down, but I always get up. I had some fake friends, had to go and switch up. Yeah, no pain, no strain. I ain't chasing all the fame, 'cause I got more to gain and I'm just trying to make a change. I'm just doing me, I'm in my own lane. I fell down a few times, but I'm up again. Marching to another drum, see me cross, see me run. When they thought that I was done, no, here I come. I'm not weak, I get on my feet. No apologies, yeah, this is me.
And I know that I deserve your love. There's nothing else that's when the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me.
No apologies, yes, this is me.
Whenever the words go, whenever the words go, I'm gonna stand the flood, gonna drown them out. This is me.
One year ago, people in Georgia and across our nation were shocked by the hateful violence that occurred in metropolitan Atlanta on March 16th, 2021. 8 precious lives were taken from us that day. 8 people with their own lives, their own loved ones. 8 people who were loved by their families, their friends, their children, and their spouses. 8 people with their own successes and struggles, hopes, and dreams. My heart aches for these Georgians who were the victims of unconscionable, senseless hate. This unspeakable violence was visited largely upon the Asian American community and especially on women of Asian descent. And it should remind all of us of our sacred duty to stay committed to a peace, an active peace, that prevents these kinds of tragedies from happening in the first place. As a Black man who represents Georgia in the Senate, I am all too familiar with the hate that can stir in our country and how that misplaced anger can hurt whole communities. I wanted to say to my AAPI sisters and brothers that I see you. And more importantly, I will continue to stand with you. That's why I've fought to pass the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act and get it signed into law, directing more resources to ensure our communities feel safe from hate and crime wherever it rears its ugly head. This tragedy ought to remind us all that we all have a stake in each other's well-being. Dr. King said, whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. And so let us work in memory of him to create what he called the beloved community, where everybody, no matter their skin color, ethnicity, or religious background, can live a satisfying life without fear of facing prejudice and hate. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
The FBI counted 7,759 hate incidents last year. That is 7,759 times a life was lost or blood was
Can't
shed.
accept this. We can't stand by and say it's okay. So as elected officials and a lot of my colleagues who stand behind us, we stand with you. We stand against the hate, and we will do everything we can for this state to make sure that it ends.
I think we're facing unprecedented challenges, but we also bring unprecedented strength to that fight.
Justice! When do we want it? Now! Who do you want it for? Misha! Who do we want it for? Misha! Who do we want it for? Misha!
Everybody here, will you be silent? No!
Our country is in crisis.
Will you be silent? No!
Do something. You must actively stand up and speak out against anti-Asian racism in all forms at all times.
Are you gonna stay silent? No! You're not.
Break them! Break them! Stop Asian! Break them! Justice for Asian! Justice for Asian! Come on down, yo!
Today, on the 1-year anniversary of the Atlanta spa shootings, where 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women, were murdered. And FYI, that crime has still not been prosecuted as a hate crime as of this morning. And we are standing here today not alone, but with 12 different cities and over 40,000 people around the country to call attention to the fact that this continues to be a contemporary issue.
A year ago today, I heard about the shootings. I immediately called my daughter, who was already at the hospital. We stayed on the phone together for 5 hours. Each hour we heard of more and more casualties until we learned that there were 8 dead and there had only been 1 shooting victim that had survived. We held on to that small thread of hope until finally my daughter was told that her mother was among the dead. Then, of course, we learned that 3 Asian-owned businesses were targeted and 6 innocent people of Asian descent were executed. Remember, I know what it's like to be racially biased. Many of my fellow white Americans have been shaped by similar biases and prejudices and are either blind to them or unwilling to examine them. This is the insidious danger of racism, of seeing groups of people as others. That bias can so easily turn into hate and bloodshed. And because of this, so many innocent people must live.
Thank you all for inviting me here today. As stated, I am the proud son of Young Yu. While I'm here to give an opportunity to speak to you today to provide reflection and comfort, I initially felt that it was I who needed a hug and to be comforted. Then the realization became apparent that my family and I are not grieving alone. We are grieving with a larger community, a conglomerate of organizations, a larger nation, and a generation of people are grieving with us. So as I came here, I thought, what would mom want you to know about her? What would mom want me to say? And what would mom want me to take from this moment? First, she would want me to acknowledge that I am proud and unapologetically the son of a Black father and a Korean mother, that I am proud to be Black and Korean. But it is not lost on me of what that means here in America. You see, my mother would want you to know that she was not only my mother, but one of my best friends, my biggest supporter, and even with my imperfections as a son, she found a way to love me through her grace and her mercy. She's always saw the best in me. My mother is the American story. She was a Korean immigrant who married a Black US Army soldier during the time
hate crime, and that the penalty for him is severe. We may never truly understand or know the root causes of hate and acts of violence like this, but we can all continue. We must all continue to be vigilant against for the fight against racism. And when we can all reject any attempts to dehumanize any group of people. When I became mayor, I did so with a promise to help restore the soul of Atlanta and our sense of community. And that work must continue every single day. And that's why right now I'm gathered here. Joining us is my team members from Welcoming Atlanta, our Office of Immigrant Affairs, our Office of International Affairs, and even our newest office, the Office of Violence Reduction, is here with me today and will remain here to be able to continue to discuss and share ideas as we go forward and as we plan on having future follow-up meetings with the AAPI community and all communities. As we pause to reflect on the lives lost just 1 year ago today, our actions going forward should not only just be in their memory, but in their honor, to be utilized as a catalyst so that we stop this hate and racism and sexism as we go forward throughout all our days. Thank you.
I think it's